Are you sick and tired of being relentlessly shamed for your lack of skins and loot boxes and other cool things? Well, don't worry about it. We've got you covered, Jimmy. Hi there, we're MillionPugs. You've probably seen our logo on stream, but here's what we actually do. MillionPugs earns you skins and in-game rewards whenever you shop online. When you shop with any of our partnered brands, you earn our own loyalty points, called Pugs. You then swap those Pugs for some spiffy World of Tanks loot like premium tanks, premium account access, and gold. Anyway, head on over to millionpugs.com now and sign up for free.
Hello ladies and gents, and welcome to the MillionPugs WoT7 13 Day 2. Welcome back to the analyst desk, where I'm once again being joined by Toxic. How are you doing today? You seem to have a bit of an issue with your mic, Toxic, but yeah, we're going to be jumping into the brackets to see exactly what we're going to have today. We have EU and NA matches, as we can see. First of all, the EU brackets, where we have 6 teams left, OPOR and W being the 2 ones in the winners bracket, which is one of the last match we're going to be covering today. And then we have the losers bracket, Cashback, Hit and Run, Tango, Burger. What do you think about that, Toxic?
Well, I should be back. I
Yep.
mean, I said it yesterday already. We have some interesting matches, especially OPOR versus W, which we will have towards the end of the day. I think will be very exciting because, I mean, both of them respectively won their matches 3 and 4 by 4-0. So that is definitely something to watch out for. We will also be covering NA matches, which I will be very keen to see because we haven't seen them on stream yet.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't see those teams yet, but we can say that we have 4 of them left. Smile and Escalate in the winners bracket finals, which is going to be one of the last match, actually the third match of the day. The last match will be Bears against MLP, match number 8. What do you think about those teams? Do you have a bit of a clue about those?
I mean, I haven't looked too much into it, but from what I remember from the winter, was it Winter
In Winter
Cup that we had?
Invitational, maybe?
Yeah, the Winter Invitational.
Yeah.
Those teams do have quite a decent level, and especially Smile and I think Bears is probably Burbology, right?
I mean,
so
yeah.
those teams I definitely remember, and I think we will have some strong showings from them.
Yeah, definitely. We have 5 matches today to cover, 3 being from EU, 2 from NA. And we're going to be starting with the losers bracket from EU. But before talking about the first match of the day, we also have some Twitch drops to showcase. As you can see, you can get some consumables today, but you're going to have to wait for tomorrow to get the mystery drops.
Yeah, 180 minutes of watching for 5 of each premium consumable. And you will also, alongside, get 5 times 5 XP missions to grind those tanks quicker. Maybe you will see some tanks today on the broadcast that you would like to get. These missions will help you get there faster.
Yeah, definitely. Let's now talk about the first match of the day, which is the first one of the losers bracket. And we have a surprise there. We didn't expect to have Hit and Run straight in the losers bracket, but they lost in a pretty shocking performance against W4O yesterday. They're going to be facing Cashback today. What's your take on it?
I mean, I kind of hope that it was just a slip up from Hit and Run and they can come back and show today what they are capable of, just for the excitement of this match. But if they don't, I feel like Cashback has not just a chance, but Cashback will win if Hit and Run shows up like they did yesterday. However, if Hit and Run is able to kind of catch themselves and recollect, I think it's gonna be a Hit and Run match to take.
Okay, well, I don't think the community prediction is very accurate about this one. I would maybe favor a bit more Hit and Run. But anyway, I'm going to be jumping shortly into that first match of the day. But just before that, we need to get the full introductions, the pick and bans, the insight for our casters. Kian and Daki, please take it away.
Well, hello there, and welcome to day 2 of the MillionPugs WoT7 number 13. Once again, I'm being joined here by a beautiful Ducky, nice shirt, by the way. And immediately, we're starting off with a cracker. Hit and Run, Insane already said it. We didn't expect them to see them in the lower bracket. immediately. I mean, 4-0, and now this.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if W Keyhand in the winners final can show a similar performance to yesterday. But the good thing for these teams, Keyhand, for Opur and W that we're going to see later, is they only got to play once today.
Yeah, exactly.
Ultimate preparation.
They basically get to whip up the popcorn, watch everyone, and yeah, Opur and W, both of them, they still are in the uppers bracket, meaning they do have a safety net available. That's not the case for the two teams that we do see now. Here, Hit and Run, one of the teams that are actually going to go to China in November, immediately dropping down yesterday, 0-4. No one expected that, but here we are, here they are, and now they need to prove that they still got what it takes to beat a team of Cashback that also did lose yesterday, but honestly, like, I was personally shocked at the performance of Hit and Run, so
I mean, but
let's hope for...
Cashback against the poor wasn't much better, though.
Yeah.
I mean,
although
let's be real.
That one wasn't that much of an upset. That being said, going into the maps...
I know, but the way it went, it was...
Yeah, maybe the way it went was pretty harsh. Anyway, though, pick and bans are going to be here, with Muro and Cliff being taken out respectively. Then we have Tundra and Himmelsdorf as the first two maps. Mines being a ban. Prokhorovka, if we get to it, then Sand River and Steps taken out. And Ghost Town as the possible tiebreaker. What's your take? Personally, I think Tundra 1-1, Proko maybe 1-1 as well.
The difference maker is
probably.
Himmels,
Yeah.
When we look at a best of 7, there's usually one map where you could be like, this can make or break a team. And I think Himmels is the one for both of these. I think Hit and Run should still be favorite coming into this matchup. I think everybody kind of will agree upon this. But Himmels is going to be the one to watch out for. I mean, you can't take Tundra lightly either, though, Kihan, because we have seen teams be able to win 2 rounds on Tundra. It's not easy, but it does happen.
It does happen, and especially since, you know, the meta seems to kind of shift at the moment, and some teams seem to not really be able to properly adjust to that. Maybe we are going to see quite a few upsets. I mean, on Mines yesterday especially, I think we saw a lot of different like things and experiments being played. The BZ75 playing an ever more prominent role, actually, in the meta of 77. I mean, Cliff obviously being the predominant map there, but even like on maps like Tundra, or even on Himmelsdorf, where normally you would expect like super heavies, everything like that, the BZ is coming more into the rotation here. That being said, in general, I think we're seeing a shift towards heavy and even super heavy tanks on basically all maps.
Yeah, we used to have IS4 meta at some point, but that kind of shifted away. Now we're even a little bit more heavy than that. And if you want to try the BZ, you got it as a rental as well to play it in Onslaught, so you could try it there. See how it goes for you if you want to be just like these teams and potentially make it to the champion ranks. Feat that Kihan has not yet achieved, but will achieve solo next season. Told me so himself.
I do not remember saying that. You seem to be having very, very interesting dreams about that kind of stuff, Ducky. But yeah, in the end, I think we're just about ready to hop into round number 1 here. In between the team of Hit and Run, which seems to be vastly favored by everyone on the analysts and casters' desks. I mean, you, me, and Insane saying it's going to be a 4-2, kind of giving credit to the fact that Hit and Run lost 4-0 yesterday. Toxic being very brutal in his assessment. Then again, like, we haven't seen 4-0 clean sweeps in quite a while. Yesterday, then, we saw 2 of them on the same day, so not perfectly improbable.
No, Toxic with a very harsh scoreline here. I mean, 4-0 is, you know, a bit rough to predict. I always usually give at least 1 round, you know, it's like, 4-0, I don't think it's going to happen, but we'll see. It really depends on how Hit and Run recovered from their loss yesterday, because that was a devastating one. And they're going to try and recover in this one with triple 60p, the M4, the double mouse, and the Minotauro.
Yeah, M4, I don't think we saw it yesterday, so +1 tank. And the same can be said about the 5A that Cashback is starting with, together with the E5, the S-Conk. And we have triple 277 and the 60 TP, so the team of Hit and Run actually quite a bit heavier. We see them starting off with 20,800 HP. On the other side, we have Cashback with 18.5k roughly for both sides. And immediately we do see a very, very aggressive north play by the attackers. Here we've seen that, you know, the attackers, sometimes they're going for very aggressive south. This time it seems to be almost an all-in play in the north. But they have to be very careful with those as well. It is a blind all-in, so sometimes those tend to fall apart quickly. But the way that Hit and Run is playing this one, actually, they do get kind of lucky because there's almost no one in the north for the defending team.
You know, it's just Piotr and his mouse, and yeah, the observers there point down the Loner's exhaust and the Minotaur, if you wonder where that's for. It's so you can cross the 1-2 lines on spotter, but the hit Cashback here, very, very aggressive with these 277s of Vladislav, Eindel, and Dion. It's just really pushing through even near you with that 5A coming closer as well. They're pressuring out Piotr. They've taken a lot of map control here.
Indeed, a lot of map control, a lot of positions here in the north very, very early, and Piotr needs to be extremely careful. Minairos now on the cross, really getting completely tagged into that side, down towards 800 HP. Piotr taking another one, taking another double, down to 1300 as well. This is starting off horrendously for the team in yellow. 4 Hit and Run here, who started off with a lot of HP advantage, but that one has just melted away.
Yeah, that one has melted away, and I would say Marcel and Piotr are kind of in like really rough positions right now. Mineros has had the worst of it, but at least he probably can stay alive in that AMX M4 there. That crossing really not working out for him. Marcel, you can see, like, he has to back off. Monsters coming from behind in the Minotauro. But we talked about it, Minotauro really only just goods from the front. He has to come into a sideways position, and now you can see Marcel starting to get punished. Lakiner actually just going for the speak against Timino, and sure, he has a clip, but that's 8 seconds between those shells. Conrad now pushing in as well, but in the meantime, Piotr already getting pushed upon by Cashback, partaking no prisoners so far in this battle. As Piotr falls, they will find ice in his 60 TP, but behind that, Monster's gonna fall here as well against Lakiner. He picks it up in his S-Conk, and this is Cashback all the way, man. 6 tanks left standing versus the mere 4 from Hit and Run, who did not see this immediate north pressure come at all.
Yeah, exactly. Cashback just driving up, driving over the tanks of Hit and Run that were positioned in the north. And yes, while there is 4 tanks still left standing for the team from Poland, it's not going to be for long. The Cashback tanks now converging on towards the last positions. The Mouse, Conrad probably the next one to fall, as the lower side actually does get won by the team of Hit and Run, but the counter kill onto the Mouse here should all but secure the victory, as Vladislav, the one with the most HP for Cashback here, is just holding the front here, while Eindel and Miku both are bouncing shots on towards one another. That's not what you like to see, but at this point in the game, it's not really going to change the outcome. It is going to be Cashback 1, Hit and Run 0, so 5 consecutive rounds for them without a single victory in the player stage of this tournament.
And Toxic's prediction already out of the window here. He's not going to be getting that 4-0 scoreline correct, as Miku the last one standing. And from Cashback, beautiful stuff, right? That pincer, that movement, they got Piotr in a bad situation. Then Mineros on the AMX M4, wasn't sure if he had to cross or not. Got caught out, low HP, then they pressured the 60p. All around, just really good execution from Cashback. Quick, fast, getting into those positions and making it work for them. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, indeed. And the thing is, while those blind commits can be very, very risky, obviously, they did a beautiful job of making it work here, putting the enemy tanks into bad positions, exploiting that. Then we can see him in Iris without a single shot of damage. Probably not even his fault, really. And yeah, after that, it sort of went from bad to worse for the team of Hit and Run. So not really necessarily a bad round from them in the fact of like how they played it individually. It's just that they didn't respect the fact that the lineup from Cashback was so like offense heavy that they could just straight commit anywhere. And I think maybe the team from Hit and Run even thought that basically the Cashback team would play a south all-in commit. Because that's why so many tanks went to that part of the map, when instead it was the north commit after all. So they probably thought on their defense they had to gamble, and well, the coin flip just went the wrong way for them.
I'll say that we think the Tundra attack is still a bit easier over side to play. I think the teams have done recently a very good job at setting up defensively. With those very heavy lineups, that does seem to bring the defense a bit more towards 50-50. But in that round, it didn't look like that. It was all cash back. And if they now can convert this onto the next Tundra round on their own defense, then it would be, beautiful for them. I mean, yeah, sure, like they did gamble on their attack, because if you pressure north and there's more tanks there from hit and run, you achieve really nothing in the beginning. But it wasn't. That wasn't the case. Lucky or good guess, you can pick.
Yeah, and the thing is, while the team of Hit and Run is a very, very well-known, a very cohesive team that have played together for a very long time, you gotta wonder what that does to you, right? They lose 4-0 yesterday, and immediately now the first round that they do is like either they misjudged what was gonna happen, or coin flip and it goes wrong, and that really starts taking a toll mentally, not only on towards the singular players each that didn't really do anything wrong, and they have the expertise to know that, but also on towards the caller. I'm not entirely sure who's going to be calling for them, if it's going to be Monster or if it's going to be Conrad or Piotr.
Should be Piotr, I guess.
Yeah, but at one point in time, you have to wonder, it can't be the individual plays. It must be something about the tactics or the calls in the game that is continuously going wrong for them round after round after round in this event so far.
It really depends on how Hit and Run took their loss yesterday. We're going to keep hammering down on that. They got owned by W4-0. That was rough. That was hard for them. How did they take it? How did they talk to one another after? And how did they come into the match today? And how do they take this first defeat on top of it?
Yeah, it's gonna depend, all of it, as Hit and Run are gonna be coming into this one with double 60 TP, a singular M454. We have double IS7 and double E5.
Double E5 versus the double 5A, the double E5, the double BZ and the 60 TP, the double 5A. Kihan, can you list us the perks over the 277?
Of course, it's a little bit slower. I mean, it does have cupola, so the turret is not as strong, but essentially it has sort of the same gun regarding alpha and penetration, but it does have more DPM, it does have a bit more gun depression, and so those are basically the trade-offs you make, right? A bit of turret armor, a bit of speed for a bit of gun depression, and a bit of DPM. Now, Dionys there with a very, very aggressive opening in his BZ-75, boosting right down that river in his Chinese tier 10 heavy tank. He's going to find Minairos and Conrad very, very soon. Those are probably a bit surprised to have an enemy tank directly close towards them. This is an interesting opening by Cashback. The question obviously being, can they support that BZ in that very aggressive position near you now in a spotting bush in that 5A, and I have to admit I'm not entirely sure how the camo values actually stack up compared to the 277, but now Dion is getting collapsed upon, and as it turns out the team of Cashback don't really have anyone properly able to support.
I think we could all see that from the beginning of the game, though. Like, I looked at Dionys and all of his teammates were not in position to cover him, so he's just a freebie, like a complete freebie for the side of Hit and Run. Piotr's like, guys, I don't think there's anything behind him, and just casually is able to drive behind that BZ and pick him up. That was not sure what the ultimate plan there was for Cashback.
Ooh, Liberty taking another big one here, and now we can see Vladislav in his BZ-75 trying to get more spots in the north, but indeed losing Dionys this early on without really being forced to by anything really is very, very weird. Like, they probably, the thought behind it was maybe that, you know, Hit and Run was like, they're going to be covering him with so many people, it's going to be impossible to take him out. But instead, Hit and Run are like, well, you know, you're playing a game of cards. Let's see your hand, and they were bluffing.
No, it was definitely a bluff that got read rather quickly, though, because Hit and Run also had a lot of info key hand. I think we could see that a lot of tanks were spotted for Cashback, so they were like, they can't hold this, and they couldn't. Now they're readjusting to the south, though. Kubash, Marcel, and Mineros making their way there. Conrad joining in as well. There's just 2 cashback tanks here waiting for this. In the meantime, what does cashback do?
Well, Cashback right now is not really getting the best of trades, as Piotr with another big hit into ISED. Someone else able to retaliate onto Monster here in his 60 TP respectively. Not even sure if Monster's turret got damaged there. But now ISED here fancies himself another peak as the push in the south starts rolling. It's going to be Kubash, Konrad, and Marcel, all of them collapsing onto Lakiner. But Eindel and Liberty, both of them are actually there. Kubash taking a tremendous amount of punishment for that cross, but the focus, it's on Lakiner.
Yeah, Lakina, they're trying to hold that position. He's just going to fall though to the side. Marcel to pick it up. Beautiful stuff there for the boys from Hit and Run. Miko on the hill is raining terror down upon those 60 TPs pushing. He's just getting shot after shot. I mean, yeah, they will find Piotr. They might find Monster as well. But it's not going to be for free. It's going to be costly as Vladislav takes 787 from Piotr. And Monster seems to want some as well. He's not going to be able to overpeak that though. And Vladislav actually bouncing. Piotr is going to say thank you very much for that one as he comes back around in his 60 TP for another one. Doesn't connect that one though. So that gives Vladislav another opportunity. But the bigger issue here for the side of Cashback is 1, they're down in tanks, and 2, the cap is at 6 seconds left. So that means they have to come back in. Eindel there does get a good shot on Conrad, but the punishment in return is so much more than he wanted. And with 15 seconds left, Gihan, I don't think Cashback can bring this one home.
Yeah, the superior amount of guns and HP now for Hit and Run coming into full effect as Monster is the one that's able to pick up Vladislav here. Even Piotr not falling to the grave. 7 tanks alive for the team in yellow. 4 Hit and Run here, that after a really unfortunate, I guess, opening for them in the first round, do come back in very, very convincing style. They're going to equalize the scoreline. It's going to be 1-1 after Tundra. We sort of expected that result, and the lingering question as to is Hit and Run a broken team, I think we can answer it with a no for now.
No, they got a real freebie in this one though. With Cashback, I have this feeling that like one round they're doing amazing. There's some really good stuff, and then the next round you see this random play with the BZ there going. I mean, we've seen things go there before, but it's usually followed up by a south pressure, where they also pressure up on the south to cover that tank, and he was really just alone. I really don't get that at the end of the day.
Yeah, and as it did get capped, we do see Neyu, the only one left alive on the team of Cashback, probably to tell the tale of the story of Hit and Run, winning their first round after 6 attempts in the playoffs here, and doing so rather convincingly. I mean, when not a single one of your tanks dies, it was most likely a slaughter. And yeah, so we do have 2 teams that now traded blows on Tundra, meaning we are going to be going towards the next map, which is going to be Himmelsdorf. This is Cashback's pick, so Hit and Run is going to start defending, as you can see here. We said it before, Himmelsdorf possibly the pre-decider.
Yeah, and this Tundra really going according to expectations between these 2 teams, I guess. 1-1. Now, Himmel, Skihan, Cashback wasn't doing too bad on it, if you remember. But Hit and Run on Himmels could be a different beast. However, Doki, they played Himmels yesterday against W, and it wasn't that good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Then again, if you get beaten so brutally on a map, then, I mean, if you want to look for a silver lining, right, the things that went wrong, they must have been very obvious, so they should have been kind of easy to fix, right? Because if it's like a close round, then yes, maybe you could aim something a little bit better, or you have to hope for some better RNG, someone gets set on fire, something like that, which you can't influence. But like if it's a wash like that, it's got to be something else that's wrong, and that should have been very easy to figure out. So if you're holding it with a team of Hit and Run, you have to hope that, you know, they were able to eliminate those threats. If you're holding it with cashback, this obviously means there is the potential of a lot of mistakes being done by the team of Hit and Run. They just need to essentially isolate them and pick them off, then one by one, start exploiting those mistakes.
Exploiting those mistakes is what both these teams are going to be looking for in this one. And mainly so, I think the stakes here, Kihan, are, of course, high for both these two. But I think they're even bigger for Hit and Run. Because imagine losing here. That is not the kind of preparation you want going into the China tournament.
Exactly. Hit and Run are going to be trying to put themselves up for the first time in this match, and they are trying to do so with triple 60 TP. They have one ISM, one mouse, one 277, and an E5.
And then E5 to run up against Cashback's WZTD. The 705A times 2, the mouse, the IS40, 150B. We weren't a fan of it yesterday.
No, we weren't a fan of it yesterday. I think the other round in between Cashback and was it Burger, I believe? The other team brought a 268, not the V4, just the 268. And both times it was sort of to counter the G23 position. I believe the 395 heat pen that both of those tanks have should be enough to penetrate just about every turret from the top that is in the game. We'll have to see, because Hit and Run, they obviously see the tank, they know where it went yesterday, and it seems like Vladislav is on his way there as well. But Hit and Run are respecting this. They're not sending a single tank in towards this hold-down position that Cashback is probably trying to counter. Instead, G-line presence, 1-2 line presence by the team of Hit and Run, and almost exclusive hill presence by the attackers of Cashback.
Yeah, but all over the hill, it's been a while since we've seen this.
I mean, they have Dionys in the 8 line. That's that is about it.
Poor Dionys always being used as a as a battering ram, dude.
That feels like me in Onslaught when you are FCing. For real, for real.
Huh?
Huh?
Slanderous accusations. You need a strong father figure.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm just saying.
Alright, so 0 line push now getting started by Cashback. Just waiting until everyone is there. The mouse is probably going to see all of them, but is it going to be too late is the question. I said now, gonna go hold down. 705A at that range is not going to get penetrated by a lot of tanks, certainly not by a mouse. Double 705A now getting found out, and the mouse does do a good peek, does get the information. This needs to spark a rotation by Hit and Run.
Yeah, it should, but instead the double 60p on the 8 line was going to get some damage in as well, as Miku and I think Kubash connected one out of those 2 shells on towards those tanks. But Miku now a little bit isolated. He's going to be running away, trying to escape to a safer area. He's going to get punished a little bit for this though. You would assume takes 1 shot of damage, less than I would have thought. And Dionys now pressuring the 8 line, but he's running into Monster and Mineros. I think he is now realizing that he's in trouble. He's going to continue plowing down the 8 line. But for Cashback, that is a freebie for the side of Hit and Run.
Yeah, freebie, but maybe he's just there to buy time, as Cap has now been started 40 seconds, and that mouse in the 8 line obviously had a lot of HP that they need to chew through. He's now even going to drive in towards the courtyard. The 60 TP there, Miku with a non-connection. Monster and Minairos now both driving on towards him. Kubash also not connecting onto Dionys, who's still on 1000 HP. And as all of this is going on, the Cap keeps going here. 21 seconds remaining. Hit and Run, yes, they're getting the freebie in the 8 line, but they do need to get the resets.
It doesn't seem like they will be in trouble though. Piotr already peeking out here to get that reset. He does take 1k to the face. Marcel there using his teleportation device to even get across. And for Cashback, it's again not looking that good for them. Liberty just dying there on that cross. And it's all Hit and Run this game. Cashback there with this attempted play. Not the way. And I, again, would like to question the WZTD's usability.
Yeah, the WZTD once again making the match a 6 versus 7 from the get-go. Like, yes, Vladislav might get some more shots in right now, but at this point in time, the match is just over. It's decided. The damage that he's going to do and the damage that he was going to do from essentially the beginning was going to be useless damage. The TD that he has, it doesn't really bring the TD of his, the HP of a super heavy. It doesn't have a turret, so he can't really drive in. It can't really commit. And the thing is, like, those TDs with the 395 pen, they feel like they're really supposed to counter one singular position, the G2-3 position. But the way that Cashback have been playing this round, that position does nothing, right? Because if you commit everyone over the hill, what does the G2-3 position even do? Like, it feels like they're trying to counter something by hit and run that has no impact on their game plan anyway.
Just having an extra tank for the way they played would have been useful. Like an actual combat tank, I don't know. So another 60 TP or something, or even 50B or IS4 would have contributed more than the BZTD, who cannot really brawl. It's not like a brawler. It's not that kind of TD. So, I don't know. Like, okay, pushing off the hill, but then, you know, you have this mouse, the Yonex. Feels like he's just being used as, I don't know, the sacrifice. Every game, the Yonex is sacrificed. This time we drove down on the 8 line. Sometimes the greatest plays can come at the least amount of damage to bring victory to your team.
And while that might indeed be the case, this time no amount of pinging on the map by Dionys would have changed the fact that his team was going to lose here, as we also see that the 50B, one of those playmaker tanks, didn't really come into play with an impact. It's like, yeah, the game plan, like, the game plan by Cashback, it doesn't really, like, nah. I don't know how to phrase it properly in a way that, you know, conveys how weird I find how they played this round. There was no underlying concept as towards this Himmelsdorf attack, I think.
Yeah, the Himmelsdorf attack, I don't know. It's gone and forgotten. They got to switch to their defense now. For hit and run, I think this was kind of a freebie. A little bit, Kian.
Honestly, I think hit and run, they are going to say, thank you very much. We'll take the round and we'll take the lead in the match 2-1. As, yeah, this was round number 1 of Himmels. Sides are going to get switched. And we are going to see at least one more round of Prokhorovka. But if you're hit and run, then this is going to be very, very good already for you. Because yes, they did lose round number 1 of the match, and quite decisively so, because they didn't anticipate the all-in by Cashback. But rounds number 2 and 3, it felt like Cashback was trying to do something, but it completely fell apart against, like, it wasn't really some super ingenious defense that we saw by hit and run here in the last round. It was just pretty standard, you know, some people north, 3 tanks, 1-2 line, so it was basically a 4-3 split. The mouse getting the info very, very early, and they had all the time in the world to rotate. They got a freebie even in the 8 line with the mouse. They weren't under any time pressure because Piotr in the G line was able to get the resets. So, I don't know, maybe Cashback are trying to play some different meta that they perceive. Because yesterday, in between Cashback and Burger, there were some really interesting tank choices, so it felt like they had a different perception on how to play the maps than we saw from a lot of other teams recently. But it seems to me like this different perception doesn't really live up to what hit and run are playing, at least.
But anything is still possible, huh?
Yeah, of course. With every single round. It's
a bit worrying, though. I don't know. Like, you do this play, sure, but this play with a VCTD is... I should have asked him what the...
Yeah.
What the idea was.
And now we do have hit and run coming in with a 113 double 60 TP, double IS4 mouse and E5. On the other side, though.
The other side, we have the triple 60p, the IS7, the mouse, the 75A, and the E5. So no shenanigans there, at least this time around. Makes me happy. Does it make you happy?
First of all, it makes me happy that we do now finally know that a restart has been confirmed. Apparently, one of the players on the hit and run lineup had a reset. But already from the lineups of either team, I think we can confirm that the cashback team was pretty heavy, but so was the hit and run team. So both of those teams coming in with a lot of super heavy. So basically dropping the finesse here entirely, it seems.
I like that they're not doing any shenanigans this time around. And from hit and run, like I said yesterday, they're not that kind of team that would do that anyways. Like pick some random tank there. Like, is this genius or
insanity?
So far, it wasn't genius. I mean, the WoT7 has 0% win ratio.
Yep. But I mean, the whole ReTD also started off with a 0% win rate, I think, in the first 3 appearances that it had, and then it really started picking up. So we'll have to see about that one. In the end, though, yeah, hit and run just super solid. And also, it feels like those WZ and 268 TD picks that we see time and time again. It feels more like something that you would do in advance. It's like, hey, come on, let me play Grilla or something.
Grilla.
It's Grilla. It doesn't really feel like something you would expect to see in the playoffs of the WoT7. And so far, it's been brutally punished. So
it has been, and it will continue being so as well, because the 268 has 0% win ratio. The WoT7 has 0% win ratio. I'm not going to say there's a common trend there, but
yep.
Maybe a little bit. Huh? Maybe a little bit.
Yeah, maybe. Anyway, though, I think the players should all... obviously, with that reset here being used by the team of Hit and Run, this means that the singular reset that they have as a team in every match has been used. They might be switching in a different player in case that happens again. We'll have to see. But obviously, they can't really change the tanks. And by they can't really, I mean they are not allowed to. So
they can't really, but if they try sneakily, if nobody notices,
we are gonna have a stern watch on that one. I am pretty taken aback by how heavy their lineups was. Like I'm going through it right now, and one team had like triple 60 TP, that is cashback. Then they have IS7, E5, mouse, 705A, stuff like this. And on the other side, for the team of Hit and Run, it wasn't much lighter, right? Both of those teams just throwing it at each other. Actually, for Hit and Run, we had the 113 double 60 TP double IS4 mouse E5. So a lot of HP on either side, but that in turn means that the rotations are going to be slow, actually. So is that more of an advantage for the attacker or defender, do you think?
It depends on the openings, to be honest. Yeah. Like, it completely depends on the opening. This cashback lineup can still control the map, okay, and they have the I7 for quick mobility. We've seen this courtyard surround, as I would call it, right? Be the I7 like a D4, you pressure the 8 line, kind of like Hit and Run had. It's honestly 50-50 for both teams. I don't think it really matters. It would have been worse for Hit and Run if they were light, but they have about the same HP, the same level of alpha. I think they will be okay.
Right, Hit and Run wise, Hit and Run opening wise, I mean, sending everyone through the K line. And the thing is that cashback, they're sending one IS7. Are they sending?
Look at the equipment. Look at the equipment. Already.
Low noise exhaust on the heavy tank here, and he is going all the way to the red line, making sure he shouldn't get spotted. Kubash, that is. And indeed, he does not. Piotr, though, getting spotted. Monster there, crossing as well with the low noise. I think the first time we saw this tactic employed, actually, was from our glorious friends over from the NA server. So we can really see both servers being able to sort of, give each other a few ideas as to what to do. But I don't really think that this K3 trap by Hit and Run right now, because that's essentially what it is, I don't think it's really gaining a lot of traction, because cashback is being very, very cautious.
Yeah, and if it doesn't result into anything, Kihan, then you just brought low noise exhaust for that thing. But then you don't really lose out on anything, though. It's just a turbo that you wouldn't have, which they would be using on these tanks. You would be using turbos, and You may wonder, what about the gun? Yeah, well, it's awful, but you have to live with it. It ain't about what you like, you know?
Yeah. Lakina, though, very, very far pushed up, and now even the advantage of the low noise exhaust being completely gone here. I said they're spotting out Monster, and he knows that something is a foul. How did that IS-4 cross? And he sees there is one more IS-4 in the enemy lineup. There is a 113 if they did actually bring low noise exhaust, which he doesn't know. Like, he's never gonna know. He will never be able to find out, except if he watches the replays after. But he will relay that possibility. HE shell for 150 connecting onto Monster, only taking out the driver. I think that should do more.
Yeah, that should do more. Would be funny. But Monster there gets a good shot back, though, on him. So far, not much has changed between these two, and Cashback is completely happy with this. They're like, okay, sure. I mean, Monster's not really going to pen this 75A, and I don't know how much HE Ice has, but...
I can actually find that out for you. Give me a second. He has 6 more remaining HE shells, but you don't need HE if you can pen with other kinds of ammunition. So maybe he... Okay. I said is a GigaChat.
And how many?
He has 6 more HE.
Yeah, so at an average of 100 kids.
That's 600 damage.
That's a lot of damage.
We all know damage is damage.
True. I mean, it does stack up over time, you know? Monster can't really trade against the 75A. Every time he does, he takes an HE shot to the face.
Exactly, and Monster obviously doesn't have the information that we have. He doesn't know how many HEs Iset has. For his sake, Iset could have, like, I don't know, 20 still remaining.
He's probably quite unhappy right now, you know?
Mm-hmm. I mean, the rotation starts coming in with the IS-4 and the 113 respectively. Obviously, Monster is committed in. He's not going to be able to rotate anymore. The other tanks, however, are able to do it, so I think Hit and Run are realizing that this 1-2 line pressure that they was trying to do, it's getting shut down by a singular tank currently. And yeah, the next HE they're connecting onto Monster. 120 damage, and now Lakiner here sees Piotr advancing. Does not see the other tanks, however, so the 113 and the E5 actually make it across unspotted, but who are they driving into? It's going to be another 60 TP waiting, hold down in that 8 line. So far, Cashback doing a good job with the positions that they have, even though they don't even really see what's happening.
Yeah, now they're trying to peek Lakiner, but he has a little bit of a hold-on position as well. He is starting to bleed. Good connections there from the boys from Hit and Run. Now Kubash and Mineros from behind, the 1-2 punch combination, dropping him down towards the one-shot. And now Conrad from the outside is going to shut down Lakiner. And now, though, Cashback seems to be in a little bit of trouble. I mean, yeah, they're up in HP, but you and me know both that Vladislav here in the 8 line is out of friends, out of teammates to help him. And Conrad is burning, though, in the background, and that mouse, it does happen quite often. Still an HP lead for Cashback, but the guns in the game is important, as well as Vladislav goes down. It's now a 7-on-5, where Cashback could still bring it home, but it's a little bit annoying playing against all of these guns.
Yeah, Cashback, they also have the problem of bringing in their guns into the fight. Eindel there in the mouse. Yes, it does have a lot of HP, but the armor of the mouse against 113s, against IS-4s, against C5s, it sort of starts falling apart. And yes, ISET is going to be able to contain Monster here, but looking at the HP, that is 2.5k HP, that is containing 1400, and the problem there is the 705 can't really push the IS-4 reliably in this position. And now Hit and Run are starting to try to convert that gun advantage into some HP, as well as we do see the trades going their way. And now Monster and Conrad, the two of those, actually starting to push onto ISET, who all of a sudden is like, oh crap, I'm in the 1v2 situation here. Guys, on the other side of the map, you have to do something, because even though I have 2.4k HP, I'm not going to be winning this one.
No, and that's just a number advantage that currently Hit and Run is utilizing. They have 7 tanks versus just 5 from Cashback, because they found Lakiner and Vladislav. And I think Lakiner and Vladislav, I mean, Lakiner made the mistake there of trying to how do we say it, pressure up on that 5 line, and he didn't have proper coverage anymore. Good shot there from the mouse in return, though. Ice does one more against Conrad as well, but he's going to fall now. That leaves only 4. Oof, almost got around that corner. 4 things left standing from Cashback, and now the HP advantage that they had has also just disappeared.
Yeah, I mean, Iris also recognizing that his cupola is on the correct side, actually, of the hull down here. I mean, time actually being an issue. 1 minute and 23 seconds is everything that Hit and Run have to chew through the HP of Cashback here. And Dionis holds a lot of it, takes the first shot of damage in this game from Monster, from the sidelines. So all the tanks here by Cashback now realizing they need to make something happen. They need to break out of this contain. They need to generate ways out of the yellow flood that is everywhere around them. But Hit and Run, they're not going to let them go. The first kill for Cashback finally coming in, and Dionis is going to be the focus for Hit and Run here with only 50 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and I think Liberty is going to try and make a run for it right now. In that E5, they do find Monster, and Liberty's like, okay, boys, I'm trying to get out. I don't think I will make it, though. He gets picked up by Conrad. It's just Dionis now with 37 seconds left. I mean, I don't see him run away from this. Marcel on the move. Good shot there from Marcel. Very important because Conrad can make him a one-shot now if he connects. He doesn't, but Conrad, I think, finds the tracks of Dionis. That gives Miku an opportunity to actually shut it down in the 60p right before he gets over that hold down, and Miku will find it with 16 seconds left. I don't think they would have... I mean, they might have just barely got him if not for that track. But I'm not sure, actually. He might have lived, actually.
Yeah, so Miku there, close, but he does lock it in for Hit and Run. And that was probably, if you're holding it with the Polish team here, a little too close for comfort. Normally, they are known for very, very good, very efficient time management. But I think upon seeing that singular 705A in the 1-2 line on the rails, they took a lot of time to decide what they were going to do, and I think that is pretty uncharacteristic for the team of Hit and
Run. Uncharacteristic, sure, but they still barely made it, so... all good at the end of the day. That it comes to be for them to be at 3-1. They lost the first round, but it's coming back nicely, though.
It's indeed coming back nicely after losing the first one, and it wasn't even really there for, like, yeah, maybe they could have all-in themselves in the north and maybe won it that way, but against the blind all-in, you just sometimes lose, right? So after Tundra being split 1-1, we now have Himmelsdorf, which actually was Cashback's pick, going Hit and Run's way 2-0. And we are back at the thing we said at the start of the match, that Himmelsdorf might be the difference maker here. If Prokhorovka goes 1-1, then that would be Hit and Run winning here, and they're starting defense. That doesn't necessarily mean a whole lot. Prokhorovka recently, I think we all agree, has been a bit offense-sided, but also we've seen some new approaches being played on some maps, and I think this is the first time we actually see Proko here on the official stream this weekend, so who knows?
Who knows, but I'm thinking back, and I think Hit and Run on Prokhorovka is usually a decent combination, to be honest. Like, when I think of them and Opur and Prokhorovka, I don't really have bad feelings towards it. I think they're a good team on it. I don't know about Cashback that much. This round, I think they got a little feeling like they had to do something. And that 50p pushing up on the 5 lane, it may look like it was an okay trade, but gun in the game is so important on Himmels. Because you could see once they had those 2 extra guns, Monster and Conrad, okay, they're not super healthy, but they kill a full HP 705A because he's alone. And it just snowballs from that point. If they were just holding, I don't think they were in trouble at all. Like, if they just held the 8-line positions that they had, I don't see Hit and Run come into it.
Yeah, at the end of the day, that always is the problem that we see some teams have, essentially, when, they're kind of newer on the block. And we still have to remember, essentially, Cashback is one of those teams that was transferred over from the ex-CIS cluster. And as far as I know, there wasn't or isn't really like the long-standing 7v7 tradition that we have now established here on EU and NA. And so some of them are still adjusting. And you know, just this experience of years and years and years of playing that can sometimes just give you that cool, give you that calm that you need to push it over the finish line by sheer force of willpower. Maybe that wasn't there for them in that past round. Maybe that was how Hit and Run were able to edge it over the finish line, but all of that doesn't matter. At the end of the day, 3-1 match point Hit and Run. So now it's going to be an uphill battle for the boys of Cashback, who are fighting for tournament survival.
Fighting for tournament survival. The first round was good for them. The next 3, not so much. But Prokhorovka, Kihan, any team could take it 2-0. So I don't see why Cashback couldn't. I mean...
Yeah. I was actually watching and adminning the NA matches yesterday, and one match was 3-1, and then it ended up being a 3-4. So maybe we're going to see that one again. That one was actually in between Bears and Dopamine, with Dopamine dropping out. But that is a story for not another day, but for later today, actually. First of all, we have the first match point of match number 1 here in between Cashback and Hit and Run. Hit and Run trying to convert it into match victory with double CS, double S-Kong, triple I7.
Triple I7 versus the triple I7 from Cashback as well. The Kong, the Bat, the CS, and the STRV. Now, I think the name of the game is getting that STRV to contribute in the game, right?
Yes, exactly. But I think if you're the STRV, you're not too worried about the enemy lineup. Like, yes, there is the triple I7 that's going to overmatch you, but all of the other tanks, if you angle towards them, they have to hit your cupola, and even at short ranges, that can be kind of iffy. Opening-wise, Cashback sending 1 bat towards the hill, sending IS7 and S-Kong towards and across the rails, sending 1 S-Kong, I believe, middle, everyone else towards 1-2, and Piotr here with that CS63 by the team of Hit and Run is getting sent on towards a scouting run. Doesn't really see a whole lot right now. I think NEAU is doing a very, very passive way towards the hill. He does see the S-Kong, he does see the IS7. Information gained for Hit and Run.
Information gained for Hit and Run. With this info from Piotr in that CS63, it's kind of taking the role of T100s on this map. But the Bat is taking the hill in return, though. And near you will respot Piotr coming up. And he might even spot Marcel and Kubash, no?
Miku, first of all, in the backlines, taking a shot for his troubles in that S-Kong. At the same time, the I7 of Conrad, I believe, in the F2-3 ditch, has taken a shot of damage as well. And now here, the full spotting setup. So Medium's definitely taking the role of lights in this matchup here. Piotr now getting outspotted by Neu. I don't think he really realizes where Neu is currently. We'll have to see what that double IS7 in the middle is actually supposed to achieve. Actually able to achieve, as I think they're currently pushing across the open field, pushing onto Vladislav.
Yeah, pushing onto Vladislav, but there is an STRV covering this the whole time, though, and near you at some point will push Piotr in that CS63. He can't fully clip him, he'll need 1 shot from his teammate, but Marcel, in the meantime, is not having a good one. Down towards the 1 shot, and he will fall. Sure, Vladislav also fell, but in return for that, Kihan, you can say that it wasn't really the trade that you're looking for. Liberty, though, was taken by surprise, took a lot of damage. Eindel spots out Monster, but he's getting crossfired from behind as well. The I7 from the dip, I think it's Conrad, is giving shots. Liberty trying to support as well, but his shells are just not that good. On towards the CS63 running away. And yeah, Monster will finish Eindel. He should, at the very least, get the connection. No, the non-connection. Eindel with an opportunity, but Conrad with the shot down from the back. And as the dust settles, Kihan, this I7 push down 1-2 has really cost Cashback, because sure, they killed Marcel, but now they're down double IS7.
And the fact remains that actually Piotr in that CS63, yes, he's been spotted for a long time, but he hasn't really taken any kind of damage yet. So near you in that batchat cannot actually commit on towards him. He can't hope for for basically the fire or anything else to help him. And we can see Iset here controlling everything, but the shot does actually not connect in towards the side turret. Both of those shots actually going low. He's not going to be happy with that one. Doesn't really have shots on towards the IS-7 either. Is trying to control everywhere and nowhere at the same time. As Dionis in that IS-7 falls as well, and Neu has to give up the hill. Gets connection after connection. Gets set on fire. Gets shot down.
Yeah, near you on the runaway there. I think everybody and anything hit him, and Marcel with the perfect shield for Kubash, who's like, nah, you can't hit me. I mean, you can hit me, you can't hit me. For cashback there, again, Kian, I think reaction issues, the owner is getting called out on the right side of the map by Piotr, who couldn't get pushed by near you because, 2,250 is too much for Path to clip. Then Liberty and Eindel on 1-2, getting outplayed by Monster in the CS, who had the spotting equipment, so they won that side as well. And sure, like, they killed Marcel for this mid push, but they lost everywhere else.
Yeah, exactly. And the hit and run push in towards the middle there actually looked a bit dicey when it started, to be perfectly honest with you. But now hit and run just able to, on an individual level, able to react better. And the thing is now that Minairos from behind Lakina is just going to have free farm, because Lakina, he cannot really turn his turret away. That's not a possibility, because as soon as he does that, then not only does Minairos have the superior position, the i7 from the other side will also be able to hit the turret shots in towards Lakina, as we see now. Like, he doesn't have anywhere left to go. Even Piotr starting to overpeak, adding insult to injury. Minairos with one more HE will be able to do it. Maybe not. It's going to be the APCR, so Piotr the one to pick it up. And all of a sudden, Liberty and ISED, the two tanks left here for cashback in this round, in this tournament. But I think hit and run on their defense, they've done more than enough to stay in the tournament and knock cashback out of it.
Yeah, the sad part there for cashback is if Liberty and Eindel together push down 1-2, they will catch Monster, like they will kill him, because Conrad can't really peek the hole because of the SCRV, So they would have cleared the entire 1-2 and won the game. They got so focused on this middle push from hit and run, which is, complements the hit and run. They did get all the intention with Marcel and Kubash, that Liberty and Eindel, like Liberty took like half his HP in damage, so he didn't want to push anymore, and then Eindel was going by himself. Imagine a world in which they push down 1-2 together. They would clean that side of the map rather easily.
Yeah, just once again, I think like the second round on Himmelsdorf, we see cashback with maybe failing nerves, maybe just the wrong calls because of lack of experience. But the team of hit and run after the first round, where we really, started doubting them, where perhaps we shouldn't even have. Here we see the hit and run that we are used to, the hit and run that we did not see yesterday, the hit and run that we expect to come in, show up, and just shut down enemy team round after round after round. So good stuff for that team. We're going to see them not later today. I don't think we're going to see them tomorrow again in the semifinals of the lower bracket. For cashback, unfortunately, it's back towards the drawing board. As they are out, we have to say goodbye to them. But yeah, good performance by hit and run finally.
Yeah, first round looked bad for them, but afterwards, great recovery. Just solid gameplay, making all the right moves, making all the right adjustments, deservedly so winning out this match for cashback. It is indeed waiting for the next opportunity to show themselves, because they are out, as these boys from Hit and Run will continue down the lower bracket. So good overall performance from them. Good recovery from yesterday, right?
Indeed. And that is also what we talked about earlier, like the mental capacity, the brain power, if you want, to, take a 4-0 loss yesterday. That looked very, very brutal, we have to say. And just come back, lose the first round. Not really their fault on an individual level, just reading the lineup wrongly. But then 4-0 clean sweep. So good stuff overall by the team of Hit and Run, at least today. And I believe for the time being, that should be enough from us in our segment of the first match of 5 that we are going to see today. But I think now it's time for the two analysts to make more sense of what we just saw. It's time for Toxic. It's time for Insane. Guys, we can't wait what you have to bring to us.
Are you sick and tired of being relentlessly shamed for your lack of skins and loot boxes and other cool things? Well, don't worry about it. We've got you covered, Jimmy. Hi Hi there, we're MillionPugs. You've probably seen our logo on stream, but here's what we actually do. MillionPugs earns you skins and in-game rewards whenever you shop online. When you shop with any of our partnered brands, you earn our own loyalty points, called Pugs. You then swap those Pugs for some spiffy World of Tanks loot like premium tanks, premium account access, and gold. Anyway, head on over to millionpugs.com now and sign up for free.
Well, congratulations to Hit and Run. We finally get to see them perform because yesterday it was not pretty against W, and they're going to be moving into the next round of the losers bracket, and we have Toxic to say goodbye to Cashback.
Yeah, Cashback did not have the most formidable run here, to be honest, but they didn't have a really easy match in the lower bracket. You don't really expect to be facing Hit and Run, who is probably one of the favorites for the tournament in the lower bracket. They had to deal with it, and Ducky made my predictions sound kind of insane, but in the end we were both just one round off. So Hit and Run really showing here that yesterday was maybe just a slip up, and they will be coming back to still try and win the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, Cashback had a great start. It was a bit scary, especially after the performance of Hit and Run, but they managed to get back on track, taking the victory in a good scoreline. So they're going to be meeting either Tango or Bugger, which is the next match of the day. What's your take on it, actually?
Oh, I feel like that is a tough match to predict, because both of those teams seemed very random in their performance. So like Tango has good players, and in their match versus W they had some really, really good rounds, but they still lost the match, I think 4-2. Whilst you had Burger beating Cashback 4-2, but then also going 0-4 versus Opur. So both those teams not really the strongest performance so far, but we will be able to see what they can make, maybe fighting a more equal opponent.
Yeah, I think it's the hardest match to predict out of everything we have today, if I'm not taking in consideration NA, which is a bit hard for us. We don't know the teams as much as some of the NA regions, but Tango Burger, that's going to be definitely a good one. But just before that, we should probably take a look at the replays to see what happened between Cashback and Hit and Run. As we were starting on Tundra, and Cashback was actually going very aggressive on their attack.
Yeah, I think Hit and Run not really ready for what Cashback was throwing them. Maybe not quite expecting such an aggressive approach, especially fighting a, so to say, stronger team. You don't usually see teams fighting this aggressive. So well done by Cashback, actually bringing the fight to Hit and Run and surprising them, and even taking the first round.
I mean, it was a very aggressive lineup from the side of Cashback, triple 277 and E5, 5A. They only had like the S-Conk and the 60p that are a bit slower, but you could see that Hit and Run, they focused around the base 2. They were expecting a full push here initially, and instead Cashback went over the north, so they caught them off guard, managed to get the good angles, and it worked out for them.
Yeah, so the hard task for Hit and Run in this situation is you lost 4-0 the day before, and then you start the day off with a loss, so you should be worried, right? Because if you lose this, you're out of the tournament. Ducky said it's not really great for the upcoming WCI tournament. But then Cashback, they threw them a bone. Dionis there at the start, just really dying for free. Opens up the map for Hit and Run, secures them a gun advantage, so they are just able to do these kind of pushes, take more map control, and see where they go from there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any explanations to that play from Dionis going into this position. It was very risky from the side of Cashback, maybe some sort of a bait, expecting Hit and Run to respect the fact that they would cover him properly, even though they didn't. But Hit and Run, they went for the easy play, take him out, push over the base 2, take down the E5 also, that was isolated and pretty alone. And then you could see that they had a pretty simple round in the cap, didn't drop a single tank. And then next up on Himmels, it was 1-1 tied between these two teams. You could see that Cashback tried to go over the base, then also the base 2, but Hit and Run was pretty well set for that, and they managed to catch the mouse on the way, which was probably very important.
Yeah, Ducky was hating a lot on the WZ. I personally still think it's not a bad vehicle. I just don't think it's really the tank that you want to bring to an attack, because our beautiful cast, as already mentioned, it's a turretless TD. You can't really have that much flexibility with it, so bringing it in an attack, if your initial plan doesn't work out, you're kind of stuck with just it's a rock that is binding you to a certain position and play. And that was just not the correct play for cashback, but they had to do it because otherwise they are just missing a tank.
I have to say that yesterday when they lost against W on their defense, they made a mistake to combine the repush to the north with like 3 tanks, and they were very slow on the courtyard side. And this time you could see that they fixed that. They only had the mouse into 7-7 and they waited for the right timing to push up. They did it with the tanks over the courtyard first, so that's a good adjustment from the side of Hit and Run. And next up on their attack, they found the weakness in this defense from the side of Cashback. This 60 TP of Lakiner that was pretty alone in the courtyard. You could see that the coverage was not on point. The E5, the mouse out of the fight, the 705 trying to have his 1v1 but not helping out his teammates. So the weakness there was the banana. You could see that they dropped Lakiner, they kept on going, they took down Vladislav, and it was a pretty easy and convincing victory then from them for that attack.
Yeah, Q was saying something about the time management from Hit and Run not being on point here, because it did get very close in terms of time in the end. I mean, that's really the only factor that Hit and Run was playing against, but they had 15 seconds left, so I would say it's perfect time management, right? Nothing done wrong there.
Close.
And well, this is kind of the pre-decider for the entire match, right? Because if you're down 3-1, it's really hard to come back, especially due to the mental strain that you have. If you lose another round, you're out of the tournament, there's nowhere to go. And Hit and Run kind of profiting on that, putting the fight towards the enemy and instantly over pushing this middle part, taking basically the entire map, splitting it, and Cashback has nowhere to rotate from here.
I mean, this is pretty much what we expect from those players, like those infield players, going for some aggressive tactics of the middle with the WoT7 pushing, and then, like, well, it's a bit lucky on Niu here, but it's also some good shooting, especially from Kubac all the way there, the i7, to take out Niu. And at that point, well, they were 3 tanks up, HP up on their defense, full control from the side of Hit and Run on that Prokhorovka defense, and a well-deserved victory to move into the next round of the losers bracket.
Yeah, with that 4000 HP lead, there's only one team which I see losing that, and that is a team from the clan Meme. But Hit and Run will not be having an upset like that. They are just closing a game like this very easily. So great stuff from them, coming back from their loss yesterday, and also from their loss in the first game today, and being able to bring it to a 4-1, moving on in the lower bracket to be able to be seen from us again, I think tomorrow, as we will be having the second lower bracket match now. After that, we will be watching an A match. Then we have the upper bracket finals, and in the end, we have, I think, the upper bracket final,
lower bracket
as well.
Lower bracket match from an A to end the stream.
Lower bracket match. Okay.
Yeah, but go on.
So let's take a look at the match that we have at hands now, which will be Burger versus, help me, what's the other team's
Tango.
name? Tango, of course. Both of those teams having some quite well-known players, though Tango is a new team, so it will be very hard to predict the outcome of this.
I mean, as you said, very hard to predict. This is 54 for Tango, 46% for Burger. This is pretty even between these two teams. The community not actually going one way, definitely. I mean, you said it, Tango, they have pretty known players in this lineup. Burvy, Reaction, all of those guys have been playing and evolving in some great and strong teams. But on the other hand, Burger, I mean, they were known as GDVV1 in the past. They also had some great performances in WoT7 tournaments, so it's definitely going to be interesting to see how it goes between those two teams. Probably going to be one of the closest match of the day, possibly. We're really keen to see how it's going to be going. What was your prediction for that one?
It's 4-2 for Tango, but I honestly think this match is really just about momentum. I think if one team manages to get a bit of momentum, that's what really is going to decide the match, because I really see them on the same level skill-wise.
Okay, well, we'll get to see that shortly, but once again, just before jumping into that second and next match of the day, we'll get back to the cast desk to see what they have to say to introduce that match. Kian and Daki, please take it away.
Well, hello, and welcome back to match number 2. Once again, it's a lower bracket match on the EU server. It's going to be in between Tango and Burger. Daki, what's your take?
Really like a burger. Wouldn't you? I'd really like a burger.
Yeah, more than a dance, to be honest.
Dancing is not really me or Kihan's thing. Although I've seen him
Yeah.
bust a move after his 15th shot of water.
Yeah, exactly. Those can be very inciting for those dance moves. Anyway, Tango. Maybe we are gonna see them dancing right into that lower bracket semifinal. We'll have to wait and see as they come in under their captain, Sir Jacob, together with Vervi, who is shown to sometimes not even be stupid with his plays Lukin, Bessie, Mr. Panda, Never Reaction, Crazy War, and Infinity to round it off. So a team of very knowledgeable players on an individual scale. Team cohesion, however, is another matter.
I don't know if I agree with the analysts here that it could be a close game, to be honest. I think Burger should be well and truly ahead, both in cohesion, strategic department, overall, IMO. They also played pretty well against Cashback yesterday, if you remember.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if I would go that far, to be honest. I'm saying this will be close. I think Burger has the advantage here. The maps will, of course, matter a lot in what kind of style of game we're gonna get. But yeah, these guys have been playing together for a while, and they won the tournament. They were a bit lackluster after, but at the end of the day, they have done it all, and that removes a lot of pressure. Imo, having done it all once before is you go into these kind of tournaments a lot more relaxed.
All right, so map-wise, we do see Himmelsdorf and Tundra being removed respectively. We have Mines as the first map, it seems. Then we do have Prokhorovka as the second one. Sand River being removed once again. Then Muravanka, a possible map 3. Cliff and Steps taken out of the picture. So Ghost Town remaining. This means that, you know, Ghost Town, if we get to it, it would be the first time ever in this event we see it during the playoff stage. Other than that, Mines, we've seen it. It is normally a pretty one-sided map, although yesterday it was sometimes a pretty brutal 2-0, if I remember correctly, where, you know, if teams on their attack just try to take the hill and do nothing with it after, then it kind of starts falling apart, especially against teams the caliber of Opur, which we are going to see later today against W. I am very interested how exactly Berger will have adjusted their tactics to what they did yesterday, because it didn't look pretty.
No, it did not, but it's going to be all right, Gihant, at the end of the day. These teams had a little bit of time now to prepare for today's matches, which is, of course, a thing that we got to take into account as well. There's been some time in between. Any obvious flaws or issues with the strats that they had should have been fixed at this moment in time. So I'm expecting both teams to come out strong, firing on all cylinders. What did you predict?
I think I went with a 4-2 for Berger.
Let me
like
see.
That.
Yeah, you went 4-2 to Burger, Insane 4-3 for Burger, and Toxic 4-2 for Tango. That's another brave prediction from the Oracle from Germany, apparently.
I mean, then again, for the last match, he was like 4-0. All of us went 4-2, and it was right in the middle. It was at the end of the day, pretty brutal 4-1. With just a single blind all in, saving us from Toxic's prediction being the correct one.
Saving us, true. True.
But in the end, I don't think either of the teams really care about our predictions. They are going to have to do it all here in the lower bracket, because just like we just saw, the team that loses this one is going to be out of the tournament. They're not going to be qualifying for the show match in December either. So actually a lot of things resting on this match for both of those teams. It's do or die here. There are no safety nets. And I do agree they're going to be, they have to show us everything they got. They have to bring everything to the table. It wouldn't make sense for either of those to keep anything back.
No, not at all. At least these teams qualified to be here. You know, there's other teams that tried on both servers and did not achieve that. Chakafa. Yeah.
I mean, the one silver lining you can find.
Yeah, no, there wasn't
players
even
in
a
that.
silver lining. They didn't even make it to group skian.
No, I was getting somewhere else. You know, the one silver lining you can find with not qualifying for the WoT7 is that at least you don't miss another set of silver fists, because those are reserved for the clan showdown events.
True.
But enough of that, I think. On towards the match at hand. We'll have to see. If we do see a dance of the very, very international team of Tango, or whether, you know, I think mostly Ukrainian lineup of Burger is going to educate us all how to cook the enemy team.
I already told you, I'm on the burger side just because of their nickname. It's just the way it is. I can't help it, bro. I think of a good burger. We should go get one together and try not again. Imagine we're going to China, we're going to go find like a McDonald's or something.
you know, the thing is that I actually have been to China before, like 15 years ago, on a student exchange, and we went to a burger place. I'm not entirely sure whether it was McD's or Burger King or something, but it tasted entirely different, and I'm not necessarily sure I liked it more.
Whoa. You liked it a lot. It was the greatest burger you've ever had, Kihan.
It just wasn't what I expected. Let's put it that way. All right. Predictions, though. You're going with the 4-1 for Burger. I'm going with the 4-2, saying it will be a double whopper. And Insane and Toxic on the Tango hype train, saying we are going to see a lot of fire on the dance floor here by the international team. I mean, starting off with mines, normally a hard 1-1.
Normally a hard 1-1 indeed. But, you know, maybe we'll see something crazy from Burger. We saw it be done yesterday, though, if you remember.
Then again, like the attack wins on mines that we saw yesterday, I feel like the defender contributed a lot to it being attacking victories. And that is, I think, a very nice way to phrase it. I think, you know, they just play bad on def. We'll have to see an adjustment, and maybe we'll see that one coming in with the lineups here. Burger indeed switching it up. No BZ shenanigans anymore. It's going to be in depth the quadruple 60 TP, a single IS7, double CS 63.
Versus Tango's double BZ, double IS7, a mouse, an E5, and a CS 63. Who's defending again first?
So I think Burger should be defending first, if memory serves me correctly.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
It makes sense. I was already wondering a little bit. Tango's not that fast either.
But the thing is, they do have some BZs, and we see Crazy War and Reaction driving up here. Obviously, Vikshare and Shake, they are 2 CSs against 1, but Vikshare taking the brunt of damage here. Both of the CSs by the team of Burger connecting here, but Vikshare unable to get that connection. Now Lucan retaliating here, but obviously the BZs are going to be in the middle much faster. The question is, do Vikshare and Chick engage with Lucan, or do they try to farm in towards the middle? That is the question that remains to be answered. They need to get rid of that crossfire from the singular CS. Chick, with that CS now starting to drive around, he's going to be able to win the DPM duel against Lucan.
Yeah, and the fact is that Tango stopped to aim at the hill, Kian. And what this created is this situation where they weren't able to just drive on the hill, you know? They're going to try now to start bullying the middle, but Vic already removing Lucan opens up both the CSs into crossfire, and that's the 60 TP alpha you'd like to see. Never about half his HP being removed in 1 second here. They are starting to peek that middle, though, with those hold-on tanks, and now they're going to try and take the hill. Mr. Panda is taking a big one, taking a few more from the fire as well. Lokir will get a shot. 576 HP remaining, but they have re-established the hill, and Trash Panda did not have a good time himself in that 60 TP. Chick is just going to take his sweet time to drop off there. Vic is actually staying, and this defense here from Burger, Tango is dancing as they retake the hill. Now they put back crossfire of their own. They do find Neva in that IS7, but look at the HP, Kihan. But gone in the game, and Furry carrying a lot of that HP together with Reaction is not that good here for the side of Tango.
Look at the left, though. Look at the tanks by Burger that are actually Emeract. It was 4 a moment ago. It is still 3. That is all the DPM essentially gone from the team of Burger. We just have to wait for the team of Tango to realize another ammo rack, though, getting repaired. Only 2 of those remaining here, but they are on Lexa, on Trashbanda, 2 tanks that are gonna be almost stunned with half a minute of reload for that 750. Vikshare, the first tank on the team of Burger to fall here. And now that brutal crossfire once again from the hill coming into effect by Tango. Yes, it's only 5 versus 6 tanks, but look at the HP. Look at the positions. Look here, there's nothing he can do against this. And even reaction in that BZ in the back. He can just turn around to face that CS if need be. Look here, the next one to fall. And I believe, Daki, that Tango on their attack, they have done it. A bit of luck, Fortuna smiling on them with all of those Amorex that got damaged, but in the end I don't think it made a difference really.
Well, once it took the hill back, it was all Tango really that put back that crossfire. They did really good shooting before dropping those 60 TPs to lower HP, and I think a bit of the issue there for for Burger is they backed off from the middle, Kihan. And you know what? When you have the double CS on the hill, I think they just got to fight at that corner and utilize the 4 line, right? That left-hand side of the rock with those 2 tanks they had there to create crossfire onto the sides of the Tango tanks, accept the damage, rotate in between, and then get that double CS 63 involved. Maybe the initial trade wouldn't be that good, Key, but imagine, right? Lukin falls on the hill, and then you have both Vic and his friend Chick that are now also starting to farm the middle. Even if he didn't trade that well initially, I think once those CSs start getting involved as well, you have all the crossfire to bring it back.
Exactly. The thing is, as soon as you have that double CS on it, you just need to keep pressing that advantage, and that is not what we saw by the defending team. That is not what we saw by Burger, that in their second Mines defense of the playoff stage here, for the second time, try to contest the middle. This time with a different setup, but I think, yes, I liked it too, but I think the calls were just the wrong ones. You just need to stay there.
Backing off, I think, is the downfall of a team there. Because once you fall back, they have the better hold-on positions on you. You know, like once you back off from that middle, they start being able to put the shots into you. Fury actually in that mouse doing a remarkable performance.
Yeah, Vervi showing up over 5k damage, but I think the enemy team sort of made it like a little bit easy for him as well. Because, yeah, you know, whenever the mouse turns the turret to aim at you, it's kind of easy to retaliate, to get shots back into it. And he doesn't even have a lot of block damage here. But the thing is, with that mouse, obviously, it's not the fastest tank, right? It feels like I'm stating the super obvious here. But with the mouse being very slow towards the middle, that means Vervi actually keeps a lot of the HP that he has before he arrives there. And as soon as he is there, then people see like, oh, well, it's a 3.5k tank. Might not even make sense to shoot him right now, and then he can just freely peek. He essentially gets free play. He can pick and choose his shots. He can aim them well because he doesn't really need to worry about losing HP at that point. So yeah, good. I mean, he still has.
Who was it yesterday
make
that
it count,
played the middle with all their tanks and used the E5s on the rock to crossfire? Who do you remember who it was?
I think it was Opur against Burger, no?
Was it? Because like this is kind of what they could have done as well, right? If you think about it, you know, you use the 60Ps on the one side, on the rock.
No, it wasn't Opur against Burger. I think it was Cashback against Burger, now that I think about it.
And it was Burger themselves that didn't know that? No, whatever. Anyways, they just used those tanks at the middle to isolate the group of tanks. And that's kind of what they could have done here as well, though, if you think about it. They had those 2 tanks on the rock. They could have used those to went to the left and then be able to utilize that crossfire to their advantage. And like honestly, I think they got afraid and they're like, we have the hill, we can back off from it. And I think we could see what kind of result you get from indeed backing off from that hill area.
And I mean, the fact is even that as soon as Tango started driving on towards the hill with like double heavy, then it was over, and they didn't even get lucky. Like one of them got set on fire, got tracked, all of that stuff, and you know they.
The damage on the hill was significant.
Yeah, the damage on towards the hill cross was significant, but one of the tanks actually made it over with like 2k HP, and at that point in time, the hill is lost because, you know, your CSs, they took damage on the cross as well. And the enemy tanks, they still have the middle. So you're left with no positions, nothing to work with. And at that point in time, you just have to admit the defeat. Your CSs from the hill have to scatter towards the wind. You lose the crossfire. You lose everything, essentially. And that all of that just coming from that single move to the hill that where Tango just accepted the damage and was like, yeah, we accept the damage, but we win the game in return. Thank you very much. 1-0. And that is kind of concerning for the team of Burger here, because losing your Mines
Defense, yes.
as the first round of the match, and now you have to play Mines attack, and it's more likely than not going to be a 2-0. It is a scary prospect to go up against.
On this, I could agree with that completely, Ken. Losing your Mines defense, it's like Mines defense is supposed to be that warm-up round, you know?
Yeah.
It's supposed to be the round where you come in, you pick up the first round, and you're like, woohoo, let's go. But now, they're already under pressure. We'll see if Tango decides to go for the more passive defense or the mid defense. I think that's the biggest question here.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that is where Mines basically is the sort of weird map where the defender decides the pace of the game and not the attacker. Not that I mind it very much. It's like a nice switch up from everything else. But it can be very challenging as the attacker if you don't pick the right lineup, for example, to break a hard camp. Then you already see the lineup and you're like, well, time to think about the next round, guys. We'll play an all-in somewhere, or we'll just, let time run out, as we saw yesterday. Maybe we'll see the hard camp, maybe we won't. That is obviously up towards both teams, and now Burger coming into this one, looking to equalize a triple BZ, double IS7, 1E5, and 1 CS63.
Tango, on the other hand, 60 TP, IS7, double mouse, 277, S-Kunk, and a VZ. I think we can predict the pace of the game here, Kian.
Yeah, Tango are going to be defending, and the tanks that they picked do not lend themselves to a mid brawl. I think that is fairly obvious. That is fairly safe to say, and indeed, Mr. Panda and Crazy War are going to get diverted towards that 1-2 line, where they are going to meet 1 IS7 and 1 E5 from Burger, respectively, while Vikshare is going to go drive up the hill. He's not going to get punished for it. Position taken for Burger, but that was always going to happen. Tango are not going to be specifically unhappy about that, and now we'll just have to see the reaction driving in towards that middle of the map in that 60 TP, taking a lot of damage for that.
Taking a lot of damage indeed on that 60 TP. We saw that yesterday, though. Those 60 TPs are all very often getting punished very hard for those kind of plays, right? Now, though, Burger taking the hill by themselves, establishing it. And again, did you notice Vic's particular set of equipment again?
I did not, in fact.
He has binoculars.
Oh.
That's kind of like...
the Hori we saw yesterday. And he's blind shooting currently.
He's knocking over trees on the cap.
Yes, he's knocking over trees on the cap, and I think he's even trying to create the same position that we saw the Hori use yesterday, where possibly they will be able to double bush against Lukin in that mouse and completely suppress him, even though Chick there with the IS-7 doesn't really have the best amount of pen. Like some of the tanks, they don't care if the mouse starts angling its turret. Ooh, good hit by, I think, Rated there in towards Vervi in the mouse. Is going to probably have to evacuate as he even takes a second shot, but on the other side of the map, Tango actually with sort of a counter maneuver, sending Crazy War with that 277. He's going to have a hull down position. He's going to be able to face off against Lexa.
Yeah, but Burger's start here, Keyhand, I would say it's pretty good so far. I mean, they didn't take really a significant amount of damage on one tank. They took damage on a few different tanks where reactions already on a 1.2. Very on the mouse is, well, still fine because it's a mouse. But all in all, starting damage-wise, I think Burger's pretty content.
Yeah. Taking a couple shots, or rather like 4 shots on 4 different tanks is not the biggest of issues. Although Lexa does have to fall back, and Crazy One now is in that singular bush here that does essentially control the A4, the A-line cross. So Lexa and Sizer here currently caught a bit. Crazy War with a lot of information. I mean, he would, on the other hand, obviously see if more tanks get rotated in towards that 1-2 line. And we can see Sir Jacob very, very close towards the hill. And he could repush that at any point in time. Obviously not against the triple BZ that's on it right now. That is still a bit concerning that basically the S-Conk, the double mouse, they can't really help with the hill, and reaction is a bit low in HP. But I think the repush potential here on towards the hill for Tango isn't really there. And they also have like a lot of tanks committed in very, very deep, so they can't really punish the 1-2 cross. That being said, Chick does get spotted out.
Yeah, but he'll also immediately know where that's from, though. He might have wanted to go towards 1-2. Because I also do see 1-2 as a bit of a weakness right now for Tango. If you look at the positions of the tanks and the amount of guns that can shoot towards it, they don't have a lot, to be honest, that can actually shoot towards 1-2. Like, if a repush was to come into effect, they would be in trouble. Like, who shoots it? Furby doesn't have a shot. Lucan does maybe have a shot if he reverses. Neva will not make it on time if Chick can get there unspotted. Reaction might have a shot, and it's just Mr. Panda, really.
Just Mr. Panda and Crazy War would get essentially surprised there as well. And we can see Chick trying to drive Crazy War away. And Tango, they don't really have the devices either to be able to spot the rotation if the BZs start dropping off the hill. We can also see the CS has started a rotation now. Vikshare here will be able to reinforce the 1-2 line. And I think as time goes on, with 3 minutes 35 seconds remaining, we do see a game plan emerging for the team of Burger. I think they have identified the 1-2 line as being the weak spot in this defense here by Tango. We'll just be able, we'll just have to wait and see if they're able to exploit those weaknesses. Crazy War has been forced off the spot now, so less information. Tango know that they don't have information on the cross anymore. This should spark a reaction, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think Chick will probably push 4 line by the looks of things, because he might think that he's still spotted, and then they'll use IS-7 CS combo to push down. But now that Jacob has moved away, that is not really going to be enough. Mr. Panda peeking, but look at the route that the Cisa and Vic IS-7 and CS are taking. They're driving through the lower side, actually. And reaction just falling immediately to the BZs over peeking, I think, from the hill, from the 6 line, the white peak there. You may have seen that before, Kian. You speak next to the rock and you go for the 60p. That worked out beautiful for them. Now, though, it's a 2v2 on 1-2, but look at the I-7 from the 3 line. He's coming to join in. That is Cisa, that's not Cisa, that's Chick, actually, and his I-7 coming through that new little gap there that happens from the map changes. Cisa will survive this cross as well, so this is beautiful for Burger, actually. Crazy War even on fire. He's definitely gonna fall here, and he's trying to make a shield for Mr. Panda, but I think the number of the guns here are just too extreme. And the hill repush, Kihan, you talked about it before. I don't think they really have the numbers.
Yeah, they don't really have the numbers. The mouses are too slow, but do Burger have the HP on the hill is the question. 10,500 remaining for Tango, only 8k for Burger as the hill push does finally start coming into effect. And as long as the 1-2 line hasn't really been properly cleared out, this means that Tango aren't really going to get punished for that repush on the hill. We can see Panda surviving there, but the problem for Tango is all of the HP currently is on that Super Conk. That's 2.5k HP that's currently not being effective because I don't think Neva really has shots there either. Mr. Panda going to be trying to sell his life as expensive as possible, but he now finally falls. So does the hill, though, for Burger, and this means that Burger will be able to commit triple cap here and probably even commit murder and get away with it on their own attack of mines. As look here, boosts away, gets shot down, but it's all on towards the tanks that have to come back to the cap. But all of them are slow. It's the double mouse, it's the Super Conk, it's the BZ that's on the hill, completely out of position. 20 seconds remaining as Lucan gets the kill, but this might be a cap.
Well, I think Neva might make this in 15 seconds, though, to be honest. 12 more seconds. I mean, no, actually, he doesn't make that. It will be Jacob from the top, I think. Jacob from the back, actually, in his VZ, peeking now. He's being aimed at by double tank. He gets deleted immediately. 1 second left. Can Lucan get it? The last second decap. He does. He does die for that immediately, though. Neva now in trouble as well. Vuri will be the sole survivor. But if Chick joins the cap, Cisa drove off the cap. If Vic joined, it would have been enough. And now they have 25 seconds to find Vuri. Another Dutch clutcher coming out. We have Clutchbird, and now we have... you can't really make his name into something a bit clutch, though. You can try if you want to.
Nah, I don't think I'll be able to, but you know who will be able to do something? It's Verby here in that mouse. Last round he did top damage. This time he's going to do top important stuff for his team. 2 more seconds as they do try to get into the connections, but it's 327 HP that do separate Burger from the victory here. Verby, my goodness, they're going to be very, very happy that they're winning that one. Burger, on the other hand, are going to be extremely unhappy, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter for them. It's going to be 2 for Tango. It's going to be 0 for Burger after Mines, after what feels like a daylight robbery by the team of Tango here that are going to have bright smiles on their faces. And for Burger, it's going to be a gruesome experience currently.
Yeah, I mean, Rated there dying on the 3 line, he could have probably dropped down into the hold down, for example. Would have already denied the VZ. And also, there was 2 guys on the cap. Kihan after 1 died. There was 2 guys on the cap after 1 died, and I don't think Furby reset or he missed the shot. It's like 33 seconds to cap with 3 guys now. If Schick
But
joins
the thing is, at that point in time, they have 3 tanks remaining.
if they stay on the cap, I think they win, and they force Furby to overpeak.
Yeah, they force Verby to overpeak, but how much alpha do they have? I think it was 1 E5 and double IS7 at the end, yeah, as we see here. So that is 1,400 alpha, essentially, against 1,700 HP of Verby. So if he just overpeaks last second and resets with HE even, they win the game. So they need to go for him.
He will slide down, though. That is a dangerous cliff behind.
Yeah, I think they just made the call to go for him instead of waiting for him to overpeak.
I mean,
either way,
Lucan with the hero save.
Yeah, Lucan. My goodness. All right, Mines should be maybe possibly be even 1-1. It's not. It is 2-0, and Burger probably. Yeah, the best they can do at this point in time, I think, is, get the Men in Black forgetting machine thingy, and they're going to use that on themselves to forget mines that are happened. We are headed to Prokhorovka, a map that we already saw last match. We're going to see it once again. It's an entirely different beast than Mines, obviously, but it's nonetheless interesting how teams are going to play it. Yesterday, even, I think one of the teams from the NA server mistook Prokhorovka for being something that's in the Onslaught map pool. They picked Rheinmetall, but they lost in the decider even. Dopamine against the Bears.
And Dopamine picked the HM?
Yes. And it just died at one point in the game.
That's weird. HM's pretty good, though. I don't know if it's better than a CS, but...
There is an argument to be made that without the plane ability, it isn't.
Okay, let's just give it a plane ability for randoms. Let's see how that one works out.
I'm not a fan of that idea. All right. If you are Burger, how do you mentally come back into this match, though?
By winning the next round would be the easy answer.
I think the more difficult question is then, how do you reliably do that?
Well, either capping if they're attacking or killing all would be a success. I mean, you ask the questions, I give you the answers. I don't see the problem.
Yeah, no, Ducky, your humor is getting better by the day, and that's not a good sign, I think, for you. If I say that.
I mean, at least I had a sense of humor to begin with.
All right,
Who even said that was about you? Like, why do you always have to feel so attacked? Victim complex, bro.
Anyway, though, 2-0 for Tango after map number 1. Map number 2, Burger coming into this one with triple IS7, 1 S-Kong, double CS, and STRV.
And an STRV to round it up against Tango's 3100. Triple Minotauro, a bad, an S-Kong, and a 60 TP. Alright, okay. Okay.
Okay, all right. I mean, first of all, I wanted to make the joke to ask you if you have like Lucan's number and ask him if he knows that it's 2023 and CSs are a thing on Prokhorovka. But then immediately the triple Mino posed the next question that I wanted to ask because, like, what the hell?
I mean,
I guess
brave.
it's
Hold
brave.
everything at the same time is the goal here.
Yeah. Lucan here with the full spotting equipment, so is going to be able to outspot any and everything that's on this map currently. But is that going to matter, actually, is the big question moving forward. Minotauro, obviously brutally effective frontal armor, as long as you're able to angle up somewhat. The gun, however, not so brutal.
But close range works more than fine, though. To be honest, the Mino gun is just that sniping that doesn't really work. And Infinity's pushed up into C1 as well. Okay. I mean, such a wide hole, though, Key. I mean, like, it's very, very far away from each other, and the rotation distances that they would have to cross are rather large as well.
And the thing is that Minotauros, just like E4s, as we saw yesterday, they are not really good re-pushing tanks. They are not good for rotations. They're just good for passively holding. And while in randoms, you might be able to keep like 4, 5, 6 tanks at bay. In competitive play, that is just not the case, right? The problem there is that you will get over-pushed immediately, and if you don't have anyone to back you up, then you just die without having an impact whatsoever. And I think Burger, they're sort of banking on the fact that Tango has a setup that most likely is going to be split because it's so slow. And Tango probably is hoping that the tanks that they have on one side are going to be enough or more than enough to, stop the push from happening. But we are, I guess, on that zero line here now with Trash Panda and Look here immediately getting spotted. About to find that out as Vervi with the first swing on towards the IS-7 is going to get only the track. But you can see the intra-clip reload of the Minotauro is so slow. He's going to get a second one. Does he even get a third? Not sure, but he does get penetrated.
Yeah, he does take one shot from the Siesta. He's fallen back, and Jacob is now moving to A8, so it's a double-layer defense. In the meantime, Lexa has taken the hole that's awfully close to Lucan in that T100. Now the STRV... Well, they don't have an STRV. The S-Skunk started with an S, of Neva moving over as well. Infinity getting spotted out, though. Needs to be a bit careful. Best hold down. He's not quite that at this moment in time. Doesn't take a second one. Lucan is still very, very brave. But Burger has established a zero line, and this will allow them to slowly climb up towards A0 and potentially get the Minotauro from multiple angles.
And the problem here as well is as soon as the IS-7 is actually above the Minotauro, then even with the APCR possible overmatch or with just the HE onto the very, very thin armor that the Minotauro has on the top of the turret, it's going to be a nightmare. And indeed, the first overmatch seems to have come in, if that wasn't the lower plate, so Vervi needs to go back further, but rated with that S-Kong, Sisa with that CS63, they'll have the crossfire angles, and I think this is why right now, indeed, on the other side of the map, it seems like Burger is trying to make some sort of play. Once again, Infinity, they're staring at the IS-7, 320 penning, not really a lot. Is going to have to do something against that IS-7. Is it going to be enough, though, as the Batjet, as the 60TP, both of them starting to commit in. Big share there from the sidelines. Does tag one of them, takes one shot in return, Reaction getting committed in.
Yeah, Reaction with that Batchelor getting committed in here. Infinity might even get one more. It's Reaction to finish off Lexa. A quick retaliation, a quick rotation even from the boys of Tango. Find themselves a freebie in the whole IS-7. The SCRV, however, is still there, and he's going to be annoying, but Lucan will sneak down at some point and ruin his life. Vervi now falling in his Minotauro as Jacob is in his own 1v1 there. Trash Panda finishes off the first one. Now Jacob will be the second. Reaction is Batcher actually just beelining it towards that STRV of Chick, who is desperately screaming to his teammates, help, help, somebody help.
mashing down that F7 key is the STRV currently at the moment as reaction there with the flank in the Batchat, the French player in the French tank starting to get those connections with the heat ammunition, but now Lukin with that T100 having to open up fire just as reaction does get set on fire. We'll have to see if one more shot from downtown is going to be able to finish off the Batchat. Doesn't seem to be the case. No render distance right now, as never is there in that 1v1 that he is certainly going to lose simply because he doesn't have any HP anymore. Cap does get started.
Yeah, but Rated does find the kill, and he's trying to deny the decap. He did get double tracked there for a while. That was a bit scary, you know. But even with that, I mean, Burger found, what, double Mino and an S-Skunk for losing an STRV and an IS-7. So yeah, Tango found the overmatch, but I guess Neva's positioning was a bit not that great, and even if he was in a better spot, they still had so many tanks committed into 1-2 line key.
Yeah. They had essentially 5 tanks committed to kill one of the tanks that was in the EF23 hole. That was the IS-7. And now we can even see Sisa over-peeking on towards the Batchat. Does get the kill. Infinity trying to drive close, but what I mentioned at the start is the problem here. Minotauro, bad re-pushing tank. T100 getting picked up, and all of a sudden, Burger turn it around into the faces of Tango. It's going to be 1 versus 2 regarding rounds here. And the 2 versus 5 that we saw at the end of the round doesn't even matter, as finally the team from Ukraine is able to get one on the board here.
Yeah, and it looked a bit worrying there, I would say, for a little while when the I-7 died in the hole. And I think they had maybe 1 too many tanks on that, because they had, what did they have? They had the Band, the T100, the 60 TP, and another Mino. That's 4-2 on 1-2. And then they lost very rather quickly. Yeah, and Jacob was also committed, so you're also going to lose him. So that's another issue then on top of it. It's a bit too much. Like maybe 1 less tank, maybe the Mino should have been repushing instead of the Batchat, so the Batchat can help on the other side. You know what I mean? Like four tanks for 1 is a bit much, because it opened up the game for Burger so much.
I mean, 60 TP on an open map like this, I don't want to be that guy, but 10-6-1, It's yeah. But in the end, I don't think it even was the 60 TP's fault. Like from the get-go, we were speaking about the lineup that
unpopular opinion, they should have also just let the STRV be the STRV for a little bit. Just use Lucan for it.
Yeah,
you know?
that as well. Just use the T100 to control.
I mean, the
STRV.
T100 just drives down 1-2 basically, and he just like annoys the hell out of the STRV. He doesn't really have an impact, and then you have another full HP Batchat to go help Neva, for example. I mean, could be more impactful than killing the STRV, right? Because he doesn't really get many shots, and Lucan will kill him. It'll take a while.
Over time, yes. And the thing is, every single time the STRV gets spotted, he needs to be super careful not to take shots from essentially everywhere on the map. But even then, I think we just saw an experiment by the team of Tango that failed.
Yeah, I mean, Mino, great tank.
3 of them out of 7 in 7v7 on Pro.
It's like they have some Hive players, so it's a Hive moment. We're 2-0 up, guys. We can afford to lose a round.
Oh, no. That mentality, they better get rid of it quick, as it enabled the team of Burger to finally not lose a round they should win, but instead win a round that they were always supposed to, against a very, very experimental lineup by the team of Tango. Now we'll be able to see if Tango can bounce off of this and generate another win for themselves, or if Burger, after going down 2-0 on their map, on map pick of Cliff, I believe, are able to turn it. No, actually, was it their map pick? No, I think it was Tango's map pick, Cliff, right? Are able to repeat what the other team did on their map pick, if they're going to be able to get 2 rounds on the board here. It is going to be round number 4 in between Tango and Burger. Burger coming into this one with quadruple IS-7, 1 S-Skunk, 1 CS63, and once again, an STRV.
Tango, on the other hand, no experiments this time. Double IS-7, triple S-Skunk, a Batchat, and a CS63. So quite heavy though for Tango on the attack. I mean, in terms of heavy, I mean in terms of cooldown potential.
Honestly, the Tango lineup, it's kind of giving me Invil vibes, if you know what I mean. Basically, like S-Kongs, IS-7s, and then 2 Playmaker tanks with the mediums, but you can also spring into action with that double IS-7 and have the S-Kongs cover. So I think that is a possibility that the team of Burger always needs to be very, very careful. Because yes, they do have the quadruple IS-7, but actually I think quadruple IS-7 plus S-Kong loses in the middle against triple S-Kong double IS-7 simply because of the amount of DPM. And now for Burger, I see they're not going to commit contest the middle. Instead, Crazy War is going to take one shot in his IS-7, and I think he drops down. Crazy War, my dude, you were not supposed to do that. You were supposed to take the hole down.
Yeah, slightly further. Maybe he got scared though, decides to bail out from it, and this is what we can see now. He's just going back. Could have been a call though, to be honest, to not stay there. So they're just trying to control the map in the beginning. Burger more pressuring towards 0 line. We saw the CS I7 combo, but another I7 on the 6-7 line. They will be able to establish the hill early if they want to, and I think they're doing just that with Trash Panda taking the forward position. Spots out Neva, so they have info that there's 2 tanks there, and especially that S-Konk will never be able to really rotate out from that position.
Yeah, Burger on their defense able to get a lot of map control early on. I mean, keep in mind, they also have an IS-7 in like E2-3 that's not yet committed into the ditch, but could at any point in time if needed be. They have an IS-7 6 line, an IS-7 7 line. They have the S-Konk that's on the rotation currently with Lexa. They do essentially have a lot of tanks very, very, very far pushed up. And yes, so Jacob with that S-Konk from what normally is an STRV position does get a good shot into Lokir. And even Trash Panda takes one by Neva here right now. So we'll have to see if actually Tango are able to punish those extensions by Burger that tried to get a lot of map control. But now Lukin does get spotted in that CS, but never seems to have angle after angle onto Trash Panda.
Yeah, and angle after angle. There needs to be some shots from the middle coming out, but it's not working out for them. So he does a little bit of damage. Trash Panda does seem to have established himself in a bit better of a position. And by the looks of things, game starts stagnating again a little bit more. But can't gotta say what Burger is doing here, and what they're doing a good job at, is that running down the time, right? They're running the clock down, and that is going to at some point.
STRV is spotted.
Yeah,
STRV got spotted. He took one shot. We'll have to
It won't
wait.
take a second though. The reload of the I7 is too long to punish again upon this. You see the rotation of the Batchat though coming in, because we talked about it before. Time is an important thing to keep in mind, and right now they're starting to slowly be in a little bit of trouble with that. Slowly.
Slowly, yes. Slowly but surely, as Prokhorovka is one of those very, very open, very, very large maps, which means in turn that the last rotation you can do is probably the one at the 4-minute 30 mark, as the Batchat now arriving here on the 0 line to support his buddies of S-Konk and IS-7. Trash Panda here down to 1987 HP, which means that the Batchat needs a bit of help from its buddies as Crazy War starts committing in with the IS-7. He does not take a shot of damage by the IS-7, only from the CS-63. This means that Reaction can now start driving in, and once again, the French player on the French tank coming in. Is he going to get set on fire again? Probably not this time, as the second shot does connect. He takes one by the IS-7. The third one does connect into the IS-7 as well, and it's going to be Never from the back lines to eliminate the first player of Burger. That was a pretty clean pickup.
Yeah, pretty clean pickup, and no reaction from Burger upon this either. They don't think they have a reaction, a move to make. So all in all, good stuff there from Tango. You got that I7 relatively for free. A good move. They're really trying to utilize that patch-out potential to single out tanks and guns. And now, though, Burger is in a situation where they're going to get surrounded. And I don't think that they have a real way out of this either, Keyhand.
Exactly. Sisa now has taken the ditch, and Burby has dropped kind of low in his IS-7. But Burger, they are in a predicament. They are reshuffling their tanks currently. They are hunkering down. They're bunching themselves into the northwestern part of the map, possibly even hoping to be able to break out of this contain, hoping that Tango doesn't have enough tanks at some part of the map, which is actually, all things considered, it might be a problem for the team of Tango here if everyone just converges onto Burvey as we see now, but the damage already brutal onto Rated down to 877 might be dropping out of this one.
Ooh, and Vic getting set on fire there. The engine getting clipped at CS63. Not having a good time. It's just a CS63 moment. And Burger now falling to pieces on this push, which they felt the need to make. They felt that they had to. And it's correct. If they sat, they would have gotten slowly surrounded and pounded into oblivion. So Tango here, surprisingly, on match point, Kian.
Yeah, Tango are going to take this next round here on their Prokhorovka attack, and I just can't help but feel that Burger, after taking a lot of initial positions, after being extremely aggressive from the get-go, it feels like they were getting very, very complacent. It felt like they had overextended here, there, and honestly, everywhere. They were not able to punish that move on the hill. That was very well executed, I believe. In total, the team of Tango took like 3 shots of damage for it. And for that, they got a complete tank out of the game. The CS had to move away. This meant that the complete eastern part of the map went outside of the control of Burger. So they felt pressured into that westry push. That just accelerated their loss. Let's be honest.
It did indeed. And for Tango, miracle story, 3-1. Maybe the analysts know more than we do, Key.
Maybe they have the information.
Yeah, I mean, you know. They gotta get something right. Why would they be analysts? We're just casters, you know?
Exactly. But I think the damage numbers here, they say it all. The team of Burger just not able to bring their guns into position, to bring their guns to bear where they were supposed to be, where they were needed to be. And on the other hand, Tango there, I think with beautiful game sense, I think. They took their time, but at the end they still had a lot of it. They took their time to figure out where the enemy tanks were. They had some good initial trades here, some good information plays there, and then just the commitment to the execute was beautiful to see. Like sometimes you will see players hesitating, not believing the push is going to work out. Then maybe, you know, they're not pressing W as hard as they should. That was not the case here. Everyone committed in, everyone did their shots. Beautiful execution, clean game. And you could say what you want about round number 2 on Mines, for example. But they were definitely supposed to win this round 10 out of 10 times.
And now they have a real shot at making it 4-1. Did Toxic predict 4-1?
I think you did, yes.
Unbelievable.
Murovanka, and it's going to be Tango attack. And we all know by now that Murovanka attack can kind of be what you want to have.
If Tango win this, they win the match. If they don't, we're going to go somewhere they lose.
Did you see the script? Basically, it's like, yeah, if they're
I
going tomorrow and it's like 3-1, then...
Well, I did all the possible outcomes in my head, and there was only 2 in this case.
I have this gif right now in my head with the dude with the beard, and he has like all these numbers in front of him that keep like converging towards each other. That's you right now, I think.
Yeah, in the casino, yeah?
Yeah.
It's from The Holiday, no?
I just know what the movie is called in German.
What's it called in German?
Wait. Do I actually know? It's the... Crap. No, I don't
Wait,
remember.
Hangover?
Yeah, I think it's Hangover, yeah.
Yeah,
I think it's called German. Hangover in German as well.
That's correct.
So yeah, let's see. Maybe we can even go to a casino in China. Who knows? I'm not going to be playing there though. I went once, lost all my money. I was
Yeah,
sad.
you go in expecting to lose all your money, dude. And what did you think that you were going to be the one to beat the odds or what?
Yeah, I mean, my mom tells me I'm special, so
Yeah.
uh,
Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it. I'm not saying it. I'm gonna keep it friendly. I'm gonna keep it friendly. Burger, however, not keeping it friendly. 4 IS7s, 22277.
all right, Tango 62p at double IS7, one mouse, double S-Conk, and the CS63.
That's very quick lineup from Burger. They're pushing something.
They are definitely pushing something, but it's going to be Tango who are on the offense, according to our assets. So, yeah, once again, possibly an all-in being played by the team of Burger, whereas Tango on their attack, weirdly enough, with 1000 HP more roughly, are going to be able to hang back and just first of all take a look at what Burger are doing. They're sending quadruple IS7 towards the forest. They're sending triple 277 towards the 1-2 line. And Reaction does spot out double, make that triple IS7, so already 3 out of 7 tanks spotted for the team of Burger.
Yeah, that's such a fast IS7, dude. Oh, this is actually just zooming.
Oh, and looking with the ignite onto Sisa, who is not having a good time in his 277. One shot. Getting retaliated onto Sir Jacob, but now Sisa down towards 587, and I think the hammer and the anvil from the 5 and the 2 line are gonna strike down like God's wrath onto the double 277 of Burger, who are trying to evacuate, but that mouse, it's going to take so long to kill. The 60 TP also has a lot of support. Burger springing into action what feels like everywhere, but I think the DPM over the team should be on the side of Tango, as Mr. Panda gets the first kill.
Yeah, look, and they're hitting another engine. No fire this time, though. Chick trying to escape, trying to make it away into a better position. This Burger team just pushing left, right, and everywhere, trying to generate an overmatch in numbers, in guns. But so far, it's Tango that finds it again onto Rated. Now, though, can they clear the north for Burger? I don't think so. I mean, Chick is a little bit isolated there. Lukin is still alive in that 60 TP. Can they find Reaction? Can they find Lukin? No, because Mr. Panda is already there, and the S-Skunk dropping Chick towards the one-shot, who's also ammo racked in this. And yeah, even though the HP is even, it's 4v6.
4v6 currently with the guns, and the thing is that the only tank that is currently low is Lukin. I think Victor just bouncing once more. Another shot onto that 60 TP, who has that big meaty alpha gun. However, Lukin not connecting either. And now Reaction and Lukin actually need to be careful against the single IS7. However, Verby and Never, they seem to have found Lokir. That does one more shot onto the move into Crazy War, but gets shot down in the process. 3 tanks remaining for the team of Burger, and also the HP. They are not there anymore for the team in yellow. It is 6 versus 3 guns. It is 8 versus 3 KHP.
Yeah, Burger here with a really quick defense, not finding the overmatch that they wanted. Bit unlucky that Cisa there got set on fire in the beginning, but I don't think it mattered too much overall. They couldn't find anything to really kill. I mean, the mouse, but, you know.
Yeah, and the thing is also, if you pick that setup, like, obviously, hindsight, but if you pick a setup consisting of 4 IS7s, triple 277, the enemy team is not going to commit straight somewhere. Like, if you pick a setup like that, it's like, yeah, we are going to push you immediately, right now. And then, you know, on the enemy team, on the enemy lineup, you have a CS63 that immediately finds a lot of your tanks. That means on the other side, people are going to advance, people are going to get into hold-on positions. And if you just push everywhere, that means everywhere you are going to lose HP, because that's invariably what's going to happen. Your guns are not stationary. Your guns are the ones that are moving, and you're giving just so much time to react, because Muravanka, not the smallest of maps. Yes, there is a lot of houses everywhere, but if you don't find initial success, which it will be hard because the enemy team sees your lineup, then it's a disaster, and that's what we just saw. They had to focus the mouse first. They killed him. At what price? Everything. They didn't even get the 60 TP as a follow-up.
No, it was an attempt made by the boys from Burger. And also you gotta remember that those IS7s were using grousers. Then we're using HP turbo grousers, right?
Yeah.
Which
so
lowers
the
their
DPM is not there.
lowers their non-existent DPM a little bit further. Why play for DPM anyways? When you don't have DPM keyhand, why improve your DPM? Why not focus on other characteristics?
Yeah, that
same as if you have a lot of DPM. Why would you use a rammer, huh?
That sounds indeed like something someone would say. But, you know, there is two other people that I think have a lot to say about what we just saw. And those are called Insane and also probably a very happy Toxic after that scoreline of 4-1. Guys, let's let us know what is up. My goodness.
Are you sick and tired of being relentlessly shamed for your lack of skins and loot boxes and other cool things? Well, don't worry about it. We've got you covered, Jimmy. Hi there, we're MillionPugs. You've probably seen our logo on stream, but here's what we actually do. MillionPugs earns you skins and in-game rewards whenever you shop online. When you shop with any of our partnered brands, you earn our own loyalty points, called Pugs. You then swap those Pugs for some spiffy World of Tanks loot like premium tanks, premium account access, and gold. Anyway, head on over to millionpugs.com now and sign up for free.
Well, thanks a lot, guys. And yes, it has been a very important victory for the side of Tango. None of us probably expect that apart from Toxic. I went for them with the tiebreaker expecting a very close match, but it was actually a very good and convincing victory, 4-1 for them. They're going to be moving in the next round of the losers bracket, sorry. And we have Toxic to say goodbye to Burger, just like Cashback. They are going to have to get back to drawing boards and prepare for the next tournaments.
I mean, I said it before the match, you know, my prediction was 4-2, so I didn't get it quite correct, but I said it before the match. If one of those teams manages to build momentum, which Tango did, they will win either 4-0 or 4-1. And that's exactly what Tango showed. They had the momentum. They had that one troll round where they had 3 minus that they might need to explain to someone later. But apart from that, really solid showing. Those players showing that they have some cohesion in the team. However, the match that they will be playing tomorrow versus Tango will be versus Hit and Run will be quite a challenge.
Yeah, I think that this is going to be very hard compared to Burger, because Hit and Run proved that after that bad performance on day one, they were really good today against Cashback. So I think we can probably give more credit to Hit and Run for tomorrow, but for now we should probably take a look at the replays to see exactly what happened between those two teams. Toxic as we go starting on the mines, and it was looking not that bad, to even say pretty good for the side of Burger, because they managed to get the hill control with doubles yes versus one. Yes, Victory is going to take a lot of damage for it, but looking in return also does so. What do you think about this?
I mean, the crucial factor in this match is that Tango was able to retake the hill, which basically just gave them the free victory. You see here, they did get the fire on Mr. Panda and they bled some HP, but in the end they got the hill, and Burger didn't react whatsoever, or rather reacted very late, and that's what ultimately gave Tango the ability to just play down from the hill, which is this strong position that you can't really do anything against. And well-deserved victory from them in their attack. I
think the mouse made a difference there. I mean, he did 5k damage, and he has so much HPs. Bounce also a few of the shots from the 60ps possibly, so I think that was the deciding factor from the side of Tango. Yeah, they did bleed a lot to retake the hill, but the positioning was just much better for them. But next up, we had Burger on the attack, and honestly, what a good play it has been. The BZ's overpicking from the hill to take down Reaction that already dropped low to take this position with a 60p, and you could see that then they managed to take this position over the 1-2-3 lines almost freely without taking too much damage, and it was very close at the end, almost managed to cap, but Tango miraculously actually getting the decaps and Vervi surviving at the end.
I gotta say, I didn't quite understand that peek from Sir Jacob. He was in position to decap like 4 seconds before he had to. He could have literally even went into a side scrap and got a safe reset. Instead, he just decides to drive around and not shoot whatsoever, which put them into this awkward situation in the end, where the only reason Vervi actually survived is the fire right now that you can see on Caesar, which made his reload be longer than it usually is, and he didn't get the last shot off.
Yeah, it was a very close one, and Tango was really happy to take it because they had the 2-0 lead going into Prokhorovka, but it didn't go well in that first round of Proko. The way they opted to defend was this triple Minotauro was not the greatest way against Berger, because you could see that they had the answer, taking the control of the eastern part of the map and forcing those tanks from Tango to rush for those decaps. It was a pretty solid all-rounded attack, I would say.
I mean, there's a reason that the Mino is a niche pick and a niche pick only, and it was demonstrated very beautifully here. Taking mainly Minos doesn't really work. Taking one of them is definitely sometimes a good choice, but I don't know, maybe Tango was overconfident already and wanted to test some new strats that they weren't able to pull off in scrims. Who knows? Some crazy people in there, like Crazy War. Maybe he had the idea, but it doesn't really matter for them, because even like this, you still have the chance to win your second round, and this is always the crucial round, because being up 3-1 gives you such an advantage that you have 2 match points after one another without the enemy being able to really take anything, that for Tango that one round doesn't really make a difference.
Yeah, next up it was Berger on the defense, and once again I'm not very happy about what I see from those teams on the defending side, because the tactic of the Isen committed on the hill, this is pretty risky, and you can see the coverage is not just enough. Tango with the great play actually repushing the hill with triple tank. I mean, if you take the Escon in consideration, the Bat plus Isen and the Escon covering, taking him out. And next, well, you see that Berger, they tried to react, they tried to overpush the middle, but Tango was just on point. They were ready for it, they were really well set. And at the end of the day, just look at the HPs. It's like 10k HP up from the side of Tango, complete domination on their attack.
Yeah, I remember playing these tournaments myself, and that Proco Def from Berger was what I always opted for when I ran out of strats. So not really the greatest thing to go for usually. However, Tango, you know, in their attack here on Murovanka, beautiful map, is able to just really outplay the tactic of Berger. This was over rather quickly in terms of tactics. It doesn't look very over, but the positions are just so ahead for Tango that it's really hard to kind of get out of this.
I mean, Tango didn't have to do much. Berger went for that very aggressive play, like with the base one, the middle, the forest, a bit all over the place, and in return Tango is just using tanks like Mouse, 60 TP to hold the middle, and they're pushing down the 2-3 lines, taking some tanks out in the process. So I would say that Berger themselves actually allowed Tango to take that easy victory by just holding and making the correct plays, which were not really hard to make.
I mean, maybe a bit of Berger outplaying themselves, that might be correct. However, that match is done. The next match that we will be watching is not a European match, actually. It's going to be the first North American match that we will witness on stream. Maybe we can take a quick look at the NA bracket to kind of recap. Okay, first we look at the predictions, I guess. So we have Escalate with 68% versus Smile with 32%, so about 2/3 for Escalate. What do you think about that?
I think all of us went for Smile, and possibly give them more credit, but both of these teams are really good, and it could be definitely an interesting match. Probably gonna have to wait.
The numbers were switched? Wait.
Okay, well, makes a bit more sense now. But yeah, anyway, I think that we are gonna have to wait to see what are the maps to exactly know who is gonna take the edge. But I wouldn't be surprised to see Smile take the victory. They have been very strong in those WoT7 tournaments, as we see the brackets now, with the 4 teams remaining for that any tournament. Smile and Escalate being the next match of the day in the winners bracket finals. And then the last match of the day will be Bears against MLP.
Yeah, so I'm gonna now do my quick recap of what happened so far in this bracket. So we have Smile coming from the upper part of the tournament. They placed first in their group, which means they only played 1 match so far versus Who Knows, and won that actually. Then we had Escalate, who did not come first in their group. They actually had to play match number 2 already, so they already won 2 games, 2 matches in total to get to this match number 7, which will be the upper bracket final. On the lower bracket, we had Bears facing Dopamine, who came down, being the first in their group. but Bears was able to come out victorious and made it to the lower bracket semi-final actually. And we also have MLP in the lower bracket who faced Who Knows, who both did not come first in their respective groups. And now MLP will have to face the Bears, the Bearbology Bears, in match number 8 as the last match for today.
Yeah, I think Dopamine is the only real upset in these entire brackets, because knowing that team, knowing their performance in the past week, we would have possibly expect them to see in the winners bracket finals. But anyway, Toxic, that's probably enough from the two of us. We're gonna be shortly going into the NA server for the first NA match of the day. But just before that, once again, to introduce that one, we're gonna go back to the cast's desk. I heard that Kai is not just ready yet, but he should be very shortly. But yeah, Toxic, this finals of the winners bracket, basically those two teams, Smile having 2/3 of the votes from the community, because I mean, we expected maybe Dopamine to be there. They're not. They're probably the favorite here, but I think that could be very close between those two teams.
I mean, will it be close though? We all predicted for Smile, I think. Let me quickly take a peek. None of us even went as far as going to a tiebreaker, so I think we do actually expect Smile to take a convincing victory here, but who knows? We've had upsets in the NA bracket specifically before. We also had a huge upset yesterday where Hit and Run lost 4-0 in their match. So, I mean, it's anyone's game really, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely. So those two teams, they're still in the winners bracket. So even if they would lose, they would still get a shot in the losers one. So it's not just over for them. But anyway, I think now it's the time. It's the time to get back to the customers. As Kian and Daki are ready, please guys, take it away.
Well, hello there and welcome back one more time here for match number 3. And it is going to be match number 1 on the NA server. We are going to be able to spectate our friends from across the pond battle it out. It is going to be a match in between the pretty well-known, I would say, team of Escalate under their Captain Tiger. Then we have the NA Attila, Silent Wolf, Dusan, Stored. We have Citizen Aber. I think that might be Aubrey, though. Dua Lipa, Enjoyer, and Mr. Hood.
Yeah, this is a team that I don't think too many expected to be at this point, but they are there, which means they deserve it. We'll see how they bring it up to Smile, though. Smile, a very, very good team. We also saw them in the wild card tournament with their captain, external, all around, individually, very, very skilled players. If they can bring it home today, we'll see. I mean, OP Hacker is completely ready for 7v7. He's already played over 2,000 battles of Onslaught on the way to Legend, so he should be well and truly just ready to game.
Is he? Has his journey come to an end regarding that? Or
I don't think his journey has come to an end just yet.
Oh, that is.
Sometimes the night is long and full of terrors, Kian.
Yeah. I mean, at least I didn't see Night so far, if you know what I mean. No experimental tactics so far. But yeah, OP gonna be trying. Who's calling in between all of those players? Is it gonna be OP? Is it gonna be external?
It's mainly external and Lip doing the strategic department.
All right. So as we do that, we are moving into the map pick and ban in between Escalate and Smile, and we see that Mainz and Himmelsdorf are not going to be played, at least in this match. We have Morovanka, the map that we just saw, being the first pick, with Smile being the attacker on it. Then we have Cliff as a round number 2, where Escalate would start defending. Ghost Town being banned out. Tundra, possible map 3, where Escalate would start defending. Sand River and Prokhorovka being banned respectively, leaving Steps as a tiebreaker. And once again, this means that we are not going to see Ghost Town.
No, we're not going to see Ghost Town. We haven't seen it at all, right?
I believe for the later pick and bans today, Ghost Town is a definite possibility. But yeah, I wonder what what is driving the teams not to do that? I remember yesterday night in the NA matches, Ghost Town was played, but it doesn't really seem to be enjoying a good reputation amongst many of the teams that are playing. I remember some tournaments where it felt like
Saw it every time.
Ghost Town after Ghost Town after Ghost Town after Ghost Town. That is not the case this time. Perhaps teams not entirely sure how to play the map. I believe last event we also saw basically the same tactic, essentially geting copy pasted.
Yeah,
like
the
3-4
push into
times.
the push into the cap, right? That's what you're talking about.
Push into the cap and then following it up with super heavies, where very few teams seem to have an answer until everyone seemed to have an answer. And now it seems like teams don't really know what to play anymore.
Because everybody has an answer. They don't
Because-
want to play
exactly.
it anymore.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it is what it is. And
This is
for
another
both
one
of-
of those stories, though, by the way. This is something we didn't talk about. Smile is the NA representative going to China. So this whole tournament for them is, I mean, important to see where they stand amongst the NA teams to begin with. Because, you know, it's kind of like a real practice, you know?
Yeah, exactly, because you can scrim and you can, train as
Yeah,
much
it doesn't
as you
compare
want.
to a match.
Exactly. The actual competitive environment of playing those matches in the training room with an admin there telling you, like, hey guys, make sure you have your replays turned on. I'm gonna count down from 120 seconds. If there are any problems, you need to write stop. We're going to recheck once again in the battle. Is it actually, like, is everything fine with you guys? Unready at 20 seconds. All of that amounts to that pressure, and obviously it is not the training environment where at the end of the round, if you won, you can, maybe just TK someone, have a good laugh, have a good banter.
I mean, you can if you want to.
You can if you want to, but one, it's a bit of BM, and two, like, the environment doesn't really lend itself towards it. Like, as soon as it's clear that the round is won, the focus for those players is going to immediately switch to the next thing at hand, which would be the next round already. And all of that is not something that you're able to replicate. So especially for Smile, but also for Escalate, the experiences that they are going to be generating here are very, very important ones, which will help them in the future. Smile, we said it, they are going to be very happy that they have this opportunity still to train together, actually, with some show matches that are going to happen at the end of the month, in between the regions, actually.
Leak?
Not really leak, no, but I don't think they are going to be officially featured. There are going to be clean feeds, though, so maybe some content opportunities for you, Ducky.
We will see. Depends on what time they are, Kieran.
Yeah, that is where the problems start coming in. I believe some of them are going... Basically, it's in between most of the Chinese teams and then Europeans and then Ace. So some of them are going to be at 4 a.m. Some of them are going to be at noon, though, our time.
4 a.m. would be a bit late. Noon
Would be a bit early. Say it how it is for you.
No. Noon there's potential, but 4 a.m. would be a bit late. Just a tiny bit late.
But yeah, I think that is already looking into the future too much. First of all, we have this match here on our hands in between Escalate and Smile. Smile, I would say, are the ones who should be favored.
Yeah, for sure. I think that is very fair to say.
Yeah, I mean, the casters and analysts' predictions sort of representing that. Both you and Toxic going with a bit more brutal 4-1. Meanwhile, Insane and I are saying it's going to be still a pretty comfortable 4-2 for the team of Smile. We have seen upsets, though, especially in between Tango and Burger, though, earlier today. So let's see in this first NA match that we're going to show officially here in the MillionPugs WoT7 number 13. Escalate storming into this one, coming in with double 60 TP, 1 IS7, 1 S-Conk, W5, and a bad shot.
Smile, on the other hand, the Bat and Skunk double mouse and triple IS7, and I hope that Escalate will be elevating themselves and not like their nicknames, taking a lot of L's.
That is indeed the question here. And on the other side, the question remains, are the team of Smile actually going to do exactly that? Or is it going to turn into a frown? as Escalade maybe with the higher level of gameplay, having trained a lot recently, apparently. Silent there, and Tigor and Hood getting split off with the S-Conk double 60 TP towards the western part of the map. The other 4 tanks for Escalade driving east, and Vova with the Batchat 25T. Trying to do a bit of an early spot run. That one has sort of gotten a little bit safer ever since the forest was, like the ditch there was a bit deepened. But yeah, if the enemy tanks start driving this aggressively, then it can be very, very hurtful, although it seems like only one shot does connect.
Only one shot does connect on towards Vova. Escalade is also sending a quite severe number of tanks here, Kihan. They have that 4-man hit squad, the Batchat with the heavies coming into quick succession. In return, 1-2 line being pressured by Smile, and that's the double 60 TP of Hood and Tiger committing 2v3 there, actually, if you look at it, with the triple I7 facing off against double 60 TP. Lip, External, and Fluky, they're just going to go for that, but Lob from Crossfire as well. Silent a bit far away, and they still have those tanks in the forest, which are currently not really contributing.
Not gonna lie, this looks a bit like the copy-paste from last match with the IS-7s and the 277s getting kind of pincered here. Lob with the mouse is going to stay alive for a long time, and those IS-7s are going to be able to freely peek on that 60 TP. The punishment already brutal. The HP very low for Tigor and Mr. Hood. The punishment on the IS-7s not really there. Yes, the 60 TPs are able to retaliate somewhat, but with Sebastian and Fly above them, the days of the 60 TPs, the days of the Polish heavy tanks are numbered, at least in this round. Both of them getting shut down.
Those were what we call 2 freebies for the side of Smile. Yeah, we saw that double 60 TP commit, but triple IS-7 chasing them down with the S-Gunk from above, the mouse from the middle. The layers of Crossfire there are too much to really deal with. And now they're just continuing down 1-2 line on towards Silent on that S-Gunk. He does have Aubrey in support, but we'll see if that Batchat can really make those clips work against those frontal IS-7s. Not really the most fun experience.
Yeah, the Batchat now starting to open up fire. The first one connects, the second one does as well, sending External to the grave. But now Loop committing in here against Silent, who will not be silenced so easily as he puts in shot after shot after shot into those IS-7s, who now starting to commit in. Aubrey still 2 more remaining in his clip. The fourth one connects on his way to the perfect clip. It is Silent with the next pickup, and all of a sudden looking good for that S-Conk. If he gets to face huck the IS-7, that one will have a very, very difficult time, as it's still this is going to be close with the reloads, but Vova coming in from the top is going to secure the kill and is going to go immediately on towards that reload. 5 versus 4. This one's not decided yet, but Smile have more HP.
Smile have more HP, and Attila taking 1-2 connection there in the I7 is not going to help. It got a little bit close there on 1-2 line. Aubrey with that, indeed, that perfect clip, but then Vova came in with his Batchat, and otherwise Silent would have killed Lip in that I7. Just sheer DPM advantage he has, right?
Yeah, exactly. Just drive on towards the IS-7. Ooh, Vova there getting spotted out by Aubrey. Sees him in turn, but that is a quick 1-2 tap on towards that Batchat, reducing him towards a 2-shot. Aubrey immediately going on towards the reload. The cap, though, started by the team of Smile. An action-packed game so far. It's not over yet. Smile still with the HP advantage, but that mouse, it is a linchpin that Escalade are trying to remove from the game.
You know, Citizen moving in. Aubrey did get a reload going, though. He has 15 seconds. He's a bit far away from the cap right now, Kihan, I must say, and that Batchat seems to be... Oof, Attila on the move. Dusan from the distance. Connections coming in strong here for the side of Smile. But like I said, Aubrey is a bit far away. I don't think he makes it back here on time. He does, actually. Vova getting spotted out. Can Aubrey find the kill? No, that's a heat shell there. Tries to get it over that...
Oh.
Rubble pile not working out. 4 seconds left, though. Finally gets the pickup against Vova. Now needs to play safe on that Batchat. He's a crucial linchpin here. Can he get the side connection on Lip? He does, actually. Beautiful shot there from Aubrey. Belgium's finest coming in. Unbelievable stuff. He has 1 more for that IS-7. Holding onto the shot. He's going to be making the peak here. Can he get the connection? Yes, 3 kills as well for Aubrey. And Smile have made an absolute disastrous mistake in this round. It's going to cost them everything.
Exactly. Smile there with that triple cap that went down to the wire. If we're honest, 2 seconds were remaining on it, but then the resets clutch for Escalade. The Batchat now reloading with Aubrey, and as soon as he's going to be reloaded, he should have an APCR clip moving forward, so all of the fences, all of the rubble not going to be an issue anymore. All of the HP concentrated on that German super heavy tank of Sebastian. All of it concentrated on the mouse, and he was indeed very happy to farm those 6 CTPs, but now everything coming back to hurt him. Citizen committing in on towards S-Conk, and yes, the E5, maybe face-hugging is not the best idea against an S-Conk, but if you just have the HP advantage, and if you can secure those shots in towards the lower plate, you're gonna have an easy time. Aubrey reloaded in the batchat is going to also put those shots in towards the mouse, and I can't help but feel that Smile were doing actually a quarterback cosplay, throwing that round as far away as possible.
Bro, they got 2 60 TPs for free. 2 of them. And lost. That is mauled territory. That's the receding hairline kicking in there immediately. And I think Aubrey was a bit risky with that reload. But that was fine. But he was a bit far away, you know? I think he was a bit far away to get the reset. They got it like on the nick of time, but that was scary, you know? I think he went a bit too far away.
I think it wasn't even him that was putting the reload.
No, somebody shot the bat.
Yeah.
So I think he was too far away.
The E5 from middle, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he was too far away now when he was reloading. Afraid he was going to get pushed, but almost.
So I'm trying to find out right now. So defense points on Attila, we have 55. On Aubrey, it's only 10, so he didn't really reset.
It has to be. I mean, it has to be the.
So it must have been Attila with the reset points.
Bro, Attila also hit the mouse on the move to sand pen the mouse from like 400 meters. That was a bit lucky for them that they got those double connections when time mattered most. Yeah, so that was a bit lucky, but that 1-2 push with the I7s, okay, they're driving down. External dives for really no reason. Fova is on A line for a long time for no reason if they want to do this. The bat, if he was with them, would have went for Aubrey and just killed him. Now he came in late, and then he didn't. I even think that he should still have went for Aubrey nonetheless to get a red lip to kill him at that point. But they really, it's really bad from Smile. The mid-game decisions and the way they played it out, and deservedly so. They lost their attack, which 9 out of 10 times they win that round. This is the one time where they didn't.
Yeah, I think they were getting a bit ahead of themselves, trying to force the decision like everywhere instead of just pressing the advantage where they had it, because they thought they were so far and incredibly far ahead that they couldn't lose it anymore. But I mean, it takes two, right? Smile throwing, Escalate not giving up, and taking a first round that should not realistically have been theirs, but beautiful gameplay at the end. The double 60 TP, I mean, that, you know, is a strat issue, if we're honest, at the end of the day. That should not ever happen, but, you know, sometimes it happens, and you're going to be all the happier if you're essentially snatching.
I mean, if you're Escalate here, you're like, wow, that happened. Crazy.
Yeah. And if you're Smile, you're going to be, wow, that happened. Crazy. Round number 2, though, with the favorites being behind here. 1-0 for the side of Escalate. And Smile, well, they've still got 4 to go. For Escalate, it has been reduced to 3 here, but still early days in this first match from the NA server that we do get to spectate. And if every single round in this match is like that, I'm not going to mind.
No. Could go anywhere then. But now Escalate has a real opportunity to take 2 rounds. And that would be something to start with.
I mean, yeah. They are gonna be on Morovanka attack now. But I think the lineups are going to tell us a lot more about what might be happening in between those two teams here. As Escalate is coming into this one, looking to make it 2-0. The Rheinmetall Panzerwagen is making its first appearance here, together with triple S-Conk, 1 mouse, 1 i7, and the 60 TP.
And the 60 TP, the Smile lineup on the other hand, 4 i7s, a Conk, a Bat, and an IS-4. So again, very mobile on the defensive side. It's funnier
Very-
that the attack has the heavier lineup.
Yeah, the attack with the heavier lineup, the attack though also with the Rheinmetall. So I'm gonna be very curious as to what Aubrey is gonna be doing. I think a lot of players that haven't really played light tanks recently still underestimate the incredible DPM and view range both that the Rheinmetall currently gets. I think it has like 420 base, so he's going to be able to blaze through the entirety of the map. Though he does get spotted. Good shot by Sebastian on the move, who needs stabilizers if you can just have aim.
You see the IS-4 go into this window. We've seen that before, if you remember. But for Escalade, just really Tiger there in that 60p, taking so much control early on, Kian. Look where he is already.
Yeah, the 60 TP is in a kind of unusual position, actually. Not really one you tend to see a lot of the time. So that means that those two teams are now in this, I guess, sort of weird stalemate for the time being, where the attacker tried to push up somewhere, the defender has pushed up somewhere, and now it's up to the sort of defender to find out how to deal with that very, very aggressive 60 TP, whereas Escalade, they now have a lot of options, at least I think in the middle of the map, opened up with that 60 TP. But the thing is also, it's an asset, but it may become a liability at one point, because the more aggressive you push a tank into a position, the more angles are going to be there. And external with the overpeak, with the HE connection, almost 600 damage. So far, the Rheinmetall not working out at all.
Not working out at all as Aubrey takes a large pounding there in the RHM, down towards 500 HP. And yeah, that intuition to a tricky hand against RHM, it's very nice, as you may know.
Yeah, it's a nice touch here. And the thing is that Aubrey 547, that is an HE one shot for an IS-7 now. And with the reworked HE, it doesn't take long to switch, and you can be sure to switch. So he needs to be extra careful, because there is not one, not two, but 4 IS-7s. And I think the IS-4 also is like a 50-50 if he rolls him.
But HE?
Yeah.
I don't know what's the AIs for HE Alpha.
Beating me there, but given it's a Soviet gun, I think it should get a lot of HE Alpha. Let me...
530 apparently.
530 apparently. Well, yeah, so pretty much a 50-50.
50-50 for you, Kian, because you're lucky. Not 50-50 for the rest of us.
Ah, well. You know, skill is when luck becomes a habit.
I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to let you have it.
Yeah. All right. Who don't have it yet, though, are Escalade on their attack. They are now sending double S-Conk towards the forest, but I'm not really sure if that is going to be what they really want. They see that IS-7 in that super hold-down position that sometimes also gets used in 15v15 even. The IS-7 basically there, it's going to be invincible if you don't over-push it. You can see. He's like, yeah, hey buddies, here's my turret. What you gonna do about it? And realistically, Dusan, not a lot that he can do about it. He can spam HE at it, and that's pretty much it.
They do have a real opportunity to kill him if they pressure 9-0 line, though. And I know that Vova is there in the bat. Right? I understand that. But if the bat doesn't really connect all his shells and the damage is spread across the guns of Escalade, then they will just find this IS-7.
Well, I think that already was the second shot from the Batchat that went in here. Good shot by external into that Super Conk, but the third shot from the Batchat also not connecting. The fourth one for 20, nice roll. But I think that's going to be all she wrote. The Batchat starting to evacuate, and Dusan, as well as Attila and Mr. Hood, all of them penetrating. And Dusan is just going to have the DPM advantage 10 out of 10 times. Is he going to win this 1v1, especially with more shots from the backlines rolling in? And it seems like external, sorry, not external, it's Escalade. They have found an opening as they're just going to keep rolling over the eastern part of Murovanka.
I think Attila is waiting here for his friends. He's actually going to drive through the water on the lower part. I think he'll be safe at some point. The question is, how much damage does he take before he really arrives in that safety position that he wants to be? Because Lip already did 2 shots on towards him. I think he might have just arrived there now, but he's still taking shots from the back line. So now Fluky and Fly are being spotted out. Time is ticking though. No connection there from Tiger in the 60 TP. Attila down towards the 1 shot and actually falling as well. That is not really what they wanted here.
Yeah, the kills now being 1 apiece. But the problems for Escalate being that on their attack of Murovanka, they have bled a lot. They're down 4,000 HP, and one of the guns they have, yes, it's Rheinmetall. It's not as bad as a T100, but it's still not a 100% combat-worthy gun, and it's a gun that has to be extremely careful against essentially all of the tanks on the enemy lineup, because, well, the IS-4 maybe a 45% chance to roll him with HE. The S-Conk, well, he can be fairly confident to survive there, but like the Batshot is just going to do 2 shots and be done with it. Dusan here taking another L down to 364. Luke might fancy himself a bit of an overpeak as Dusan 1 more shot but gets shot down, and we are left with 8k HP against 13. That is 5,000 difference. Vova getting found though in that Batshot. Needs to be careful. Possible HE 1 shot, but even that is not going to salvage the situation. Yes, double cap has been started, but Smile, they haven't even started committing all their forces into the fight yet.
Yeah, and Lip in the meantime is just cleaning up the right side of the map. He found already one of the S-Kongs of the Sun. Now he's finding Mr. Hood as well. Looks to be just fine for it, that IS-7 to go through that upper hull. Vova then picks up Silent. Aubrey getting picked up by Sebastian. So Smile with a defensive round coming out. Doing well, finding that RHM in the beginning, which had a lot of game impact, but mainly that Attila moved there through the water. I mean, okay, I've seen it before, but I don't think you'll never ever be safe with the IS-4 position though from G7.
Yeah, no, that IS-4 position there really taking a lot of map control here for Smile early on. And the thing is also the 60 TP that got moved up. I was talking about an asset becoming a liability. It became a liability very, very late, as I think I need to do something with my cam, possibly. We'll see.
There was Inception
but yeah,
for a second.
I think we are back here, and that means we can immediately move back towards the battle results screen, possibly even, as we try to make sense of what just happened, because that 60 TP that got pushed up very, very far didn't find a lot of impact.
No, but overall, I mean, nobody really finding anything in general. The S-Kongs being the highest, but even them.
I mean, essentially what happened to the S-Kongs was, right, there were tanks driving towards them, and an S-Kong is never going to do terribly in that scenario. You're always going to trade away, essentially, like, if not your own HP, but most of it in damage. So, yeah, them being up there regarding 2.2, 2.5k HP, it's not terribly surprising, I would say, but in the end, I think the biggest problem here for Escalate being that their game plan just completely didn't work out.
Well, that moves on to Cliff, though, which should be an interesting one. I'm ready to see some big old fights in the middle.
Same. Cliff, a map that I really, really like watching. We got a glimpse of it yesterday. We're going to get at least 2 rounds of it today here. In this match that is currently 1-1. And let's be real, if Smile plays that first round out in a better way, then it should be 2-0.
Mm-hmm. Could be a similar story as between Hit and Run, and then, you know, how Hit and Run and Cashback picked up the first rounds, and then afterwards it was kind of all Hit and Run. I'm having some small deja vu feelings here.
I mean, going into this one, obviously, Smile is favored, since they are the ones who won the last tournament, but
Yeah,
even then, I think we just have to see what's happening, as a lot of things are happening currently.
gremlins in the software, bro. Gremlins in the software.
Just some,
That was some impressive belly talking again, whatever it's called.
Yeah. And then after that,
Inception.
If there's one of you,
A daki within a daki.
If there is more of you, having is always better than needing. That always applies to the maximum number of dakis in a stream that you can have. But yeah, on we go towards Cliff. Cliff, also a map that has seen meta shifts, not only in randoms, but also in competitive recently, I would say. Those punishments that we saw, like, I would say a few tournaments, probably like 7, 8, 9 months ago, where teams had like double 50B, possibly even on lower side, to try and punish like the crosses up towards the hill. We don't really see that anymore. Sometimes we have a singular 50B doing that, but not even that often anymore. It's mostly about just brutal brawling power in that middle, getting the hill positions, or punishing the cross up. And that is sort of where the state of the meta is at. That being said, Escalate coming into this one. It is 5 BZs and a singular CS63.
A singular CS63 versus double CS63 and 5 BZs?
So this means that essentially a 50B is getting traded for a
bit for a CS.
Yeah. So a bit of clipping potential for a bit of single shooting power, mobility, something like that. As we move into it, and yeah, Escalate sending everyone but a singular CS towards the middle. For the side of Smile, we do see 1 CS and double BZ towards the middle. Lob there with the 50B is going to take a crossfire position that's supposed to essentially punish the cross into the donut, but he's not really going to find a lot. He's probably going to transition to try and punish the cross on towards the hill, as the CS63 of Dusan does make it across into the crossfire position. Is he going to be happy, though? There is the question, as a lot of BCs behind him.
A lot of BZs behind him indeed, and that's very quick into the middle from Escalade. Dusan now taking the approach of we're running away, but Fova is already on the hill, and Escalade here decides to go through the middle all the way as Steiger, in the meantime, is climbing the hill silent, taking the brunt of damage. But I like this from Escalade. Kihan, Smile right now need to repush, need to retaliate, need to come back into this middle area, but Sebastian there trying to escape, but there is nowhere for him to go. Dusan now needs to go even further away. Somebody's gonna push external of a cliff, push him down even. One of the guys should focus on this, but instead they're all repushing the middle, just letting him be alive. Not sure if that is 100% the right decision at this moment in time, Kian.
Yeah, it's a bit weird to see them let external just live there, but maybe they know something that we don't, as Dusan is falling down towards a one-shot, does get cleaned up. First kill of the game here. Very good gameplay by the side of Smile, reacting to that pressure. Who does have the DPM advantage here on the hill is the question. It is going to be Vova with another very, very good shot. Double crit actually on the side of Tiger, who is going to take the elbow over the one to pick it up. And now in the middle of the map, it is all Smile, it is all yellow tanks, as we can take a look at the HP numbers, as the 50B is not even in the game. They are starting to get focused out one by one by one. 7 versus 4 tanks currently, with Vova lording over them from the hill, able to put shot after shot after shot.
Yeah, this is easy pickings for Smile at this point. I mean, Escalade, I think, had the right idea going down the middle, but mistakes have been made in the department of reactions. I think, first of all, somebody should 100% push external down that cliff in his BC. He would just die immediately. And I think Dusan also needed to go back on the hill, right? We take in the middle, sure, but not having anybody to... The cliff for externals is one of those... you fall, you die. If you push him off, he dies.
And the thing is, there was one of the BZs of Escalate that was actually able to control him, But the thing is, he takes like 3 shots to
Controlling
kill
is pointless. Just push him off and then
Yeah.
go back into the middle. And you don't even boost back into the middle. You see them push across. You just peek. You kill Sebastian. Dusan should be going on the hill when he's running away to help Tigger to win that, instead of staying in the middle to get caught. And then you have a real opportunity.
Yeah, but like that, it's going to be smiled at after a first round where they seemed like they were the masters of the throw. Now they're coming into this one, actually showing us what they're made of here. 7-0 the scoreline in a game that felt like Escalade could have won, which is very weird to say, but Cliff is not only the map where it matters the most, how you split at the beginning of the game, even more and arguably more important, and I think that is what we just saw mostly here, is how you react to where you find the enemy tanks. And if you don't make the decision to push off an enemy heavy and kill him with that, and maybe you don't deserve the victory that round.
I mean, Cliff is this map where you need to do the really quick reactions, and they did do that. The push from mid was quick, but then they lacked a little bit of an overview to be like, okay, until I push external down the cliff, we peek and kill Sebastian, Dusan go on the hill. They lacked that overview to make the right decisions at that moment in time, because what they needed really was to push external off, peek the middle together, kill Sebastian on the left. It's -2 tanks. Even if you're down in HP, if Dusan does join the hill, you will then have the hill to shoot down towards the ramps, and then you can easily retake middle because the 50B will also be reloading, and then you can actually make the fight happen.
Yeah, like this though, scoreline 2-1, and I am just like you, getting a bit of the hit and run against Burger vibes from the last match, actually, where it goes the way of the underdog in the first round, and then all of a sudden, like, the favorite actually remembers, hey, we are supposed to be the better team. Let's start playing better and start winning rounds. That's exactly what we're seeing happening. After that first round, Smile always looking like they're in control. Might be down to having Aubrey in the team, who knows, but in the end, they were able to exert dominance here onto Escalade in not 1 but 2 rounds.
Could be a similar story here. At least Smile is showing good openings. I mean, their opening really puts Escalade in a position where you either do something immediately or you lose.
Yeah. And they did something and they lost regardless. So, I mean, we are about to see in round number 4 what's actually going to happen. I mean, I believe the lineups are going to be revealed very, very soon, and then we'll see if there is any kind of finesse coming out of those teams, because yeah, past round, there was 150B. This one, we have one again. But first of all, Escalade. That finesse, not really there. Brutal power, in-your-face pushing potential. 6 BZs, 1 bad shot.
6 BZs, 1 bad shot versus the double CS, the 4 BZs, and the 50B again from Smile. So 1 less BZ compared to last round and 1 extra CS. But they like that burst potential of the 50B.
Lacking that burst potential from the 50B, but having the burst potential from the Batchat that does have more damage in its clip. But first of all, I think it's important to mention that Escalade, if they can get the engage off, like team versus team, I think if there is an engage, then Escalade will just straight up win due to having more, like, almost super heavies, having more HP, having more alpha. But if Smile is able to take positions with their more nimble tanks of the double CS of the 50B, then it might be very, very good news for the side of Smile here, actually. And we see Lob with the 50B putting in 1, putting in a good second. We'll see, does he have time for a third? He does. Immediately going on the reload, is going to go on towards the chase, as we do see the heavy tanks from Smile taking the middle as well.
Aubrey took quite a few L's there in his badger. He's trying to get behind that little position. Was that an HE shell from one of the BZs?
I think
Because
that
that
was an
low roll's super hard.
I think
Otherwise.
from one of the CSs, possibly not even sure what exactly happened, but external, the first one, falling to the grave. Bova now looking for that pickup on towards the BZ. Gets it. Loop, once again, reloaded, coming in with that 50B. Mr. Hood trying to drive away, gets picked up as well, so the one kill that Escalate was able to generate immediately answered. Double fold.
Double fold indeed, as 2 tanks fall on 1-2, a third to join in the middle of the map, and this is Smile dominance all over the place right now. I mean, sure, Aubrey will get his clip in towards the middle, but I think Smile, with that one thrown round on Moravanka, have said to themselves, we're not doing it twice, as Aubrey falls down a cliff because he is from Belgium. We don't really have a lot of hills. He's not used to descending them. Unfortunately for him, we'd have to move to France for that. It's just Silent and Citizen left. And again, really good opening from Smile, controlling the pace of the game, getting the angles, getting the early damage, and then just being able to pick and choose what they do next.
And I think the scary thing for any team left in the NA bracket right now is that we are seeing a team of Smile that is time and time again able to make any kind of setup work here. They had the more nimble setup with that 50B in the lower side, but Lob doing a very, very good, very consistent job with that 50B, getting the damage in, recognizing that it was his time to immediately chase after, generate more kills at the donut, and at that point it was simply over. The 50B definitely the match winner here for the side of Smile, because the other tanks didn't do any mistakes. The 50B had time to just reload, clip out, do that time and time again, and overall solid gameplay from the team of Smile, who did the last one 7-0, this one 7-1. Cliff, pretty brutal story if you hold it with Escalate.
3-1 match point for Smile. In a different world, this game is over already, Kian. It is very reminiscent to Hit and Run versus Cashback. First round thrown by Smile, but in the other rounds, Escalate really not having an answer.
And indeed, once again, like, yes, external does get shut down pretty early in that CS. But the thing is that when it came to the engagements that were erupting everywhere around the map, it always seemed like Smile had more guns in the fight effectively. So they just did the better job of positioning. And now after Muro, which arguably should have been a 2-0 for Smile, and Cliff, which undisputedly was a 2-0 for Smile, we now arrive at Tundra, which normally is considered to be a 1-1 map, and Escalate picking defense means Smile does get to attack.
Does get to attack, and that is going to be
4-1?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, okay, let's be real. First of all, the side. Second of all, the way the last 3 rounds have played out, I think it's fair to say, to give Smile the credit coming into this match up, that they are really just on form outside of that initial throw. And I think that initial throw honestly made them angry, and it's good to be a little angry when playing. I mean, it's not. There's a limit to it, of course, but there's a point at which it's probably not that good anymore once you start like smashing your desk and stuff. But being a little fired up, losing that first round, it's like you're angry. It's like, what did we do, guys? What did we do? I don't know, man. We just threw. And then they come into the next one like, come here, Aubrey. Run, boy.
Yeah, that is exactly the reaction that you want to show as a team, definitely. After, yeah, it was the throw so far for me of the tournament. Like, getting double 60 TP and losing then, like, oh, what the hell. The other 3 rounds, though, very, very solid, especially the 2 Cliff ones, just, almost styling on the opponent. I mean, if you play 2 rounds of World of Tanks in 7v7 format, and in 2 rounds as a team, you only manage to kill a single tank. Yeah.
Well, we'll see if Escalade can put up the elevator to the top, but it's been all smile in the last 3 rounds, and I don't feel like it will be much different here. They are the favorites as well, though. You cannot forget that. The heavy favorites.
I mean, for Escalate, we need an exponential development of their gameplay. Otherwise, it's going to be over for them, at least in this match of the tournament. This is still the upper bracket, remember, so Escalate would be dropping down to the lower bracket, but, you know, the way through the upper bracket is always the easiest one to tournament victory. Not only do you have to play less matches, you also get the pick advantage in the pick and ban for the grand final. That being said, though, Escalate trying to stay alive in the upper bracket. First of all, against triple match point here, they're doing so on Tundra defense, a singular 60 TP, triple mouse, 1 S-Conk, double Mino.
Double Mino versus the 60 TP, the 4 IS7s, the S-Conk and the CS. Escalate is very, very heavy. Triple mouse, man.
And yeah, on the other team, there is also 6 heavy tanks, but the thing is, you could argue that Escalate has essentially brought 7. Yes, I do know the Mino has a triangle symbol, but the gameplay isn't really that of a normal TD. It is a brawler hold-down tank. On the other hand, Smile starting off with a 2k HP disadvantage. That is a lot, but we do see that Smile recognized that this setup by Escalate is a bit on the heavy side, I think is fair to say. So they're sending WoT7 to a more aggressive bush than we are normally used to, and he does immediately get the information on 2 of the mouses. Gonna play a bit more of the information game to generate a bit of information gain, but Attila and Dusan, I think, and the mouse behind them, they are not really looking to do that yet, and this is a straight commitment. This is an essentially blind commitment into that 2-cap by all of the IS7s. We'll have to see how the punishment actually does look. It started off badly, but it's okay in the end.
I mean, External taking most of it, and he's the shot caller, you know, it's kind of what they want. If External dies early, it's not a problem. So they committed very early in the south and lots on fire. Well, that S-Conk back does like to be crisp from time to time, so not too much of a surprise, but look at the HP advantage that Escalate has built for themselves in the meantime.
Escalate indeed, 5,000 HP in front, and Dusan now showing why the IS7 does not want to start trading against the 60 TP. It's just the alpha disadvantage that the IS7 has if he can't put like 2 shots for 1 because he doesn't know what's behind Dusan. And we can see now WoT7 in that CS kind of caught here in the middle of nowhere. He does have a hill to play around with, but he recognizes if the double Mino actually reaches him, he's going to be a dead CS63. So WoT7 is going to start making his way away. Has to be careful not to turn on his side, but this means that Smile now, it's do or die. It's the execute coming in.
Yeah, they're coming with these IS7s around the corner here. Somebody's going to have to take it. Lip has taken the initial volley. Lip's taken it all to 1.7, immediately delivered to the face of that S-Conk. Dusan getting Amorak, though, doesn't seem to have a repair kit available. That might mean that he doesn't get a second reload out. It depends if he's using Bond HP or using the experimental hardening, of course. If he's using Bond HP, I don't know if he gets to reload here again. Somebody's going to finish him off, though. External, that job would be on you at this moment in time. Now the Mino crossing the bridge. External finishes off Dusan. I don't know if he got another shot out. Aubrey there, this bridge crossing. We've seen this time and time again. Kihan, bridge crossing usually doesn't end too well.
Usually doesn't end too well, but with the HP advantage shrinking now, it might actually be a horror story for the team of Escalate, who lost the first tank, and this iron fist of IS7s here in the bottom left of the map actually does continue. Fly starting to make a shield here. They do Amarak Attila. They do take out Attila. So now all of a sudden it's 7 against 5 Guns external with the flank on towards the mouse. Aubrey with his Minotauro, the next one to fall, the next one being sent to the grave. And now all of the IS-7s in the hold-down position. Fluky, the next one to peek over. It is just more guns. Once again, the story of the game. More guns in the shootout. Mr. Hood down towards a 2-shot. 4 Soviet heavy tanks around him, down towards 10 HP. It needs one more shot to finish him off. He's not going to get another say in the matter of this game. 7 guns against 3. This is Smiles styling on Escalate.
Yeah, this is an individual level, by the way, that they're getting owned. I think Dusan used this repair kit on his tracks, so he was ammo-racked after. Probably a mistake, to be honest. I'm not sure if he was ammo-racked before or not, but Minos crossing the bridge is never the answer. And also on 1-2, they should have actually been able to hold quite well against these IS-7s. But you saw that peek from Attila, but his track out, he got tracked and took 1.5 to the face immediately when he should be using his mouse, right? Smiles winning this match. This round, I don't know if they should have won, but if you're in a 2v4, the mouse is the sponge and you're the damage dealer. You shouldn't be the one peeking with the Esco.
Yeah, indeed. And honestly, I think 4-1 now being a fair result here. The first round should never have gone Escalade's way. This last round should never have gone Smiles' way. So I think in the end, throws being traded. But I feel like the problem that Escalade had, or rather the thing that Smile did very, very well in the end, was simply that they recognized that even though they had less HP, they recognized that, hey, we can generate a gigantic overmatch regarding DPM and regarding guns and HP and armor on one part of the map, while we can't really get overpushed somewhere else, and then that snowballed completely out of control. So I think that is the one thing that Smile did very, very well in this matchup. But I think there are two very beautiful people who would like to expand a bit, not escalate, on towards the match we just saw. Insane, Toxic, take it away.
Are you sick and tired of being relentlessly shamed for your lack of skins and loot boxes and other cool things? Well, don't worry about it. We've got you covered, Jimmy. Hi there, we're MillionPugs. You've probably seen our logo on stream, but here's what we actually do. MillionPugs earns you skins and in-game rewards whenever you shop online. When you shop with any of our partnered brands, you earn our own loyalty points, called Pugs. You then swap those Pugs for some spiffy World of Tanks loot like premium tanks, premium account access, and gold. Anyway, head on over to millionpugs.com now and sign up for free.
I'm just going to take over as Insane is muted. We did just witness the first NA match on this cast. Let's take a look at the bracket, what it actually means. Smile won their match quite convincingly, actually, versus Escalade, which is a team with some European Legionnaires. Smile will be moving on to the grand final, which we will be seeing tomorrow. But Escalade still has a second chance in the lower brackets final also tomorrow. As Insane just dropped connection, I will keep on speaking. We will be switching over for the next match back to EU, where we will be watching the upper bracket match, I believe. Yeah, the upper bracket match between Opor and W. And after that, we will be going back to NA, but for now, Opor and W is the match to focus on, which could be quite interesting. Both teams won their matches 4-0 respectively. Insane, what's your take on that?
Well, first of all, I guess I'm back. Thank you for taking over Toxic, but yeah. First, we had that match from NA. We're seeing the EU brackets now, and we're gonna have next probably the most interesting match of the day, one we have been waiting for, Opor against W. But I wanted to point out about that NA match. Even though Smile started with a very scary start with a big throw, they managed to take the victory 4-1. So they proved that they had that mental force to reset and take a very convincing victory in return. I had the feeling that Escalade was just not playing well. They had some openings that could have worked out, but on a personal level and on decision making, they got completely outplayed.
I mean, good for Ducky and me. We both got our predictions correct. And let's look at the replays, how exactly we got our predictions correct. We started off on Murovanka, where we basically saw an opening that was similar to what we just saw in EU. And Smile, similarly to the EU match, took great advantage of it and created huge advantages for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, when you see this opening, you're like, oh, it looks like a replay a bit of what happened on the EU bracket, if you remember, between Tango and Burger, where Tango had a very easy victory taking those tanks to the 3-4 lines. But after one Smile, maybe overconfidence, just providing Escalate to have the opportunity to take the full map control, not pushing past the base one and trying to force that cap pressure, not working out in their favor, actually shocking performance.
You know what I'm wondering? There's this new outline system where it actually shows you what obstacles you can shoot through or not.
Mm-hmm.
Aubrey must have that turned off because you can shoot through that cap tower, which he did in the end, but his first 2 shots were kind of messed up. So, I don't know. Aubrey, maybe check your settings again for the next tournament.
Well, at the very least, you'll have another shot in the losers bracket. Now, talking about the second one on Murovanka between those two teams, you could see that Smile managed to bait Escalate into pushing the 4 CS. They're going to take down External in the process. But afterwards, they kept on pushing, but Smile is already positioned back to counter them over the K line. And honestly, this move from Attila over the water was not it.
Definitely wasn't it. It seemed like a throw. There is not really a way for him to get into the hull down as long as there is tanks on the K6 position. And you can really see it in the outcome. There's 6 tanks still alive for the side of Smile, whilst Escalate is left with 1 tank, 1,700 HP. It's a mouse. You're not going to do anything. So very convincing stuff from Smile, coming back after being down 0-1, not caring at all about the loss that they just encountered, and really keeping up their strength. We saw then Escalate on Cliff. They played this mid push, which you can do. I feel like it was 5 to 10 seconds late, but it would have still been fine. The crucial mistake here, as Ducky already pointed out, is not pushing External off. If you leave External in that position, you will not be able to win that match.
I mean, yeah, they had to push External off. Sebastian actually made a pretty good play to escape, so he took all the damage from those things but managed to stay alive. And I think that the issue there for Escalate is also due to the fact that they give away all the positions in return. Yeah, they push past, they don't trade that well on External and Sebastian at the end of the day, and they allow in return Smile to retake the middle uncontested and lose all of those strong positions. On top of it, Bova is managing to win his 1v1 against Tiger on the hill, so once again a convincing 7-0 victory for Smile.
I mean, apart from the first round, the entire match was really very convincing, so that must be scary for the other teams to look at. We see here another great opening from Smile, really basically countering Escalate from the start. They have the CSs already in the donut who will be able to take on these BZs together with the 50B, whilst also taking the middle positions, taking the upward positions to be able to trade onto the middle against those BZs, so great stuff from them. Yeah,
I mean, honestly, from what I've seen from Smile, I could even say that they would be able to probably compete on the EU tournament with the team we had so far. And regarding those rounds, regarding those cliff rounds, which are very brawly, they manage it perfectly in their openings, positioning, reactions, and even at the end on Tundra, you had the feeling that Escalate went for like some sort of counterplay. The triple tanks, Mal's 60p S-Conk lining up to get the damage on the K-line cross. And yeah, they did some great damage, but then you can see all those slight mistakes like Attila overpicking, getting tracked post damage. And in return, look at Smile. All of those things, they're on a 3 shots, 2 shots, but they are alive, and they manage to keep all their gun alive for so long in all of those games.
The start for Escalate here was really good. They were up quite some HP. Issue being they are only playing slow tanks, and Smile has a very mobile lineup with all of those IS-7s and even the CS. So Escalate not rotating in time means that Smile is able to, keep on pushing, isolate the tanks, and also due to their speed, able to easily keep their guns in the game, which in the end they did beautifully. They had 7 tanks left in the end, even though they had like less than 5,000 HP. So really, really cool team cohesion from Smile. They're cool to see that.
There are not many teams actually capable of playing an attack against some sort of counterplay and end up winning with 7 tanks alive. So once again, really good management from their side. We'll get to see them again tomorrow. They'll be patiently waiting for the NA Grand Finals as they already qualified for it. Few matches from the losers bracket from NA to cover, but now we are going to go back on the EU side because we're going to have our winners bracket finals between Opur and W. And both of those teams yesterday had an amazing performance. Opur taking the victory 4-0 and W2 taking a very convincing one against Hit and Run.
I mean, community predictions really tell the story here. Opur, historically the more successful team, the team that usually performs better. But then again, both Opur and W, in my opinion, are both very form-dependent teams. We have seen Opur in the past drop off to the lower bracket pretty early in tournaments. So it really just depends on which feat they took when they got out of bed this morning. If Opur plays their best, I'm still under the impression that not a lot of teams have a chance of beating them, but I mean, W showed yesterday that what I'm talking can be nonsense. They won 4-0 versus Hit and Run.
Yeah.
That's something that almost no other team was able to do, actually.
I think Opur is the most consistent team out of all. W is that newly formed team that is probably the one preparing the most, having all of those young players trying to prove that they can win those tournaments, even in 15v15. And then, well, you have Hit and Run. Well, they're in the losers bracket, but this is the team. Whenever there is a big stack, there is something to play for. They tend to finish on the top. But let's go back to this one. Opur versus W, 70% for Opur. So is the Polish team capable of taking the victory? We'll know that shortly. But I want to go back about W. What do you think, Toxic? Do you think that after they win yesterday, they're capable of doing it against Opur? Because honestly, it was pretty flawless from the Polish team yesterday.
Yes, it was, but I will stick to what I say. Opur, you said they are consistent, and in the end they always are. They will always basically finish first or second place in these tournaments, but they tend to sometimes just drop down to the lower bracket and then do a complete run there. And maybe that's something that we will see here, which would be cool, because that would mean for W that they will be in the grand final, and we would be seeing a Polish match in the lower bracket final between Hit and Run and Opur, which I would be very interested to see in the lower bracket already. I feel like what W really has to look out for is not to get too lightheaded. As you said, they have some younger players, they have some very emotional players, and if they get ahead of themselves in the decision making, I feel like it will be hard for them today.
Yep, definitely this match is going to be a BO7. All of the matches are pretty much BO7s. Only the grand finals that we'll be covering tomorrow are BO9s. Toxic. We'll have now very shortly the introduction for that match with all the maps also, because it's something very important. I think I've seen that there is a mines between these two teams, and I had a quick chat with Frugo regarding the way Opur is playing on that map in attack, because many of the teams, for example, they are not really prepared for their attack on mines. But yesterday we had a very interesting cap tactic with the shield with the mouse. Maybe they worked on countering that possibly.
I mean, it would be great to see a counter. I always love when teams adapt to what's happening. I feel like it's not really easy to counter Opur though, because Opur is a team that has so much experience that they can adapt pretty much in lifetime. They don't have a reaction time in their reactions. So you kind of need to not only counter the strat, but also their reaction to what you are countering. So you need to be like 2-3 steps ahead of them. And there's very few players that are that far ahead mentally that they are able to pull something like that off.
Yeah, well, we'll find out shortly, but now I think our casters are ready, so we'll get to hear what they have to say about that last match from the EU bracket for today. Is it going to be Opur or W taking the victory? We'll find out shortly, but just before that, let's get back to the cast desk. Kian and Aki, please take it away.
Well, hello there and welcome back for the fourth time of today. And we have come back to the EU server. We have come back to the upper bracket final in between two teams that have shown quite a dominant performance yesterday. It's going to be the team of Opur with a new logo, actually, against the team of W. Opur yesterday showing no signs of weakness whatsoever. They have played 4 rounds in the player stage. They've won 4 of those. Yeah, just absolutely on point coming into this one. What do you think?
Yeah, they looked on form, but their opponents, W, also looked quite good. We got to remember, though, these teams met in groups already, where Opur had the more successful end of the story between the two. However, it was not really the match of the greatest significance anymore, so cannot take too much away from that. But both of them really dominant so far this tournament. Now it's going to be a clash between these two about what can our Polish diamond Frugo do, getting more polished every tournament.
Yeah, and what can Opur do in their preparation on the way leading up to China? Steps being the first map removed here from the map pool by Opur. W answering with Sand River, then Cliff being taken by Opur with W saying, hey, we'll defend first. Muravanka, the next map on the menu. Himmelsdorf being removed next. This leaves us with Tundra as a possible map number 3. Mines and Prokhorovka not going to be played once again, leaving us with Ghost Town as the possible tiebreaker. I would love for this match to go there. Not sure if it will, but once again, Ghost Town seems to not be one of those favorite maps for any team currently.
No, it's fallen out of fashion, which is interesting. We'll see if it comes around in the best of 9 format when we get there. So that's going to be something to look forward to. But yeah, it's weird that we haven't seen any.
So far. I mean, that might still change, but even in this match, I think in the entirety of matches that we've spectated, this is number 8, I believe, yesterday and today. Only one match, I believe, went to tiebreaker, or was that even off stream? And I can't even remember, but the probability of us seeing Ghost Town here is, I think, kind of low. That being said, we are going to be starting off on Cliff, so it's going to be a cracker right from the get-go. Cliff, one of those maps that always promises fast-paced action, and also Cliff, one of those maps where I think, you can really see the differences in team cohesion, in individual plays, in people able to quickly grasp what the situation is, how they need to react. You can really see how good teams are when it comes to short-term decision-making.
But it's not always played in a super quick fashion, though. We saw Smile take more of a slower-ish approach in the last match. It's not necessarily, 7 tanks middle and fight. There's a possibility. However, we don't really see too often 7 tanks mid anymore. It's always some sort of split and then react to the enemy's split. And I think we'll have a similar story between these two. Opur, I find more likely to take 7 tanks and just be like, okay, guys, go brawl, go kill them. W, not quite.
I mean, when you have the opinion that you have the better focus fire, that you have the better players, and I think Opur has that kind of standard set for themselves against any team that isn't called hit and run, then yes, that becomes the possibility, that becomes the opportunity to just say, hey, we'll drive at them, we'll drive over them, we'll focus fire them down, and we'll just win the round. Now, casters' predictions. Yeah, most of us saying actually, or probably hoping actually, that this one is going to go towards a tiebreaker. I am really looking forward to what we're going to see here. You're saying it's going to be W, Insane, and me are saying it's going to be Opur. Toxic, though, the only one to say this is not going towards a tiebreaker.
Maybe Toxic knows more than us, but, we're expecting a close one. I think that's fair. With the way both of these teams have performed, I wouldn't cut a clear winner. I went for W because otherwise we'd all be on the same board again.
Yeah. Now, tank-wise, Opur coming into this one, double BZ, double 277, triple CS63, so kind of light.
kind of light indeed versus W's. Bit heavier, 6 BZs and 1 CS. That's from a poor on Cliff you have seen before, right?
Yeah, and for a W, like dropping really any kind of finesse. It is once again this in-your-face brawling setup that can be split up though, with those BZs especially. And we'll have to see how exactly they are going to split up in those initial seconds of the first game of the upper bracket finals of the EU server, sending 1 CS, and basically that should be 4 BZs towards the middle, sending 2 BZs lower. For Opur, it's going to be WoT7 lower. A lot of CSs diverting immediately towards that donut, all of them getting spotted. That is a lot of information that is going and exchanging hands here right now. But the thing is, Ali and Loop, they can't really go in against the CSs from the donut and against those 277s that are kind of safe, that can provide crossfire. So this in turn means that they're going to be stuck with double BZ on the lower side.
Yeah, but the WoT7 is stuck on the lower side as well. But Frugo taking a beating from the CS63s, taking even more damage from Piotrix on the back. He came back towards the middle, but he's just kind of out in no man's land. Frugo's going to fall for this. That's the first freebie for Opur, the Polish leader for W, out in no man's land, down towards the one-shot. Surely Getsai will find him in a very, very quick fashion here in a second or two when he wants to. Although Frugo might just be able to boost fast and survive. Yuzek, however, on that top ramp position, is in a little bit of trouble himself. Can't really do too much. Piotrix is laying down crossfire on towards him, so he has to be careful from that CS63. HP pretty even though, and the issue I think for W is that they can't really just hold from this.
Oh, big shot there going into Barkis. Not sure if from Ketsai or Ozek here right now, but I think the trades at the moment, they are favoring Opur. They are favoring the team that currently has the crossfire positions better established. And you can see Ozek now bowing out from the ramp, but it doesn't really matter for them. They don't really need that ramp position currently. Yuzek trying to take a swing at Piotrix. He knows roughly where he is, but now here comes the trouble. Here comes the troublemaker. That is going to be Pansfury. Yes, DJ taking a big one here from what felt like Loop, but Pansfury did make it over for free, and now that is a problem because that's a hull down 277 that does get covered by double. Make that triple CS if you also count Piotrix. So now this is springing the Opur tanks into action. Yuzek, realizing he can't stay up there anymore, takes another big swing by Ozek regardless, down towards a one-shot. This is the tanks on the ramp. Dangerously low for W.
Dangerously low and pretty much going to die, and W is now trying to react by pushing out the 1-2 lines themselves into that 277 of Panther Fury. Orzek though with the first kill on towards Frugo on the middle. Panther Fury falling though, Yuzek now down in the middle as well. DJ faced off against Ali, and now W is trying to repush this top side, but they need some help onto the position of DJ. They will clear at least the one line, but that will put them into a surround. The ignite from Lip helping out a little bit though. Itox crossing over, but crossing into his own death more than anything else. W falling to pieces on round number 1, and all that came from that initial damage taken on the middle of the map. And Ketsa even coming out wide to make that play, take the damage in the repush from Opur. In the meantime happening, even a good body block there from Ketsai, but Tisek to come in with the kill leaves Ali and Lip as the last 2 tanks standing in this battle, and Opur coming in immediately with a good start.
Yeah, Opur with a good start, with a solid start into round number 1. I think the biggest problem here for W was that team captain, actually, Frugo there in the middle of the map, not really having a good time, overextending, just over-peaking there, losing all his HP, bare his life there in the middle, and then they couldn't really contest that ramp anymore. They were in the 2v2, but they didn't have the HP to properly play there, and any kind of repush that W was realistically going to attempt was just going to run into the crossfire that the CSs had established so well. So I think the crux of this game here is essentially that Opur was able, with those initial moves, to make the HP disadvantage that they were starting off with, because they had less of those BZs. They managed to close the HP distance or difference, and from there on out, they just had the better position. So Opur, at least in round number 1 here, demonstrating a very, very thorough understanding of Cliff as a map.
It's also just the fact that Opur has better access to everything, right? Because of the double BC being on the 2 line, Panzer Fury was able to take and join his teammates on the 3 line. That, for example, already was bad for Opur, for W, even if they didn't lose so much HP, because it's like, you know, DJ is watching 2 tanks. They have 6 available on the top side. They also have easier access to the middle again. They have easier access to the hill because of Piotrik's position, kind of shutting down the ram. So I think all in all, to be honest, W was always going to have a lot of issues holding in this round, no matter what. It just became a lot more severe with Frugo taking all the initial damage. But even without it, I think position for position, Opur was always ahead and had access to whatever part of the map they wanted to. They could even send a CS around the hill at some point to farm those BZs. They could BZ on the hill if they wanted to. They had access to everything. W did not.
And I think the most important thing to highlight for Opur is that actually, like, they started off with a lighter lineup, but they actually made it work. They took the positions, they saw like, hey, this is where, you know, W is trying to establish themselves with those slightly slower but heavier, more HP tanks with higher alpha. They completely avoided going close towards those tanks and then just set up crossfire positions everywhere, took all the options away, exploited the initial misplays from Frugo, and from there on out, it was their game to lose. They didn't, so it was their game that they netted here. And honestly, I'm kind of like, it is 1 round only, but if that keeps going, I'm kind of worried for W, because Opur just pounced on every single mistake and didn't give an opening whatsoever towards the players of W.
Luckily enough for W to still have a long road before they would be relegated. And even then, if they would be, they still have the safety net of the lower bracket, right?
Yeah, that is entirely correct. But we highlighted it already. Going through the upper bracket into the grand final is not only the shorter, the more relaxed, the better route. You also get the pick and ban advantage in the grand finals, which are happening tomorrow. But sometimes it's not your choice, right? If you aren't able to win the upper bracket final, then you have to go through the gruesome lower bracket. And Opur will be trying to continue exactly what they've been doing, and they'll be doing it with, well, exactly the lineup. Double BZ, double 277, triple CS.
W not switching either, though. 6 BZs and a CS. Opur likes that triple medium lineup. They've used it 4 times now. I think they played Cliff 4 times. They've used it 4 times. They seem to be pretty confident that they can beat the heavier lineups even with the triple CS and the double 277, which is a bit lighter than those BZs. But if W can find the engagement that they're looking for, they should simply out alpha Opur.
Yeah, this is where Opur needs to be very careful to avoid getting too close to the team of W at the start. Currently, Opur is sending every single tank towards the middle end. Yes, they have a more diverse lineup in terms of tanks. They do have mediums, they have heavies, they have BZs, they have 277s. But they actually have mostly fast tanks. And this is where the lineup of Opur shines. You can see they just have so many options available. Piotrik's going to spot out, get a lot of information immediately on towards the tanks that are coming towards the middle from W. Rexa already starting to drive around the hill. Pan's Fury opting against the cross with the 277. Those are just all reactions that are so very well tried, and Piotrik's going on towards the hill, having taken only a singular shot of damage. Already all the positions in the hands, once again, of Opur.
Yeah, and they have Rexer behind them as well, which is going to put 1 or 2 shots into the backs of these tanks from W. White Rock now realizes that, hey guys, there's a CS behind us, so they're going to decide that this is our moment to go on the hill. They're sending White Rock up by himself right now. Frugo to join as well. Big peeks from behind of the Polish captain yet again. In trouble, 672 HP remaining. A 1-shot now with Frugo. Narrowly makes it on top of the hill. Ketsai not getting too much of a better story though, but it will be an even fight on the hill at the very, very least. Itox there missing onto Panzer Fury.
That is
huge.
huge.
Getting the better. Yeah, and Ketsai actually falling. Who got it? Ollie?
Yeah, Ollie there with that BZ from the D3 position. That is really one position. Huge kill and a half. Because this means that now on the hill it's going to be a 2 versus 1, and more importantly it's going to be a BZ against the CS. Pan's Fury, they're taking a beating taking punishment in that 277, and I think this is what's bringing Opur into action. They are down 2k HP, but they do have more guns in the fight as the tanks by W from the donut. They're coming into the fray here. They're storming in towards the middle of the map. One of the 277s by Opur actually completely down and out of the fight there in that northern part of the map. So I think right now Opur, they were caught with their pants down in a rotation.
In the rotation, indeed, DJ there tried to counter Ali, but Ali simply said, okay, you're trying to counter me, I'll go for your CS63 instead, as the hill is under firm control of the boys from W. Ali here might be able to push Tsek out, but Tsek knows the position quite well, finds the kill. Ali trying to do the best that he can with the situation he was in, but in return, though, Panzer Fury a one-shot, Rexer a one-shot, Piotrix a one-shot. Everybody but DJ and Tsek are not having a good time. Barkus here fancies himself a little bit of Rexar. He has that HP advantage as well. Rexar did take a good peek, so he's going to do 2 shots of damage to Barkus, who's down towards 600, but now Rexar falling, Fury falling, Gutrix to the grave as well, leaves DJ and Tsek. But they have done a tremendous amount of damage in the meantime, though. Lip down towards 437. The issue is they have no access to cap number 2 for Opur, and they will have to repush at some point.
Exactly. What we are probably going to see is going to be a repush, the March of the Elephants. White Rock here trying to move down the hill. This one can be a dangerous one. Oh, kind of lucky there not to lose more HP, still staying on a...
Was a bit fast, you know?
Shot here, was a bit fast, was trying to get ahead of himself. But yeah, Cap does get started, and this was actually, I think, kind of worth it there as DJ trying to repush the middle and time again. That repush is so costly. DJ down to 1400, and Tsek not finding the kill shot towards Frugo is going to be very, very hurtful from here on out. The HP, they were in favor of Opur, they're kind of even again.
Yeah, that double tap on DJ on the crossing. I mean, he now knows that he has to somehow challenge Yuzek in his BZ, while the cap is still going. Tsek is now relocating towards the south side himself, will probably join DJ in that position so they can go for Yuzek together. But in the meantime, yeah, the time is running lower and lower. 1 minute and 8 seconds left on the clock to the cap, and Tsek will take at least like 10 more seconds to arrive in the middle, then they need to kill Yuzek. It's all just not really looking good for them.
Yeah, no. W is doing a very good job with the tools at hand that they have. Yuzek now getting pushed by a DJ here. I mean, DJ trying to isolate the enemy tanks here is going to not even get the connection, and that means that Yuzek does get at least more shot for himself. He's probably not going to roll the 277, but at the end of the day, that doesn't even matter. 277 with the next shot, but Yuzek there reducing the 277 towards a one shot. Tsek coming in with that CS63 might even, I mean, yeah.
That was a good play from Yuzek though. But in the meantime, Barkus joining the cap to speed up the process, and Lip will body block Tsek even with that BZ. Trugo then from the top of the hill gets the kill, and it's gonna be W equalizing the scoreline rather quickly. Good moves there from them as well. Ali there pushing across to B2, killing Katsai, like you said, super important.
Yeah, so the teams starting to trade blows here, and Opur in round number 1, they looked to be ahead. In every single department, they looked to be ahead mentally, in tanks, in positions, in understanding, in gameplay, in everything. Round number 2, not so clear-cut. Yes, both teams had some situations that looked kind of dicey, but in the end, I think Opur starting to lose a bit of the nerves that they are very, very well known for. Not able to keep the guns in the game, and instead a W just with those 6 BZs and that singular CS, able to to this time take the positions to not get outplayed simply by opening where they couldn't respond anymore. I think the difference this time was that W were able to negate the advantage that Opur had regarding speed and just play on alpha.
Yeah, and it's just all around good stuff from W there. Really just huge. Good for them. 1-1. Brings them back in this match just smoothly. down to a best of 5 now. Muro coming in next. Our predictions may not be too far off the truth, Kian. 1-1 Muro, 1-1 Tundra, tiebreaker goes down.
Possibly. Moravanka, we have seen, can be a map, which can be a definite 1-1. We have seen some 2-0s as well. But either of those teams are going to know that Moravanka is a map that, lends itself to attacks. We haven't really seen the super heavy, or not super heavy, but super aggressive one-cap commits yet that we used to see last tournament. 1-2 line cap, I mean. Those haven't really been a thing yet this tournament. Teams on the attack side tried to play it differently, tried to play it forest, a bit of everywhere, and the defenders sometimes even felt, pushed into just super aggressive openings with quadruple IS7, triple 277 that ended up not working. But I really am waiting to see one of those 1-2 line cap commitments and how the defender will want to respond to it. With a mouse in the middle soaking up the damage. Stuff like this. Classic Moravanka stuff.
I'm more curious to see what defensive lineup we're going to get. We've seen some interesting ones so far. 4 IS7s, 3 277s. The defense is still trying to, figure out ways to get into a position where they can really hold, because they have to go aggressive.
Well, I think the questions might be answered soon, at least the ones regarding the lineups, because we are about to go into round number 3 here, in between Opur and W lineups. Quadruple I7 for Opur, bringing double S-Conk and the singular Batchat.
Singular Batchat versus W60DP, double I7, mouse, E5, bat, and CS63. A little bit of everything.
A little bit of everything by a W. The only tank that's more than once picked is the I7 here. Both Fruga and Loop with it. Opening-wise, I'm going to be very interested, especially where the S-Conks go by Opur, because those are going to be essentially the anchor tanks. The other tanks can rotate a lot more. And we do see, once again, today, quadruple IS7 going towards the forest here, this time even accompanied by a Batchat. And once again, the IS7s get spotted very, very early. It's not the Batchat that's spotting them, it is the CS with the, standard spotting run. Also, the CS full spotting lineup once again, whereas the Batchat leaves out the optics, takes the stab.
Yeah, we saw a reaction here yesterday on that zero line not having a good time whatsoever. Let's hope that Piltix has a better one. He has a lot of support though by that quad IS7 group that is coming in towards the lines of the forest. But look at W, man. They're just really taking it slow and steady. They're like, okay, all right, let's take our time, push up on 2. We don't have to do much. Let's just relax.
Exactly. They have one of their mediums, namely White Rock, in that CS positioned in C0 to gain a bit of information, to retain a bit of map control. They have the E5 behind him to lay down a bit of covering fire should it be needed. But in the end, rotation starting to happen by Opur. They are orientating themselves more towards the 1-2 line once again. Even the Batchat now starting to return together with the ISM that was positioned on the line, 9 line. I think Opur, this might even be a pre-timed rotation where they think something might be happening around the 1 cap, because obviously they see the lineup of W. They see that there is a Batchat that could be capping, but they also see that there hasn't really been any kind of advance. And now talking about timing rotations, this might be another one.
Yeah, but so far you'd favor Opur, no? Itox and the mouse are holding 1-2, sure. But this first rotation will take a while. Although if White Rock starts getting this info quickly and he's like, guys, nobody, then they may just send the I7s back to C2, C3 to hold from there to create crossfire if 1-2 gets pushed. Because right now, if Opur drives down 1-2 line, they have 2 tanks for free. I mean, free is a big word, but...
then again, yeah, they have a tank, maybe even 2 for free with that 60 TP, with that mouse. But on the other hand, that is all the mobile tanks for the team of W close towards the 2 cap. They can essentially try and just overrun it, but that is not a possibility yet. The team of W would need to wait until that 1-2 line push comes in, because those IS-7s we saw at the start of the game, they were moving towards that forest super quickly. We'll say most of them probably have turbo, maybe even grousers, something like that. So if the 2 cap starts being an option, or if W eyes itself a bit of that 2 cap, then the IS-7s just might, start booking it. And as soon as they do that, like, it doesn't matter if they killed the 60 TP and the mouse on the 1-2 line before, because they're just going to be going there so fast that those 2 super heavies, they're going to be left in the dust wondering where it went wrong.
Bark is here doing a spotting check. He tries to knock over the 3 towards the cap, but he gets spotted out. Needs to be careful. That was a lazy check from Barkis, actually. Not sure how else to call it. I think that we can agree upon that. Didn't really run the ridge, just kind of went for it, and only then realized that, there's a bad shot in the bushes somewhere.
Yeah, kind of a lazy check, and the possibility of the IS-7s booking it starts to become more and more prevalent here by the second, as Tizek, Orzek, and Ketsai starting to drive over that K-line. And what is really there to stop them? Well, turns out not a whole lot. It is a CS that gets tagged in towards the back. Not even sure if that was an HE. A second Amarak getting repaired here on the tank of Orzek, but Bark is also with that bad shot, not really having a good time. Down towards a one-shot, down towards the grave. White Rock, 527 possible one-shots for the IS-7s as well. They need to send one his way, though.
They need to do that indeed. They will send Rexar. You can see him peel off on the bottom of your screen. Now, Frugo's in a bad position, and Opor is just ahead right now in this game. Like, rotation-wise, they're just having such a good read on what they want to do and how they should do it. White Rock is going to fall. The Ignite, though, on towards Rexar will drop him really, really low immediately. Might even die for this. It's a bit unfortunate for him, although I think he will just about be fine by the looks of things. And W is trying to react, but again, it's the 7v5 position again that we're currently in. Piotrik's now coming in with his clip. He wants to get Frugo out, but I don't know, Piotrix. This is not it from Piotrix. Like, he comes in with his clip and he just explodes to Ali. That miscommunication, player failure. I think a lot of things there went badly, but luckily enough for Opor, they're so far ahead that it may not even matter.
I mean, that was essentially Piotrix just dumpstering his bat shot. I don't know what else to call it. He just took it and threw it away. He didn't even recycle properly. It just went straight to the garbage bin. But you said it. Opor currently far ahead, and they are most likely going to take this round if no more Piotrix plays start happening. And also regarding the tanks that W still has available, it's 4 heavy tanks. There are no playmaker tanks left. The mouse can't really sponge anymore. It's down to 1.1k. The 60 TP, you can see Itok starting to drive in, realizing it's all over for his team in this round, as Opor on the arguably worse side of Muravanka, with a very, very firm hold. A weird play by Piotrix, but maybe he just wanted to confuse the enemy.
Yeah, but the initial play from, Opor doing the rotations, pressure in the forest, forcing W to go clear it, and then W did clear it, but they really did not expect the K-line repush at all. They caught White Rock and Barkis with their pants down for it. They barely took anything crossing over, so they were like very, very happy with that. Rexar took a lot of damage killing White Rock, but somebody had to go kill him though, so there was that.
And I think at that point in time, they can even afford to lose Rexar, which would have been extremely unfortunate, because like he already took that fire and everything. It wouldn't have made a difference if he had died, I don't think. And now we can see DJ here trying to do what he can in this 1 versus 2 situation, but turns out he doesn't even really need to do anything more, because apart from the fact that Opor still has 6 tanks remaining, the time is also down towards 32 seconds. So Opor on the Muravanka defense are going to hold on. They're going to hold strong. They're once again on a victory. Going to look very, very solid.
Yeah, with a real opportunity to make match point after this. To be honest, on Muravanka attack, they had a really good defense here. With rotations that made sense, that were good. Kind of surprised that W didn't rotate back towards 1-2 after clearing the forest, you know? Like you clear the forest deep, you establish a spotter, and then you repressure the 2-line to put the cap on, because you know if they're not in the forest, they will take a long, long time to rotate, right? Back towards the forest to get those angles to reset. So I'm surprised. I mean, it looked like they wanted to do this, because the i7 started driving back. But the CS was very committed. The BAT was also very committed for that. They had no spots on the K-line cross because they never took 3-line, for example. So I would have liked to see them just full bail from that and go back towards 1-2. I think it would have been huge. Panzer Fury have just farming. Fury doing what Fury does best, farming.
Yeah, I mean, having a really, really good day. I mean, yesterday we even saw one player go above 7k, but I think anything above 5k in 7v7, where there are no HP regens available at least, is a monstrous round. So, yeah, Panzer Fury there. Really hitting his shots, really hitting his marks. There are some questions that I would like to ask towards the way of Piotrix this round, because it doesn't matter how you turn or try to angle it in any different kind of way. That play was just bad.
Yes.
But it didn't end up mattering. So, you know, his team is probably going to be calling him a bot. Insane would know more about that.
In my opinion, you're a bot.
But yeah, in the end, that was... first round of Muravanka. This means we're going to get one more of those. This time it's going to be Opur attacking. And it is going to be the lingering question here. Are they going to be trying some very, very slow play like we just saw?
I thought you were going to say experimental strats because they're saving for China.
I mean, is it that? Like, I mean, it's not even 8 p.m. Are we opening up the copium valve yet?
Sure. Why not?
They're saving strats for China.
They're gonna do the 6 mouses and a batch ad and drive to the cap and make a shield formation.
I mean, no, I don't know what I mean. I hate that idea.
Why?
It would be hilarious if it worked, but actually with the reworked HE, can you even splash the bat shot inside?
No, but you can just put... The way the physics works nowadays is that you can just put 6 people behind one tank and just push it through, you know? Like you just push it out of the way.
Yeah. Something tells me we're not going to see that. Something tells me it's not going to happen this way, because we said it already, like... Both Smile, Opur, Hit and Run, all of those teams are going to treat this sort of a very, very serious simulation of how, you know, other tournaments will go. And this means that, at least I think that Opur is going to take it like any other match in tournaments, but very, very seriously. And yeah, round number 4, we'll see. Are Opur able to secure match point for themselves, or is W once again going to be able to equalize the scoreline? Opur coming into their attack, doing so with triple IS7, a mouse, a 277, an S-Conk, and Piotrix gets to play Batshit again.
Versus Whitey and Barkois in the CS63s, a mouse, and 4 60 TP ski hand on defense.
That is a heavy lineup for W. With those 4 60 TPs, 1 mouse. Double CS as the rotationary tanks. We do see there is the 2 little choo-choo trains being formed with the 60 TPs being pushed very, very close towards the cap. I think the lineup for Opur, they're reading it in a way that, you know, they want to commit straight towards that 1 cap on the 1-2 line. Opur wanting to do none of the sort. They realize against this brutal amount of armor, firepower, alpha that W is bringing to the table here. They cannot really sustain in a close quarters battle. This is, I think, where they're instead choosing to go towards the forest and towards the middle of the map.
Go round and round, round. It's the bus. Yeah. They're driving the bus down one too. The 460 TPs and the CS16 and Panther is like, guys? Guys?
Yeah, there probably is a very loud silence, if you know what I mean. Good ignite though, coming out from Pan's Fury, but the tanks by Opur, they will need to come there soon to support the singular super conk of Pan's Fury. As the 60 TPs, the March of the Elephants has started. A quick one tap, a quick 1-2 probably even, as Yuzek puts in the next one. The track taken off, the third one coming in, and the fourth 60 TP Frugo, the captain himself, with the first kill of the game.
1, 2, 3, 4, 60 TPs are in my story. And they're going to be continuing to roll because on the offside of your screen, H7 cap has been started. Triple cap actually as well. And right now, there's nobody that can stop this. Marcus is going as a bullet, but he has 15 seconds to make it. They cannot even really stop for this mouse because then they won't be reloaded for the cap. I think he spotted out one of them, but who will get the reset here? Because Itox actually drove down. 4 seconds left. The mouse that was supposed to stay on the top is no longer there. Can they find a reset? It doesn't look to be that way as Opor steal it in front of the noses from W, who were really rolling over it. Miscoordination there, I would say, between Itox and Barkis about who was supposed to do what exactly. Because one of them is supposed to stay on the top, one of them is supposed to go spot, and they both went to spot. So you see Barkis drive back to the top with 5 seconds left, but the CS63 aim time is long.
I mean, both of them.
And the mouse is a lot taller, by the way.
Both of them going to spot makes both of them a bot in that situation, as Opur are going to be very, very happy with this round here, where the 60 TPs, yes, they do catch a couple tanks by the side of Opur off guard, but in the end, it doesn't matter if Piotrix is going to be able to whop up 40, then 29 cap points for DJ, 31 for Ketsai, and that in total, you guessed it, it makes 100, capping through here as Opur make it a very, very quick attacking victory on Morovanka of all maps. And now, if you're a W fanboy, you should be very worried because we are moving into the next map. It's Tundra. It's not too bad yet as Opur starts defending, but after that, they're probably going to be attacking if they don't win that round straight up.
This was W's round though. Miscoordination there, like in general, like endgame scenario. Bark is taking the long route instead of just cutting close, like 2-line into speedy mode into spot in the cap. You know what I mean? Like he went really wide for some reason. That didn't make sense to begin with. Itox not staying on the top with the mouse or not like immediately starting to roll down when the cap gets started. Like if he just rolls down immediately when the cap starts, I think he makes it on time to spot it at least for Barkis, for example. But ideally he stays and either Barkis or White Rock just move in immediately in speedy mode. I think if Barkis goes straight instead of going wide, he'll make it. The mouse is so tall, he loads HE, he resets, it's all good. They win that round easily. They were up so much already. Even if the CS63 dies, once the cap gets reset, game over. Game over 10 out of 10 times.
Yeah, I mean, it was like 10,000 versus 15,000 HP and like 6 versus 5 guns with 60 TPs in close combat engaged against pretty nimble tanks compared to a 60 TP. Well, compared to a 60 TP, almost any tank is pretty nimble, but you know what I mean. But like this, we have now arrived at a match point for Opur in a match that we all expected to be very, very close, but Opur actually doing a good job of stealing a round from W, a round that might be very, very costly. And now, all of a sudden, it's do or die in the upper bracket for that team of W that did look very, very good yesterday and are sort of fumbling a bit, I would say.
No, I think W saving grace is that they're starting on attack, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but I'm a bit worried still. I mean, that last round is kind of a demoralizing one, Imo.
It can be, right? It can be. Especially if they realize what they did wrong. Because if they realize it immediately, they're going to be like face palming, and then it can be very, very hurtful towards the psyche of the players. So at least at this point in time, it would probably be better for them to not realize they could have easily won the round. They can be like, we got all capped, out of position, unlucky. Then again, players of their calibers, they probably recognize it. That being said, though, it doesn't really matter if or if not they did something. They ended up losing the round, meaning we are at match point. We are at the possibly last round. There is the slight advantage of attacking for W, but first of all, Opor will try to finish it off immediately with triple 60 TP and quadruple ISM.
W, on the other hand, double 60p, I7, 277, double E5, and a Minotauro. For W, this is a kicker though, this last round. They would go 2-2 into Tundra, and we're prime pole position really for a tiebreaker. Now we're in pole position for Opor to just snatch it away. All in all, they did a really good move with that cap, but it hurts if you're W. It hurts.
It hurts, indeed. And now, opening-wise, I think that's kind of standard. 2 south heavy for Opor. And from W for the opening, Ali this time not in the hurry. Stays once again there at the base. The Finnish treasure, I guess, of the W team, supposed to provide the support from the back lines, as we do see triple IS7 here. Kind of unusual positioning for those in the FG2 positions, now starting to continue, probably waiting for some timing not to get spotted by what exactly on the W team is the question. They do get spotted now, though, and that is a very, very aggressive move. Whitey revealing his position in that 60 TP as well, but he's probably going to be pretty safe.
Yeah, no, Poor on the defense know that they have to make some sort of a moves, are pressuring. The 1-2 combination and the fire as well, and then Rexar with a good shot. That puts him at 750 HP, man. An actual 50-50 for these 60 TPs. Now Yuzek is going to have to move across the open. And look at Opor, Jan. Look what they're doing with these I7s.
That hurts so badly. Looking at the 60 TP, they're also Yuzek getting hurt. And the I7s just rotating around. Not really giving a damn, because they're safely able to rotate. Whitey starting to, fancy himself a little of a 1v1 against T-Sec. Actually, it's going to be a 2v1, because there is one E5 starting to come close. And this means that T-Sec is probably going to lose this one. This is going to secure the southern side, if White Rock doesn't bounce more shots here. But Itox surely able to put a couple shots into that 60 TP that even starts getting hammered from the back lines from Ali, who has relocated on the hill. This is 3v1 against that singular 60 TP. The I7 rotation actually starting to hurt the team of Opor. They need to do something in the north, and they're collapsing now.
I think T-Sec didn't really fully understand the plan there. I'm not sure why he would be by himself, it doesn't really make too much sense. Now they're going to focus on towards the Lipto with these I7s, the 1-2-3 combination. Panzer Fury will be the one that have to finish it off, and then they'll move on toward Yusek. But this is actually enabling Frugal to be useful in this game at the very least, right? Because before, on his low HP, he wasn't really contributing anything. Panzer Fury now down towards a one-shot. Good connection there from Yusek in the 60 DP. It's an important one, making that tank a complete and other one-shot. Now he has to be very careful, but still, even with this Opor leaving T-Sec behind, White Rock's now coming in, but I mean, they don't really have anything going for them.
No, they don't. 2 kills so far for the side of Opor, and yeah, they're even ahead in HP. White Rock now dropping down towards 621, and that is detrimental towards the 60 HP, because Ketsai is very, very likely going to roll at 60 HP in the next shot that he's going to do. And all of a sudden, also basically the lines of communication, as you would probably call it, have not been cut off for the side of Opor. They're still able to rotate those IS-7s around freely. That being said, though, Ketsai being pressured down towards less than 1000 HP. The team HP actually starting to edge back into W territory as DJ gets spotted on towards his way. starting to attack Itox here. Piotrix also, the little hit squad forming up. There is one IS-7 also on the long rotation, trying to flank Itox completely here. We're going to have to wait and see. As good shot by Ali through that rail car, and we'll have to see if Itox gets caught with his pants down as Rexa comes from the back.
Yeah, these IS-7s just being an absolute terror for Opor. Able to find kill after kill, isolation after isolation. Now the three of them triple team Itox in that position, and a lot of the HP for the W team is now currently on the hill with Ali. And sure, he's doing some damage, but now Orchek coming in, almost fallen for it, takes a lot of damage, but survives on a one shot. And W now left. Thank two of them very healthy, but no guns available to them to really make them to the game.
And Bark is now driving around in that Minotauro, getting proxied by Ozek, but that Minotauro is so annoying to penetrate. Bark is there with the connection, but once again, the amount of guns, the IS-7s, one quick tap into Barkis, one quick tap into Ali, the HP, even again, and Frugo gets picked up.
Yeah, Geta there realizing that he's not really a one-shot, goes for Frugo, picks him up as well on that 500 HP. Bit of a risk, but at the same time, knew that he could do it. Ali not connecting the shot there, and now 2v4 with 3 minutes left. There is a world in which they win this, but I don't know if we are currently living on this world yet.
Yeah, there is indeed a world. There is a planet that sees a W victory here, and I'm not sure if Ali or Barkis have the technology to currently reach that planet. They don't have any BZ-75, so I don't think they have the rockets needed.
I don't think they have the time needed either. Because it takes a long time. They will have to find Katsai first, who might even give a shot to Barkis if he gets proxy spotted by the IS-7 because of that A2 position. If Barkis could find Katsai, though, I think he might have an angle from his position on towards that 60 TP. They still need to find the three other players again. And sure, Tundra is not a large map, but with 2 minutes left, you don't have a lot of things you could possibly do. If you cap, you lose. So you would have to kill them somehow.
Mm-hmm. And now Ali starting to edge closer in the north. We can see Barkis there with a shot, but does not connect there in the north here. Actually, Ali trying to shoot as well, and we can see Ketsai springing into action, does not connect his swing either. So now Ali is going to drive in, going to connect that one, and the Minotauro to pick it up. But now you can see the problems. 1 minute and 38 seconds. It will take more than that to cap any kind of cap, and because both tanks fired now, this means that Opor is aware of all the positions of the enemy tanks. And there is one tank that has not been spotted by anyone yet. That is Rexa. He can just drive away. He can just hide somewhere. And they'll split, surely.
Yeah. They'll go left, they'll go right. One drives back down, one to line. The other one goes to hide at K2. In the meantime, DJ is also peeling off towards a different direction. I mean, sure, Rexa will get spotted here. Might even take a snap from Barkis. He doesn't. And I mean, Barkis is in the impossible situation. Sure, Ali finds DJ, but with 1 minute left, they would need to find the other two IS-7s. And Opor has done a good job on this defense to bring it and drag it out to the wire, which is going to cost them nothing.
I don't even like Piotrix peeking here. Like, surely he does get the shot in. But I don't know if Rexa gets set on fire. Nah, it doesn't matter. Who are we kidding? Oh, yeah. So Opor are holding on in a bit chaotic round number 5, but I think Opor in those chaotic environments is also one of those teams that strives in them. They do have the communication within their team needed to immediately recognize who does what, when, and where. Beautiful job of demonstrating that. They do get one more kill. Not that it matters, but they do get one more round. That one actually does matter. Good Cupola. Snapshot by Rexa to end of the round. Takes one more shot, but it's going to be Opor 4. W only one. They're going to be dropping down towards the lower bracket, and that actually concludes the EU part of the stream for today. But worry not, we've got more content coming right up. It's going to be one more NA match. First of all, let's take a look at the damage numbers in between Opor and W here, though, as we do see that Ali once again damage dealer, but it wasn't enough.
It wasn't enough indeed, as you can see. But, Opor doing a good job there. And at the end of the day, even if it was 2-2 coming into this, winning their defense would put them, again, in a really great position to win the matchup. Don't think the scoreline really reflects of how close it was between these two. Luckily for W, they have another chance in the lower bracket, but Opor deservedly so. Moving on. Moving up in the world.
Yes, moving on, moving strong. We're here actually meeting a valuable opponent for themselves. I think they are going to identify some of the mistakes they possibly made, because there is no perfect game of World of Tanks that you play as a player. There is always something you can improve, and they are going to be finding those ways to improve. Otherwise, they wouldn't be where they are, which is the grand final. W moving down in the bracket. But I think, Daki, for the time being, that's enough from us. Let's see what Insane and Toxic have to say about this one. Take it away.
Are you sick and tired of being relentlessly shamed for your lack of skins and loot boxes and other cool things? Well, don't worry about it. We've got you covered, Jimmy. Hi there, we're MillionPugs. You've probably seen our logo on stream, but here's what we actually do. MillionPugs earns you skins and in-game rewards whenever you shop online. When you shop with any of our partnered brands, you earn our own loyalty points, called Pugs. You then swap those Pugs for some spiffy World of Tanks loot like premium tanks, premium account access, and gold. Anyway, head on over to millionpugs.com now and sign up for free.
Opor is gonna continue with this amazing streak in this tournament, Toxic, as they're gonna be reaching the grand finals that we'll be covering tomorrow. And from the side of W, they're gonna be dropping in the losers bracket, where they will be facing either Hit and Run or Tango, which is tomorrow the match of the losers bracket will be covering.
Let's be realistic here. Come on, they will most likely be facing Hit and Run. Tango, I mean, they've shown some stuff, but Hit and Run is probably on another league. So tomorrow we will have very interesting matches here on the European bracket. But for now, I think we should take a look at the NA bracket as well, because that is also where we will have the last match that is being covered today, which will be between Bears and MLP in the lower bracket, match number 8.
You mentioned it correct. That's it for the EU bracket for today. And now we have our last match of the day, Bears against MLP, fighting to get the chance to face Escalate in the finals of the losers bracket. That's also a BO7 between those two teams. I think most of us voted for Bears, if I'm not mistaken. What's your take on it?
I mean, I also voted for Bears, but I did make it a tiebreaker because well, I've heard about the MLP matches, and they apparently didn't play all that bad. However, I still think that Bears might have the edge here and will be able to move on to the lower bracket final versus Escalate, the team that we saw fail miserably today versus Smile.
Yeah, I think that's pretty accurate to say so. And honestly, I think Bears or MLP, they would be definitely capable of taking the victory against Escalate, because today their performance was really not on point against Smile. Smile even allowing them to get 1.1 round with this throw on Murvanka. But let's get back to the match we have just seen between the two EU teams, W and Opor, because we have the replays ready and we were starting on a cliff. And honestly, we have to say those two teams with their initials, it was pretty frozen, but then there's a good play from the side of Opor. You'll see it. They have pushed up the 277 at F1, the Rock, to lock down the BZs, and then they will just move with Pants Fury forward to take the position in the donuts. As you can see, he's moving now to take the E3 position, and then he gets some damage, some free damage on the tanks in the donuts in some hold-on position, and it's actually forcing W to make a move.
Yeah, great stuff from Opor, noticing that they have to push this BZ back in order to get Panzer Fury into that cheeky position. W will react to it with the push with the BZs onto DJ, but it's just a little too late because Opor is really able to get that HP advantage, the positional advantage, and really force W into a move that they don't really want to play.
Yeah, I mean, they even win the middle So you can see Frugo at the start losing a lot of HPs, and then Yusek also dropping low, so good start from the side of Opur. And next up, actually W proved once again that the BZ is the king of Cliff, because even though you can drop a lot of HPs going up the hill, you have so much HP in general that you can accept that, and once you are on top of that hill, especially against CS, it's very strong. On top of it, great positioning from the side of Ali to take down Kedsine in his BZ75, and then you could see that W, they had only a CS to face on top of the hill, so a huge advantage, and it was just about to clean all of those low HPs. Rexhaus, the CS on the hill, the 277 in the middle, good stuff from W.
That shot from Ali was probably the decider in this game. I feel like if Kedsai makes it onto the hill there, maybe gives a shot and allows his team to actually win the hill, this match would probably paint another story. But great shooting. They killed a whole Kedsai going up that hill in this BZ. Great stuff from them. Also cool Ram, got some style points as well. Maybe they will be able to take those into the lower bracket for tomorrow.
Yeah, next up on Muro, though, it was not the greatest attack from the side of W, because you could see that the CS and Bachat got caught off guard by this Opor repush. In return, that's actually a good call and a good reaction from the side of Opor, going for that one of the kill line, taking out the Bachat and the CS in the process, and later you also get Frugo, which is a bit out of position.
Murovanka maybe not the best map for W. They didn't really seem to have the rotations correct. We will see that in the next game as well. The rotations were not really on point on this map. Maybe they should consider banning it, or I don't know, maybe training it a bit more, because with this showing it's gonna be hard to actually get a win in the tournament. They made it really far already, which is great, but really the next step towards the win is to be able to perfect basically every single map apart from one, because you can only ban one map, right?
Then we had that pretty interesting round. It was looking pretty good for W, considering that full tap they had on Panzer is the 60 TPs, but you could see that Opor in return was really fast into establishing over the base 2, starting the cap, and W, they had to rush for those decaps, and you will see that they're going to go straight with all of those 60 TPs, but they essentially only have the mouse that is in position to get some shots done, and Dishak is actually blocking him. Also, he's going to block the way also over the middle, and Opor is actually going to pull that over the cap. Pretty shocking result for the side of W there.
Very cool to see. It's like you blink once, you miss the entire round. Almost happened to me. I was reading a message and all of a sudden you tell me like, oh, the game is about to be over. And I'm like, wait, what? It just started, didn't it? So great stuff from Opor actually with the rotation here. They had Panzer Fury as the sacrificial lamb and then just took the round.
Well, next up, final round. Once again, a good start for the side of Opor, and not a great one for Frugo, dropping low, taking more than 2k HP. But you're gonna see that Dishak is actually making a mistake. He's on his own at the south, and he pushed up way too far, allowing W to take him out in the process. But you will see that Opor is reacting afterwards and getting the push down over the A-line with some overmatch triple, even 4 IS-7s going after a 277 and a 60 TP. Overall, it's going to be a very close round between these two teams, but you will see that Opor, with their decision making, their experience, they're going to make it just on time, because I think at the end it was a matter of what, a minute or so, 30 seconds. W had to rush to get the kills, but that could have gone in a different way if they had more time.
Kian mentioned this during the game already. This was really for Opor a very valuable match to see some of the mistakes they made and to improve upon them, not only for the rest of this tournament but also already in preparation for the WCI tournament. So I feel like Opor is quite happy with fighting W, and also quite happy with W actually doing so great, because strong opponents is what you want to have as a scrim in order to prepare for matches.
Well, yeah, like we mentioned, Opor is going to be waiting tomorrow in the grand finals. W is going to drop in the losers bracket, but now it's probably time for the final match of the day. It's a match from NA. It's in the losers bracket. We probably have the community predictions ready between those two teams, Bears and MLP, and the community is edging towards Bears. What's your take on it?
I mean, I have to agree. I see Aking on the team of MLP, and I'm pretty sure that Bears is actually going to take the victory. No, I'm just joking. I feel like 60-40 is fair. Bears probably the more known and more established team here, so giving them more credit is definitely correct in terms of the community prediction.
Okay, fair. Anyway, that's probably enough now for the analyst desk. We're probably gonna have to hear what our casters have to say just before this match, because we also have the pick and bounce to cover. So please, Kian and Aki, give us your insight. That's your time.
All right, and for the last and fifth time of the day, we are back with beautiful Ducky and I. We are going to once again cover a match from across the pond. It's going to be the Bears, a well-known American team playing against MLP, who have quite some, I would say, EU reinforcements to help spread the freedom. First of all, the Bears coming in under their captain of Chase. We have Muscles, Brain, Wallhacks, Draps, Melly, Major Kenway, December, and Octobear, who has been on the stream. Some of you might be recalling as an analyst before. Wallhacks being switched in very, very recently into this roster here. Didn't play the group stage, I don't think. But yeah, all around good players here.
Yeah, they have the individual skill needed to bring it to MLP. With, as you said, a few European reinforcements, as you would call them. Even Kian's in the team.
Huh?
Watched Gamer 1, 2, 3.
Okay, dude. All right. Got him.
I mean, at least he didn't immediately be like, "Oh yeah, that's me." You know.
Well, no, I would. Well, all right. Let's not delve deeper into that topic. I think instead, let us delve into the topic of pick and bans. What maps are we actually going to see? And it is going to be Mines and Tundra banned out, leaving us with
Ghost Town.
I do not believe my eyes. Ghost Town. 2 rounds of it. MLP starting on defense, switching into Muravanka. Bears wanting to play offense first. Steps then being removed. Himmelsdorf, possible map number 3, with Bears starting on defense. Prokhorovka, Sand River banned out, leaving Cliff as a cracker of a decider map. But first of all, Ghost Town. We have to talk about this map simply because we haven't seen it yet. A map that has seen quite frequent, I would say, a gameplay during the last few 7v7 tournaments, but we didn't see it quite a lot yet. It is going to be the matter of, are the teams actually able to defend against this 3 tanks fast to cap and then 4 super heavies behind? It's the kind of strat that we saw during the last events, or are the teams not able to do it?
It will show. It's the first time we're seeing it in the tournament. We'll see where the meta lands. On an A, it's good. I like to see it. Where we are going to be. Who did you predict for? I cannot recall for the life of me. And even he can't. Nice preparation, Kian. You don't even know who you pricked for? Whose did you copy? Come on.
I think I was actually the first person to put in all my predictions for.
Oh my god, I think you voted for MLP, bro. Yes, I remember, because I asked you, are you sure about your pick?
Yeah, I think now the more I think of it, the more I think I'm on the A-King arc.
The A-King arc.
The A-King arc, yes. I believe that we have great things to see from this young Frenchman yet, but the question is he going to demonstrate it today or any other tournament?
Bro, maybe event? If he wins, that will motivate Insane to play again. The new reigning French top FC.
I am... Well, it would be an interesting sight to behold, that's for sure. But first of all, obviously, A-King will have to prove himself in this event. There is the Bears as the team they have to overcome here. The Bears, a team that in the past have demonstrated that they are able... and one that have demonstrated that they are able to go far in these tournaments and win them. And they, even during the Winter Invitational, if memory serves correctly, they did do very, very well, even entering into the finals. So definitely not a team to scoff at. And all that is remaining, I think, is to ask ourselves, are we going to see the triple medium for Super Heavy Strat on Ghost Town twice or not?
I don't know. I think teams will just send more tanks to the middle immediately to deal with it. So I don't know if that is what we're gonna be seeing like straight away. I somehow doubt it. Actually, I don't know why, but I kind of doubt it.
I mean, the comfortable thing for any team that is on the attack that they don't have to commit to something like this, even if they have that setup selected, right? Because nothing forces you to do that strategy. When
True.
you have those
That
tanks,
was
you can
very
just do
effective,
something
though.
else. It was very effective, yes.
Like it was highly effective in the games we've seen it. Was anybody able to stop it? I don't recall even.
Yeah, exactly. Like there was one team that suddenly started stopping it, and then everybody seemed to be able to stop it, and then no one wanted to do it anymore, and then the map stopped getting played. We'll have to see, because both of those teams were fine with playing it. I mean, I think MLP even picking it. And yeah, I am on the MLP train. Let's see if the Bears have something to say. They see the frowning faces of the Bears there, simply seeing me picking someone else than them. And fun fact, if all forecasters and analysts predict for them, the faces are going to be smiling.
Really?
Not this time. No, of course not.
I mean,
We could make it that way.
I could see it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we've had weirder things like a lot of keyhand faces.
Not in the MillionPugs tournaments, though.
There's always another opportunity in the future.
I heard during some events on some Discords there were even catch a keyhand events where those screenshots were getting posted. Yeah.
Potentially through.
Unfortunately, I saw the channels myself.
Keyhand, a local celebrity. I mean, he's easily recognizable when he's in Prague. If you see a Lambo that has map guides as a number plate, that is a Keyhand driving around.
But yeah, that is my golden Lambo. The silver one has Cliff on the license plate. Anyway, Cliff. The battle is about to start here. MLP coming into this one. Double 60TP, one IS7, one mouse, and triple E5.
Against the Bears, double CS63, the T57, the E5, the double mouse, and a 60 TP. So in terms of like brawling potential, gotta give it to MLP.
Yeah, T57 can be a very effective tank though. Brings a lot of burst potential to the table, even more brutal than the the 50B, and it even reloads quicker. So that T57 heavy, especially on those like smaller kind of maps, can be definitely a worthwhile asset to have.
Very true. Let's see where we're gonna get though. I mean, we can already see no immediate cap pressure. That is not possible even if there's lineup that they have. Yes, is in. They're going for a slower, more methodical style. I'm surprised the Fox is on it. 7. Maybe he did some aim training recently.
We'll see how it all pans out here. First of all, the most important question that is now answered is there is not going to be the straight cap commitment by the Bears. They picked a lineup that was like maybe okay for it with that double CS and then having some super heavies, but the T57 obviously a giveaway that it wasn't. It wasn't entirely going to be that at least, and I think the problem for the Bears starts to be that now they aren't really gaining a lot of ground, and they're also not gaining a lot of information currently.
Yeah, no, but they're playing the really slow game. I mean, Kaname took a shot from a 60p. Muscles was spot on Niklas. Wally there lets the shell go loose. So Niklas knows that there's 2 tanks in this area, unless the E5 has binos.
Which would not be unheard of considering the scope of this tournament by now, but highly unlikely.
What is the Bears' way in to this defense?
Good question.
It requires an answer.
So right now, I mean, they're rotating away from the north. They need to overpush somewhere. And I think having like 3 tanks on that K-line could be a potential opening because like the 60 TP can't punish. You see there, Ruev. He has no way to be able to help Niklas. Because if the CS, double CS and the E5, theoretically speaking already, would be on the way up there, the 60 TP doesn't do a shot, like only the E5, maybe with 2, but then the IS-7 is sort of caught out. And the other thing is that the bears in the city, they don't really have any kind of tanks that you really want to commit upon. Like, they have the Mouses there, they have the potential threat of the T-57 heavy there, they have the E5 in the city also, that is like the DPM potential that's going to keep peeking you from every single side. Big hits, though, into Wally.
Yeah, Wally in that E5, I think, taking a 60 DP shot or two to cross back up, and Chase and Muscles are now on an adventure.
I mean, that is the bears here right now trying to get an advantage, but it's all going horribly unwell. Exactly the adjective I would use to explain how they're feeling, possibly. As Niklas, they're not connecting into Wally, but currently that IS-7 staying alive, doing so very, very nicely, especially since Wally has the ammo rack here. That's going to be the pickup. That's going to be 2 CSs stranded in absolute no man's land.
Yeah, and they're not really going to be able to shoot anything even, and Niklas is going to control them now, not Melly and December driving through the open to go towards an A-King and Riv. I guess is where they want to make their play. They're going to take some more damage to even get across here. I mean, December already down towards 764. Conquistador about to come up reload, but it's actually going to be an A-King to shut it down. And now the CSs are trying to get involved. Kenway trying to get involved as well, but let's be real, Keith, the amount of guns, the amount of HP that MLP has is just such a major advantage that I don't think that the CSs, of which one has just died, is really going to make a difference.
Yeah, now we can see good focus fire here by A-King in that E5, putting one more into that T-57. But Kenway in the mouse should actually be the most important focus down towards a 2-shot. And now Niklas getting collapsed upon by Muscles, but it's very, very annoying actually to engage that IS-7 in super close combat. Conquistador able to repair his ammo rack, so that's going to keep his gun effective. And now A-King behind that mouse is just going to put in shot after shot. Noxious with the pickup onto the T-57, and the Bears in round number 1 in their Ghost Town attack crumbling here. That south play was not it.
You know, especially with the E5 taking all the damage, so he couldn't 1v1 the IS-7 anymore. I think that was the bigger issue, that the E5 never really got in a position where he could 1v1 the IS-7. And I also just think that comes down to the tank that's being used for it. E5 side, very easy to hit. I think an IS-7 might have been better for the job.
Yeah, but even then, considering the amount of damage that the E5 actually took, like even if 1 or 2 of those shots bounce, then Niklas on the top of the hill still wins his 1v1 IS-7 against IS-7. So yeah, they could have selected maybe a better tank for the job. Would have won them the game.
Is
I would
Muscles
argue no.
CS made out of titanium or what? Like, yeah, bounced 2 shells, one from the E5, one from the IS-7. Not going to be bouncing those though. Yeah, MLP coming in, very happy immediately. Very, very happy. Winning Ghost Town defense. Ghost Town, it's a map where we say that you can win both sides. It's not really favored to one or the other. So they're going to be having a real opportunity in the next round to have a super, super strong start.
Yeah, a good start already, though, for the team of MLP that comes into this one, establishing dominance, not really giving an opening towards the side of Bears. I mean, they immediately recognized that, you know, the cap play was unlikely, so they put 1 heavy tank north, 1 heavy tank south. I was a bit surprised to see the E5 actually in the north. As 1 second, I should be able to correct this immediately, because that is not the result we wanted to see. This one is the one, and December, no impact whatsoever.
Not really his own fault though. I mean, he's forced to make a play and it just doesn't work out. It's like, at the end of the day, you can't really fault December for that, can you?
No, not really. As I said, I was very surprised to see that E5 in the north taking what used to be a definite S-Conk position. Because, well, the E5 is good and all, and like it has DPM and a like really good gun. But what it also has is a pretty big cupola, And especially with the S-Conk, like if you start using gun depression, then that cupola completely vanishes for the S-Conk. It becomes impenetrable for AP, APCR. You have to get really lucky to hit it with heat, and you need high heat pen to penetrate it. All of those things aren't really an issue with an E5 because the cupola is going to stick out.
True. Yeah, a bit of a drawback for the E5, but it's still a very comfortable tank though. Once you learn how to play it, it is so fun, actually, with that nice DPM, nice heat pen. It's really just a joy. You do need to be at a certain level to enjoy it, I think, otherwise you don't. But once you get there, it's very fun.
Yep, and this now leaves us at a 1-0. After Ghost Town Defense converted here by the team of MLP, the Bears are now going to go towards defense themselves. They're going to fancy themselves a bit of that Ghost Town, maybe hunkering down themselves. But in that first round, I wasn't really a big fan of the play that they did. Like, either it was MLP keeping enough information from them.
They had everything
or,
spotted, though, for MLP.
Yeah.
They had all the angles covered. Which is one of the reasons why the E5 of Wally took so much HP damage. There was an E5, I think Eric spotting him on the crossing. And those angles on Ghost Town, they can hurt.
Exactly. So this is where my concern comes in for the Bears, is that, like, if they're not able to take those angles away from MLP, and in this first round here they weren't able to, then this might come to hurt them once again, as we do hop into map video for round number 2. Once again, it's going to be Ghost Town, but MLP in round number 1 with that 7-1 scoreline, looking very, very healthy, looking very good.
Looking very good indeed, and now they have a real opportunity to take the second round here and actually get into a prime position to pick up this match, which I think still would be a surprise to most of us.
I mean, even to me, I just, wanted to, once in my life, be
different
different with the caster predictions. But let's see if the first question gets answered, which is the lineups. MLB going to be attacking, and they are going to be doing so with one IS-4, triple mouse, 1-2-7-7, and double E5.
And double E5 versus the singular E5 from the Bears, the singular CS, the singular S-Kong, the singular 277, and the triple mouse as well. So we have 6 mouses in this battle. That's a lot of HP.
That is a lot of HP. That is a lot of meat for both of those teams to chew through. I want to direct your attention at the fact that the only team that has taken a medium tank is the Bears, with muscles in that CS63. And that is actually more important than a lot of people might think, simply because this medium tank is able to roam, it's able to generate map control, to generate angles. So the fact that MLP don't have one means that they want to get those overmatches in the city. They cannot let the angles and the information that Muscles is going to generate come into effect.
Come into effect. He's going to get some quick info. He's a 277 behind him. Rodri will spot him out, potentially even give him a shot. Nice, good shooting there. And Muscles using the staffs on the CS. I mean, why not?
I mean, personally, I'm not the biggest fan of the CS gun. I think it is, not the most fun to play. It has trolled me way, way, way too often for me to enjoy it. But that being said, obviously in competitive play, especially the CS63, not only is the gun important, like the DPM is still good regardless. It just means that, sometimes you're not able to apply the DPM effectively, especially at range, but you're able to just drive around the map and, pick up those angles for your team, those crucial ones. That being said, though, Bears right now making short work of the HP for the tanks of MLP, as Ruev now starting to peek, gives one into melee here. And other than that, though, Bears with pretty good trades considering the HP that Eric is on.
Yeah, Eric and that mouse really not having a good time. He gets onto the cap on 677. That is too shottable. And now Bears up 4,000 already, man. I mean, how do you come back in this one? In the meantime, you can see on the north side of your screen, Riv here getting double teamed. Octo from one, Melee from the other. Riv is going to fall. And I don't think the rest of his team will be alive for too much longer after that. Even the ignite as well on the move. Eric fallen. Conquistador is the next one. This initial play from MLP, maybe not the greatest.
Yeah, might remove the MP for that one. The MillionPugs going away. Only the L staying for the team in purple currently in this round number 2 here. As Bears, after taking a very, very unfortunate loss in round number 1, do show up big time in round number 2. And honestly, I don't have any other words but wipe the floor with this team with a lot of European Legionnaires.
Yeah, those Legos are going to be crying their way on the boat back to Europe at this rate, to be honest. But it's still a long way away from that. For the Bears, it's a good recovery. Round 1 was a disaster. Round 2 was a disaster, but for MLP. Instead, they tried this cap play with angles, but I think the initial damage taken was already too severe to really do anything about it anymore. And once that damage has been dealt and goes down, there's not really too many recovery points for you.
I mean, especially take a look, like everything happening now doesn't really matter anymore, but take a look at the HP that the Bears still have. This is effectively 10,000 HP. This is effectively half of the HP that they started the battle with. So,
Kian's getting better at math with every tournament, bro. It's impressive. We're doing his calculus homework on the side. What's 2 plus 2 key? 22. Yeah. There you go. All right. Yeah, I don't know. It was an attempt.
A very unsuccessful one, as the scoreline shows now, a 1-1. And honestly, I thought the first round went badly for the attacker, but my, oh my, the second one, just an absolute and utter roll. As we do see, well, 1 round of damage by Eric. But, you know, you can't really blame the individual players here.
Yes, you can. It's all Eric's fault, man. You should have angled his mouse better.
Okay. I guess let's blame Eric and leave out the rest of the guys because the tactic was crap. Or maybe the tactic wasn't crap, but against what the guys of the Bears were doing, it just...
No, it's all Eric's fault, dude. They had the better strategy.
Man, poor Eric. What did he ever do to you? Did he not resub at tier 3?
Huh? Bro, that's an idea for you, Kian. You make this wargame in millions anyways, dude. Christmas is coming. Come on, bro. Stop pretending. We all know. We all know, dude. Jesus.
We all know what the next map is going to be, and it's going to be Murovanka with the Bears attacking here. Now, we said before that Murovanka is supposed to be an attack-sided map, but so far, have we seen a lot of it? Not really, eh?
No. I don't know. It's because everybody stopped pressuring that cap early.
Yeah, and I don't know why. Like, it seemed like a good strategy. Maybe everyone wants to be different and, like, tries now to do something different to surprise the defenders. But, like, if everyone does it, then no one's getting surprised anymore.
You know, to quote a very successful Polish FC, sometimes bad timing can be bad.
I believe that same person said that sometimes bad timing can be good.
I have a bunch of Frugo quotes somewhere, bro. I mean, like, I should honestly look them up and just casually drop them during the broadcast, slowly but surely, like Frugo quotes, and just like
drip feeding the audience with wisdom
and seeing if anybody realizes that they're quotes from Frugo. I'm even trying to find them. By the next match, I will have found them. Don't worry.
All right, Murovanka coming up. We saw the map actually a lot of times today. Which it always is weird to me that every single iteration of WoT7 tournaments seems to have like a theme of a different map being like the prevalent one, being like the ones that teams want to play. And there aren't even really that many changes that are happening in between the iterations. It's just the maps switching in and out of favor for some reason. So, yeah. Cool to see, though. Cool to see. It makes every single event like just that tad bit different to add some spice.
Add some spice, indeed. And let's see if there's going to be some spice in this one. Any curious tank picks. Is there a tank that we are missing that we haven't seen yet?
I mean, TVP, possibly. But then again, we haven't seen an inbuilt team in the finals on Cliff yet. So, you know, as soon as that happens, we're going to see a TVP for sure. Other than that, have we seen E100s? I think so, yes. Yeah. We've seen the 113, we've seen a 5A, we've seen a Rheinmetall of all things, we've seen an M454. Have we seen an E3? I don't think so. No Badger yet, right?
No, none of those.
Also, no V4, but since the nerfs, I don't think it's very viable anymore.
Still a good thing, though.
All right, let's hop into the lineup. 1-1 the scoreline. MLP looking to extend. 160 TP, double IS7, double 277, 1 skunk, 1 CS63.
1 CS63 versus the Bears, triple IS7, the Mouse, the Skunk, the E5, and the CS63.
All right, so moving into their Murovanka defense, MLP. So far, no attacking victories. Also, for a possible tiebreaker, that would be important. But this now being effectively a best of 5, not really there yet. But every single tank by MLP getting sent towards that 1-2 line. It seems that the Bears have left a trail, and MLP have picked it up.
Yeah, and the Bears are going straight for 1-2, but MLP is also going straight from 1-2. I mean, if it's a fight, either of the two teams could win, but it depends then.
That is indeed true. If it's a fight, either of the two teams could win. We'll see which one it is. Probably even MLP, as Muscles there with that CS63 completely out of the game, meaning right now it is 7 guns against the 6. Neither team knows it, but a lot of information here for the team of MLP that sent Niklas into the fray. But he is going to be the first focus as MLP springs into action with a lot more tanks. This is going to force the Bears into a lot of recommitment here, as Brain, the first one to get focused out down towards 770, is going to get picked up momentarily. Niklas from the top side trying to come in again with his IS7, overextending a bit.
Yeah, Niklas trying to get safe from all the guns, but he's just running into more. Everywhere he goes, there's another Bears tank standing and waiting. And yeah, they found Brain, but what else are they finding? Look at the crossfire currently available to the boys from the Bears. December on one angle, Chase on the other, Muscles in between. They're pounding these MLP guys from the left, from the right, and they're now moving back towards 1-2 line. They want to go onto wall hacks, they want to go on towards Octobear, but they've already lost a lot of HP on this little move, and Octo they're trying to pull to the top with Wally as well. Rodri and the CS not having a good one either, and I think this MLP push, it's not really finding any success. It found the first gun of the game, of Brain, but in return, they're now struggling to really find anything because the crossfire and the layers that Bears have is just too strong at this moment in time. Finally, they find something. It's an isolated melee, but that tank will shut down Noxious before falling to the guns. But as I say that, Okihan, the HP getting so ever so close, and there's a lot of that on Chase the Mouse.
Yeah, exactly. Wallhacks down to 871 needs to be very careful. Eric at the front lines there with that Skong is able to brawl against Muscles, and now we'll have to see what they're actually going to achieve. Rodri there needs to be very, very careful to stay safe. Muscles there starting to engage. Does get the track shot onto the Superkong, who seems to not have a repackage. Shots coming in towards Muscles though here, who is for sure going to take one more by the Skong. Good tracking shot once again. Beautiful aim by the NA player here, who gets one more into the Skong. Does not get the ignite, but this should be more than enough that he needs, and he is going to make it a 4 versus 4 with Bears leading regarding the HP.
Yeah, knocking there makes a peek, doesn't really get anything, wants to find Wally, but he doesn't really connect his shell while Wally does. Now this is still NA King's fight to win, because he's 3 shots, and Wally's a 1 shot. Yamarak, though, is going to add a little bit of the annoyance there, but with the experimental HP available to NA King, he will be able to shut down Wally, who does not connect on the shell, but does track to. That might be enough to reload once more. We'll see. He has 3 seconds left. No, it's not going to be the one. As Rodri falls in the offside, though, by Chase, and NA King finds Wallhack's Muscles now coming back in, but December from the top as well. MLP is defending, but look at the HP. I mean,
yeah.
Sure, Chase has most of it, but he just needs to kind of drive at them.
Yeah, Chase just needs to
Give Chase.
drive at them, and I think he's doing the right thing right now. He's recognizing that he needs to be basically the meat shield in front of both of his other tanks. That way he's striving to intercept any kind of way that the MLP tanks could have towards him. And Aking trying to drive towards the back right now, currently waiting for his rep kit to come off a cooldown just so that he can repair his Amarek once again. But the fact remains that MLP here currently on the defense, Ruet there, probably lucky to survive against that swing that December just took at him. And now Cap getting started, probably even with the mouse.
Yeah, the mouse just holding the fort. He's the tank up front. Push into him, and these guys need one shot each basically to kill him. And he also needs one shot to kill Rev, 2 to kill NA King, and 2 to kill Tankistador. So it's just not really a fun scenario for the boys from MLP. Muscles readjusting as well. They both miss.
They both miss, but now Muscles here with the flank. And in the 1v1 where both of those tanks spot each other at the same time, Muscles should be the winner. Because both of them are the one-shot, but Muscles obviously with a much quicker reload against NA King. Very, very good situational awareness by the CS63, realizing that the IS-7 might actually be on the flank. He bounces though, and that is not going to be a good time for the CS63 player here. Needs to get that one more connection to make A King in one shot. Does get it.
It's fine. It's fine. This plays 1v1 now. NA King can't go for him. Muscles can't go for him. So that's an even fight for Bears. It's fine, no? Why would they complain?
It is fine currently. Just Muscles cannot lose this here at the moment. And A King realizes that, drives towards him, and does get the pickup. Now he actually has the time to reload. Just cannot afford to die here. Tankistador now starting to peek from the upper side. Double cap gets started. Does get the reset, and this means for the Bears that now it's do or die with that mouse, with that IS-7. Tankistador, it's important for him to not get picked up here. Good shot by Ruef into the mouse, but it's actually December who they should be focusing on. He's the low HP guy. The 60TP barely managing to avoid it. He is looking towards December, gets the shot in, meaning the IS-7 is one shot. Tankistador, they're dancing around the house. Ring around the rosy is all he says. MLP 3 tanks, the Bears 2, the time 1:45.
Yeah, and King also closing the distance. December can't really go for Riv anymore because he took that shot from the 60 TP, and that is annoying for the boys of the Bears because Tankistador can just play ring around the rosy, and if he does it successfully, he will find the support of his teammates. But Chase actually catches the 60 TP there, who's now turning away, driving away. But I think Chase has an opportunity now, and he's Tankistador. He knows he can't be because of the IS-7. Time is an issue, though. Chase will find the 60 TP. Now, though, NA King, the fact that he didn't run away, he's finally moving out. I hope he just doesn't get caught on the hightailing it out of there because he's in C4, C5 right now. If there was a spot coming out from December, it would be a disaster at this moment in time. But it doesn't look to be happening. Chase finds him. Now is the question, can they spot NA King? 50 seconds left here. They can't cap anymore. NA King is driving in a per kill road. He's spotted, actually. Closing the distance may have been the end here for MLP. As NA King now trying to hide behind whatever object he can find. And Chase lets a shot go. Doesn't connect it, though. Still has a dead loaded December now coming in. NA King picks it up. And now it's on the mouse, though, who's on reload.
I think the mouse might still be on reload. Not even sure if the 277 or ISM saw him. He does see him, but there is the house is in the way, and Chase is going to hate this house for the end of days. It's just not going to be able to give him the shot that he needs. And now NA King there with 152 HP. He's going to embrace this building. He's going to embrace it with all that he has, probably even trying to drive towards it right now. The tracks are still, but the time runs out. And MLP, in a dramatic ending, are able to secure their second point.
Lost his 1v1, bro.
Yep. But the thing is, it only came this close after that because Rodri took a shot by the mouse for no reason and then didn't even retaliate when the mouse pushed him. Like, if the mouse is down towards a one shot, then, you know, a weird round, to say the least. a weird round. But at the end of the day, what did we see? Actually, a 1-2 line cap, a 1-cap commit by the attacking team, and it didn't win. So maybe that's why teams are not playing it anymore. Copium.
Copium, indeed. Yeah, for the Bears, that's a kick to the guts. Yeah, it doesn't feel good. They had that. They were truly ahead, and then the tide changes, and everything falls to pieces. And MLP again said it on Ghosta, but more here now having real opportunity again to make it 3-1. However, I don't see it happening. I actually feel like we're going to go blow for blow until the end of this match. It's giving me those vibes. It's like neither of the two teams really seems to be ahead of the other, so we might be here for a while.
I mean, the Bears had it until they didn't. Which is always one of those, super flat lines to put out there. But essentially, it was their match to win, and they completely gave it away, like candy at Halloween. It's always, kind of harsh to call out individual players, especially when they do like top damage. But realistically, Muscles should be winning that 1v1.
Or at least
8 out of 10 times.
Or
run away.
Run away. If he's alive, he can just go back to the 3 line and help the mouse size 7 push, kill the 277 or whatever. Anything, really, But King there did a good job at the building. It's really hard for Muscles to be ready for the building to break and time the shot when King, all he has to do is auto-aim the CS, basically, and drive over the building, and at the moment that he's about to hit it, click, and he will hit the CS.
Yep.
And Muscle still fired first, though. But I think he bounced.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is always when the i7 is coming at you like that, then as the CS, you actually have to adjust your aim for the lower blade. Whereas, I mean, the i7, if it auto-aims, then, if you're standing sideways, the only thing the i7 needs to avoid is hitting the upper plate, which when you're sideways, there isn't a large chance for that. Round number 4 upcoming, though, in between. The Bears, who are once again trailing in this match, and MLP, who are once again up around. But as we saw on map number 1, doesn't really mean a whole lot, does it?
No, it doesn't. We'll see now what they can bring into this one between MLP and the Bears. So, I don't know. I like I said, I think blow for blow, Kian. I think that is probably what we're going to see.
I mean, blow for blow. Hopefully there is not going to be a lot of blow-ups in the following round, because those have proven to be detrimental in the past to the teams who doesn't manage to achieve them on towards the enemy players. All right, let's hop into round number 4. Let's see those lineups. MLP looking to put themselves on towards match point. It is 160 TP, 1 i7, double 277, double S-Conk, and the CS63.
Versus the Bears, double Bat, double Conk, double i7, and the singular i4 because Octo doesn't have any friends.
Yeah, Octo kind of getting shamed by his teammates here, but then again, I honestly say that double bat chat, I love it. It gives me those, 2016, 2017 vibes, back then, when I was still allowed to play those tanks in comp.
Not anymore, though.
Not anymore. I'm the super con kind of guy now.
More
or
like
the mouse guy.
kind of guy. Yeah, like the mouse kind of guy, but yeah. It's okay, Kian. We still love you, even if you're not that good anymore.
Oh, well, it is what it is sometimes. Opening-wise, though, we do see the IS-4 once again getting sent towards the forest here in this by now well-known building with that little window in it, in which the IS-4 does exceptionally well, because essentially you don't really see the hull. You just see the turret, and turns out IS-4 turret kind of good.
Yeah, it's pretty solid. The IS-4 goes into that window, and immediate rotation, though, from MLP back towards 1-2 line. I mean, I wouldn't mind if they could pressure the cap side.
I wouldn't mind so either. Like, right now, the Bears obviously still trying to feel out that eastern part of the map. They have the IS-4 committed, they have the Bat Shot, sort of chilling there with Chase, Muscles, the second one being rotated over. And they do know that, double Bat Shot against a singular CS, they can play kind of aggressive. They just need to be careful not to be caught out anywhere. But we, as the all-knowing observers, we obviously see that MLP is just going to make this a delayed one cap all in.
And honestly, I don't mind it from them.
No, I don't either. I think it's actually kind of a pretty good tactic. They don't know what the Bears are doing, and those bat shots, they aren't actually like set up and committing deep into the forest. There is no reason for them. Chase actually intuitioning over, but now in comes the choo-choo train, in comes the triple heavy tank into the cap. Triple cap immediately started. The time is on for the Bears to avoid match point.
To avoid match point, but they're currently not in a great situation to deal with this Mokian. I mean, sure, they'll get the ice. If that's the full one to repush, MLP is so ready for it, no?
Yeah, MLP has everyone there, even the CS. The thing is, the IS-4 is driving through the 6-7 line. It will have to be the tank that provides the continuous resets. 10 seconds, or 10 seconds left on the cap. They do finally see the tanks in the cap. They do also see the IS-4, so they do know that they need to angle from it, but now we see the Bears converging on that cap. Not Melly there with the first resets, so cap kind of halted for the time being, but at what cost is the question, as MLP spring into action, the double bat shot coming over the one line.
Yeah, but the double bat shot will actually find something in this, because MLP pushed forward by themselves into the waiting Bears, who say thank you very much. Good shot out from Niklas onto his Muscles to pick him up, and now the Bears are pushing, which is kind of arguably a mistake as well. Kihan want to say that, because December out in no man's land, out to the garage in a second, as well as Noxious. Better 277 says December. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Come again anytime. Now, though, again, the bat coming in of Chase with the remainder of his clip. Good shooting, already picking up one. Doesn't connect the last one onto Noxious, though. Now, Wallhack seems to be the next focus. But the good thing here for the Bears right now is that they have that double Esco Brain and Melee and Crossfire, eliminating Noxious, eliminating an A-King in a second as well. And in the meantime, Roof is also already down. You have Eric, Rodri, and Tankistador not really involved.
Yeah, the main problem here for the side of MLP is that actually Eric was not contributing his HP to the fight. Rodri, arguably, didn't do it either, but he's the medium tank. He's very, very squishy. The S-Kong there in the hold-down position should have been moved up much more. And Octobear had been out of the fight for what felt like an eternity probably for the players of Bears, but the remainder of their team here actually able to pull it off and to hold strong against this advance by MLP that felt like it was sort of called too early, because they just need to wait for the double bat shot to drive in and then blow one of them out of the water completely.
The bigger question, Kian, here that I have is, why did MLP decide to drive forward?
Yeah, that is a very big question, and I am afraid my answer is... Well, let's just say the question is so good that I don't want to spoil it with my answer.
You have reached Skihan's voicemail. I'm currently working on another map guide that will ruin the community. Please leave a message after the tone.
Well, there actually is going to be another one fairly soon, so...
wait, can't wait for it. What map is it on, Kian?
I'm not going to spoil the surprise for you.
No, just tell me what map it is so I can already put it on my ban list.
No, I'm not going to spoil it. It is coming kind of soon, though, this month.
I mean, okay. I want you to know that I've downvoted every single one of your map guides so far.
I've watched every single time you've watched one of my map guides, so I do know what you're doing.
I've responded thanks Skihan's quite a few times, though.
Yeah, thank you very much for boosting the algorithm. Much obliged.
You're welcome. I was hoping that at one point you would quit, because you're satisfied, but apparently not.
All right, 2-2, the scoreline in between the Bears and MLP. And your intuition was very, very warranted. They are trading it currently blow for blow. You know who's not trading it blow for blow? Aruv. Able to dish out one, taking
Yeah, bro, because they decided to drive forward into the bears. Dude. Like, if the bears had to push into this crossfire, they would have exploded.
Yeah,
to be honest.
especially with those bat shots. I think that, like, when they called the push, the bat shots were not spotted yet, and they were super afraid of the bat shots just being able to roam, create crossfire, and getting those reset angles. But in the end, the bat shots not even having the greatest of impacts, let's be honest. But yeah, that call to push off the cap was not the one
It was an
that would have won
inspiring
them
call.
the game. It was a visionary call, but sometimes the vision is just crap.
It was inspiring. I mean, his team definitely looked inspired pushing forward.
Yeah, it probably was well calculated as well, but it looked like they kind of suck at math.
Yeah, well, math is hard, Kian.
I thought A-King liked math actually a lot, but not in this case apparently. Now though, we're gonna get ourselves at least 2 more games on Himmelsdorf of all maps. So the OG competitive map, possibly the decider, or we're going to get, well, the other OG competitive map, Cliff, as the decider. But first of all, Himmelsdorf, Bears defending first. Who do you see as having the advantage here?
I think it's 50-50.
I think so too, actually. Because I did see like the matches yesterday also from the NA players, and it was sort of like hit or miss with the swings on Himmelsdorf especially. It was like very commit heavy, if you know what I mean. Like they tried to catch the enemy team off guard, and like either it worked or they baited themselves sort of with a lot of the commits that they played. So I'm not able to make out like a clear favorite anymore. I mean, realistically speaking, I think that the Bears' victories were a lot more like clear than the MLP victories. But to be honest, that doesn't really matter.
I mean, I don't know. I honestly think it's blow for blow. I really don't feel like either of these two teams has shown enough to get a win.
Well, we'll see. Lineups coming up in round number 5. 2-2, so we're left in a best of 3. Either team with the possibility of finishing it off on Himmelsdorf. That is going to be the question moving forward as we do hop into the lineups. MLP, double 60TP, double IS4, triple E5.
Versus the triple E5 of Bears, the Minnow, the Mouse, the i7, and the 60TP. That MLP lineup can brawl very, very well, but so can the Bears, though.
Both of those lineups lending themselves towards a brawling. Split-wise, we see Melee and December in the Mouse and the 60TP for the defenders getting sent towards the 2-cup. Everyone else kind of 1-2-3 line heavy. And for MLP, sending triple E5 over the hill, 60TP and IS4, 8-line, 60TP, and that is, I believe, another IS4 getting sent towards the west, where a lot of Bears tanks are going to go Octobear with that move. Over the courtyard is going to single himself out by doing that. Not sure if he fancies himself a bit of Ruev here, who doesn't connect his snap.
Yeah, it doesn't connect the snap. Yeah, I like how we just zoomed past it. Feel like 3 people. Brave. Chase now taking the position. Too bad that MLP doesn't have a VZTD yet.
I think even a Wheezy TD, not sure if he would be able to pen that. We can see
What do you
Eric
think?
trying.
Yeah, there clearly should be a weak spot, no, on that turret that you could shoot at?
I mean, I saw a Minotauro in the past, not sure. It seemed to be some YouTube video. It was also on Himmelsdorf, and it was in one of the windows. And even Jagdpanzers weren't able to penetrate the armor, so...
Sounds like a cool YouTube video.
I think it was on this channel called The Killzor. I'm not
You had
entirely
to
sure.
ruin it, dude. You had to ruin it. Why you gotta be like this?
I wanted to give you a shout out.
Stayed
okay?
in the obvious, SMH.
Yeah, well, some stating the obvious, but you know, I'm afraid some people haven't heard of it actually, because you're much more active on Twitch.
True. The rotations though from both these teams. I mean, Muscles and Brain now coming back, where the triple E5 from MLP is also massing up on that 0 line position right now. So that really brings it to a 3v3 again. Then Wally rotating as well, but Nicholas and Verve are pushing up. The name of the game right now is rotations and who can be slightly ahead of those. And to me, it looks like the Bears may have the better ends at this moment in time, because they have that 3 tanks north as well and a 60 TP that could give a shot.
Well, Brain taking one here for that cross into the window. And Muscles there trying to do what he can, but we can all see that his cupola is actually on the kind of wrong side for side scraping this way, as Noxious takes a swing into the 8 line in the upper half of the screen. And honestly, like looking at the minimap, who is going to cover the Minotauro right now if the 60 TP and the IS-4 start driving onto it?
The E5 will come in quickly, but he won't get pressured by the IS-4 now. Rove is actually just going to cross over, and they want to pick up the size 7. It looks like the name of the game is Octo Bear. Chase now relocating in the Mino to try and give some shots at the very least. December is being pressured back by the D5. First big shot comes in already. Towards Octo, the second connecting as well. Chase not with that Mino being able to connect in return. He'll be forced back because of the IS-4 pressure in his side, and Octo kind of left his own devices. And for the first time in this match, this is a very well executed attack so far by MLP, really finding the overmatch that they're looking for. Pen ratio could be a bit better because Octo's still alive.
With that swing, not really connecting. Rodri now with more pen, trying to make it work. Noxious, though, getting picked up in that 8 line, too deep, too far with his E5. And, exactly, yeah. That E5 was very, very important. Now it's double E5 against a double E5 here. Eric and Aking starting to cross over, and they are just going to have to play better. And indeed, they do have the target to single out. It's going to be Brain. Muscles there trying to shield his buddy, and Aking trying to get behind the corner. We can see here that Brain drives away, takes the Emmerich, doesn't seem to really have anything to repair it anymore. Does Eric get another shot? He does not, as Muscles tries to run away here. Aking down towards a 2-shot as well. Chase once again in the hull town. Eric with the ignite. And it is still anyone's game, especially when looking at the HP.
Yeah, now Eric is going to come in. Oh. Bounces against Muscles. And Aking also bounces against Muscles. Muscle says thank you very much for a little bit of a freebie. Gets 2 more shots out of that little ordeal. And now, though, it's a 5v6. Nicholas being pressured by wall hacks. To be honest, the IS-4 gun compared to the E5 gun, I'll take the E5 any day of the week. And now these tanks in the G-line, kind of a no man's land, bro. On one hand, they have the Mino and the E5. And on the other hand, they have the hit squad of IS-7 miles and 60p. All this time, and Eric and Aking just driving down the 8 line, trying to find some place to help their team.
Yeah, good further shot by Brain. Does get picked up by Eric. Both of them are on a 2-shot now. Nicholas there just getting pressured. Just getting power played here by Chase, who keeps driving with that Mino. Big trades coming out, though, against Ruev here. December with a big pickup onto Aking. And now looking at the HP, it doesn't get better as Rodri falls. 3 versus 5. MLP very, very low HP on basically everyone except that 60 TP. As Eric in that 8 line, I think the push, it finally has met an end. It's going to meet its demise as Octobear does not pick it up here. Does get killed by Eric, but in comes December. And all of a sudden, it's going to be 3-2 for the Bears themselves, as they, for the first time in this match, do secure the lead and do secure the match point.
It was looking so well for so long.
Until it wasn't.
Yeah, that repush from the Bears is good, though, across the AB line. Caught Noxious in a bad position. I think he should have started reversing the moment they went for Octo, because he already knew there was 2 tanks there. He could have also been on 0 line, but also the pen ratios against Octo are just not good enough, man. I'm kind of curious how much he bounced, because I think I saw at least 3 misses.
952, 864, 442, 865. I mean, nothing too egregious as of yet. It's basically how I would, describe my random gameplay. But let's see, Octobear
Maybe
2K
3
bounce.
years ago. 2K is a lot for an i7 there.
Yeah.
That's a 60p shell and like 3 shells from other things. So
Yep. So yeah, him surviving there was actually very problematic, and then I think also the fact that Noxious committed in with that E5 into the 8 line, which enabled Bears to pick him up like that, and also Rodri just not really having the best kind of games, because he did get essentially 2 shots for free into the Mino, and that's all he did. Like the rest of the time, he was just not having an impact.
it is, though, good for the Bears.
It is very good for the Bears, who now are on match point, and I think it's also good for the people who predicted 4-2 for the Bears, which I believe you are one of them. My prediction
Potentially.
down the drain.
Potentially.
But if MLP is able to put one more onto the board, then we will indeed go towards that tiebreaker. So far, I think the score is kind of, deserved. The Bears have shown, I would say, better gameplay overall, but I think 4-2 would be too harsh of a scoreline. It obviously depends if they show.
It doesn't matter,
stellar-
yeah, as long as they win. If it's 4-3 or 4-2, a win is a win,
Did you get that from Frugo?
No, actually.
Oh,
He reminded me back on my search for Frugo quotes.
all right. Back on the grind. I see how it is.
Back on the search, see. I found the channel. I haven't really found too many Frugo quotes, though.
Oh no.
Not good ones, at least so far.
You think there are many good ones, or are we just picking the pearls for us and then put them here in the stream? Anyway,
To quote Frugo, he had, never in this case, even don't say never, even in this case, never say never, never say never. And I'm not even joking, dude. The man actually wrote that down, dude. Oh, God. It was posted back in 2022, and I still haven't figured out what it meant.
Did he post it on? His mind was probably buzzing. All right, MLP coming into this one. Double 60 TP, IS7 mouse, triple E5, trying to stay alive.
Versus the Bears. Oh no, dude. They're picking the 0% winner shot thing. The VZ, the CS, the mouse, the IS4, the W100, and the 60p. Now, at least we figured out who Cashback was training against.
Well.
Explains why they lost so early.
Oof. Shoo! Tucky there, immediately murdering people in broad daylight. All right, as we do see the initial splits coming in, double 60 TP and mouse for MLP driving towards the 2 cap. Everyone else 1, 2, 3 line, so that's a 3-4 split. For Bears, we see the CS trying to get some early information on the rails, while everyone else is, on a little climbing party.
A little climbing party as all of them are going over the hill with just the CS63 to spot 1-2. He doesn't actually find anything, and this is kind of what we saw from Cashback.
Yeah. How does Muscles get outspotted here, actually? As Rodri misses that mouse angle. Very recently has it come into the minds of a lot more people, and that is very, very effective. Well, we'll have to see if it's effective, but very aggressive gameplay, and that WoT7 not being used this time to control the G23, but instead we see it trying to aim on towards the mouse roof. And I think from that distance and from above, he might even be able to hit one of those shots onto the wiggle. I mean, even the upper plate should be a pen. Takes a swing, doesn't connect though. The mouse trying to retaliate, but if I'm Rodri, I don't want to continue trading here. He doesn't get a shot in towards one of the crossing tanks, but the WZTD with that shot actually opening up the angle for the mouse to get the spot, and that is a lot of information. This is why we see MLP now exploding into action in the southern part here.
Yeah, I mean, the Bears just taking that A-line crossing. They're going to start capping on it, and the good thing for the Bears is what has not been taken by MLP is A4. They don't have the window. And Muscles with the CS. Using these cheating positions to surprise unsuspecting opponent. Muscles careful. The 60 DP with the big swing. Nana King taking another shot. Muscles is having a good time, dude. Continue going one by one. Give Muscles 4 shots. Oh no. Oh, Niklas, you want one too?
First of all, the cap has been started though, and the problem for MLP here right now is that they're driving into a setup that consists of double A100, one mouse, one IS4. That is a lot of beef. That is a lot of meat that you have to try to drive into with those E5s. Now the mouse is going to be the sponge here, take some shots already, but from the top positions, you see that WZTD having a good time as well on the cross. And he did bounce?
But oh, they're shooting volley though. Let's Octo as the whoa of steel. Finally, big connection from Rove, but has the damage been done? The WZTD looking to finally land a shot. Oh, he does 742. The best tank I've ever seen in all the tanks. The WZTD. This is a cleanup here almost for the Bears, who've done so much damage on this crossing and everywhere else that even without the WZTD, they would be in a great position.
Yeah, I mean, this time 6 versus 7, the Bears are able to pick it up. The WZTD, once again, not with an impact, but just like other people in rank, this tank is going to get carried to a victory.
Wow.
And we do see Noxious getting taken out next. It's going to be 5 versus 3. December still on a one-shot, but the Bears with 9,000 HP are going to make short work. Once more, the WZTD with a big connection. Not that it matters or that it was important, but the 0% win rate tank is no more.
Still 0% on EU.
Oof. And I think the Rheinmetall also, no?
Yeah. But yeah, the Bears, at the end of the day, Ken, you're right. They did show better gameplay that warrants them picking up this whole match. And I have one more quote left in me. Minotaur is a bad tank for tournaments. If someone will pick, this tank is not great. But I would rather permaban, because why should we have such a tank for camping position? I guess that one didn't turn out quite that right, did it, Frigo? At the end of the day.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it is what it is for us. It is a night then, but first of all, let's take a look at the post-battle results screens, where we see the WZTD with a scoreline of a whopping 6-3-2.
Yeah, bro, it was like I'm not good enough for this WZTD. I'm sorry, like he bounced the mouse twice. I think. I mean, I don't know, bro. I'm not seeing. Maybe it's a replacement of the E3, but
yeah, it's just not it. I'm sorry.
I mean,
like,
it's more mobile than the E3 though, and in that hold on position on zero line, it's probably not that bad, but
yeah, nah. I'm still not the biggest of fans. Maybe tomorrow will give us something else to think about. Maybe tomorrow the WZTD will actually shine, because so far it's been unable to do that. But Ducky, thank you for a wonderful day 2 of the MillionPugs WoT7 and number 13. We're going to be back for you guys tomorrow at 16 CST, that is 14 UTC, so the same time as today essentially. We are, by the way, gonna be raiding this beautiful gentleman here to my right, where you will be able to continue your drops until I think 2 a.m. European time. So that is, that's like 4.5 more hours if Darky stays live for that long. Anyway, though, thank you very, very much, and we'll head over to the analysts to see what they have to say. Guys, Toxic, Insane, take it away.
Are you sick and tired of being relentlessly shamed for your lack of skins and loot boxes and other cool things? Well, don't worry about it. We've got you covered, Jimmy. Hi there, we're MillionPugs. You've probably seen our logo on stream, but here's what we actually do. MillionPugs earns you skins and in-game rewards whenever you shop online. When you shop with any of our partnered brands, you earn our own loyalty points, called Pugs. You then swap those Pugs for some spiffy World of Tanks loot like premium tanks, premium account access, and gold. Anyway, head on over to millionpugs.com now and sign up for free.
Thanks a lot, guys. And well, that's it for the little ponies. Toxic, we have to say goodbye to them as they are dropping from the losers bracket. And in the meantime, Bears are going to be moving into the next round. Well, they will be facing Escalate in the finals of the losers brackets. What did you think about that match? I felt like both of those teams did bring very sloppy gameplay.
I'm gonna be honest, if they, I mean, MLP is all out, but if Bears performs like this tomorrow, they might have a chance versus Escalate, but not versus Smile. Smile looked very convincing. I would say the only convincing NA team that we've seen today. I mean, for MLP, the NA King today didn't stand for North American, but more for non-available. So that spells disaster for them as they go out in the 4th place in this tournament, not even making it to the top 3.
I would tend to agree. I think that Smile is definitely on another level. If you take in consideration Escalate and Bear's performance today, we would probably expect them to take the victory, but we will get to see that tomorrow. Now let's probably take a look at the replays to see exactly what happened between Bears and MLP as we were starting on Ghost Town, and it was a very standard defense from the side of MLP with this IS-7 over the K-line, and you will see that Bears is trying to find the opening over him with the help of the E5 of Warlocks that was already pretty low HP.
I think for Bears the issue here, or at least that's how I saw it, is that they didn't really have a game plan. They just had some sort of starting setup, but then didn't really know what to do with it. So MLP, all they really had to do is take the map control and control really all the engagements that Bears could throw at them, which they did beautifully, and went up in a very, very beautiful fashion in 1-0. This is actually a match that I really liked from MLP, and this gave me quite some hope for this series, actually.
I think the issue is that I learned from Niklas, since Warlocks dropped very low, pushing the K-line to reach him, they didn't manage to take him out, and then they felt forced to push over the base too, not even going for the cap, but trying to get and reach some tanks. But MLP was on point, well positioned on their defense, but next up it was the Bears on the defense, and you could say the same about MLP, not finding a weakness to exploit from what Bears proposed. Tried to go for the engagement of the cap, tried to do some pressure with Tankistador and Eric, but you could see that Bears, the positionings they had and the angles, this did bring a lot of damage to them. You could see 4k, 5k, and then even at the end 6k HP up, full control for the Bears.
I mean, what really shows you how easy this was for the Bears was the fact how much the MLP HPs dropped in a very, very short amount of time. I think it was like 5,000 HP that they lost within 30 seconds without even really pushing all that much. So they didn't advance, lose 5,000 HPs, and Bears, you see it here, they still have like 13,000 HP left to deal with whatever MLP wants to throw at them. So there was no chance of them coming back.
So this run on Murvanka was probably the sloppiest one, I'd say, because you had the feeling that it was not bad for the side of MLP. Like right now, it could stop, take down Brain, but you could see that Niklas went on an adventure on his own on the top with this ISN and dropped. And then this push is correct, going after not melee, but it was too late because they already started to pressure over E3, took a lot of damage. You could see that Bears, they were HP up, position up, even though they were one tank down, and you had the feeling that at the end they would win that, but making against the muscles here, making the clutch play, making it work with his IS-7 just before there was a big miss from the side of the CS, and you will see that at the end of that run he will just managed to get away on time on a one-shot chase, not having the angle to take him out.
Yeah, both of those Murovanka rounds really looked very interesting, I would say, because we had Bears throw their match, and then we have MLP here who have a decent initial. They just decide to push in for some reason. Yeah. However, they are not the only ones to make mistakes. I want you to keep a look at Muscles here, who does 2 shots in his bedshot and dies in return. He even got the 3rd one out. Yeah. We gotta give credit where credit is due. But there was no reason for MLP to push in here, because that's ultimately what lost them the round.
I mean, they have the cap pressure. they have most of their tanks on that side of the map. Only the CS was a bit away, but it's a CS, it's pretty fast around C3, C4. They essentially only have to wait for Bears to actually make that push and punish them for it. And instead, you saw those triple tanks in the cap actually going forward. And that's definitely a mistake, and that's pretty hard to understand what happened in their mind to do such a play. At the end, well, 2k HP left, 3 tanks for the side of Bears, so I think that MLP, if they played that one out better, they could have been leading 3-1.
They probably could have, easily, but I mean, Bears also kind of threw their move around, so it was just throw after throw after throw. Here on Himmelsdorf on the other side, I feel like the first match that Bears played was actually rather decent. There was some misses here and there from MLP that we are able to see here. Aking and Eric maybe need to go to that QB school of tankers to learn the weak spots of some tanks. But great stuff from Bears here, actually finding a way to not just camp in their defense, but also be proactive a bit.
I mean, honestly, I thought that MLP had better positions because they could start picking over the courtyard to just take down the tank in here without many punishments from the side of Bears. On top of it, you could see that Dismino was getting caught by a tank in the back. But at the end of the day, Bears with the individual plays making it work, so good stuff, match point for them as they were on their attack on Himmels, and you could see that this pretty like famous A-line attack with the cap worked really well for them, as they were capable of taking 3 damage on the approach, especially with the CS from the hill, and then, well, it's a straight brawl, it's a straight engagement, but they have the perfect tanks for it. E100s, IS-4, Mouse, maybe the VZ is questionable. I mean, I would like to hear about that from you, but
I mean, you can say what you want. This would not have been a win without the WZTD. Actually, if we look at the statistics on the NA servers for the matches that we broadcasted, the WZ brings out a stunning 100% win rate. So it's actually a really good pick here, and I'm glad that Bears decided to show us the potential of this brutal tank.
Okay, I see. Well, I wish it was the same on EU, but yeah, well, on NA, it worked for the Bears. They're going to take the victory 4-2. We already mentioned that they're going to be moving into the finals of the losers bracket against Escalate, and then the grand finals against Smile, which is probably the best team we have seen so far on the NA brackets. We should probably take again a look at the EU brackets to just summarize what we'll have for tomorrow, because we have a few teams left. As you can see, Hopur is going to be waiting in the grand finals, and there will be 2 matches to be played before the losers bracket 1 between Hit and Run and Tango, and I guess most of us will give some credit to Hit and Run for this one. And then W is gonna be waiting in the finals of the losers bracket. We also have to remind that all of those matches will be BO7, but the grand finals BO9.
You know what I'm most looking forward to? If Hit and Run actually wins versus Tango, we will have a rematch of W versus Hit and Run. We all really thought Hit and Run would be winning in match 4, but then W stomped them 4-0.
Yeah.
So having a rematch of that will be very, very interesting to see, because for Hit and Run, if you go into such a match, it's like, are you maybe even a bit afraid of facing W just because of how much you were humiliated by them already in this tournament? So that's definitely something you would have to tune in tomorrow to see.
Yeah, I mean, Hit and Run, I don't think that they care much about the stack on these tournaments. They play better when it's a bigger one, like they did, for example, for the WCI qualifier in the past, but maybe W managed to trigger a bit their ego with this 4-0 dominance that we have seen in the winners bracket. So it's going to be definitely interesting to see how it's going to be played out tomorrow. Tomorrow we are going to be starting at the same time, 16 CST. So make sure to tune in for the last matches of both EU and NA tournaments, where we get to see who is going to take the victory. Well, Toxic, once again, it was a pleasure today to have this game to analyze with you. I will get to see you and all of you tomorrow, and maybe have one last word for the viewers.
Well, just a quick thank you to everyone involved. Thanks to the viewers for tuning in, and I wish you all a wonderful night. See you all tomorrow. Claim your drops at Ducky's channel if you haven't, and that's it for the evening. See you all.
Bye-bye, good night.
Are you sick and tired of being relentlessly shamed for your lack of skins and loot boxes and other cool things? Well, don't worry about it. We've got you covered, Jimmy. Hi there, we're MillionPugs. You've probably seen our logo on stream, but here's what we actually do. MillionPugs earns you skins and in-game rewards whenever you shop online. When you shop with any of our partnered brands, you earn our own loyalty points, called Pugs. You then swap those Pugs for some spiffy World of Tanks loot like premium tanks, premium account access, and gold. Anyway, head on over to millionpugs.com now and sign up for free.